I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime, I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
your hands at the moonlit sky. The stardust drips and shines brightly in your eye. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, oh, yeah, the stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Darnish, why you sad? I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey,
isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up!
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up! I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fair.
sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running round so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running, I know. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just a dust, just a sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel lightly, just your highway, just the one, just a believer.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Hello everyone and Guten Morgen here. It's yet another day of ESL 1 Germany powered by Intel. It's another day of playoffs and another day of upper bracket fun, and that means another day of our Mercedes-Benz pre-show, and yet again another day of my unfortunate panelists that have to be next to me for the entire day here. I've got the one, the only Danog, and I've got my TI participant QO.
Participant.
What else do you want me to say?
That's a good roast.
What else do you want me to say,
you that.
QO? I'm
you
sorry,
that.
dude. I'm sorry.
I heard he's a bully, right?
He was,
Yeah, he
apparently.
was.
Was.
All right, everyone's starting to flame me today. Let's start off the day with a little bit of a different pace. Okay, we're not going to flame me today. We're going to flame other people, not me.
No.
Actually, how about no flame for the rest of the day? We're going to be
that's
nice.
the bully seeping out in him.
We're going to be nice for the rest of the day, lads. But speaking of nice, yesterday we had full 6 maps coming in from our 2 upper bracket series. We had potentially 2 upsets as well. Our first series of the day, we had Na'Vi taking on OG, and luckily enough for the boys in yellow, they were able to take down the 2 TI champions in OG. And I mean, it just looked like such a strong performance coming in from Na'Vi.
It was a strong performance. There were a few misplays. You know, Mid1 is a fantastic player, but this series he just didn't quite show it. You know, there wasn't that style of hero that's going to be able to be the OG super hard late game carry. It wasn't the Morphling, it wasn't the Arc Warden, it wasn't, you know, a Wisp pairing together with something and just making him this unstoppable beast. Lifestealer is not that.
I'll say like OG's draft was a little shaky, but in the same time, Na'Vi was playing really good with their draft and play-wise as well. Like I know there was some misplay, but I think the Na'Vi that I used to know was they made more mistake than they used to do it. But in this series, I think they were executing really well with the 5-man.
Yeah, and then you had this second series with Nigma going up against Secret. I don't think many people were expecting Nigma to take that first game, especially in the fashion that they did. And, I mean, it just came down to a few really clutch team fights that pushed it in Secret's favor at the end of the day. But, again, look at that Roche health. It is so low, and it could have gone
This
either way.
last moment.
Yeah, this moment here is when Zai gets
That
the spear.
literally saved the game for Secret.
Yeah, it feels like that game could have certainly been done and dusted there. You know, 30 minutes, 35 minutes, they would have got the Roche, they would have ended the game from there on. But, I mean, that was a series that we were hoping to get coming in from Nigma as well as Team Secret. You know, maybe going into it, we were expecting a little bit more of a whitewash in Secret's favor because they've been so dominant. But, I mean, Nigma, they're turning up here in the playoff bracket.
Oh, yeah. I mean, playoff Nigma is very, very different from group stage. And honestly, going into this, I would have been like, okay, well, Secret are going to have the easiest run. Yes, Nigma have a decent record against them, but they were looking really weak in the group stage. But now, any team that goes up against them in that lower bracket, it's going to be a bit of a concern.
The Secret and like a Liquid, I mean Nigma was like one of the main factor. They play like a really different from the group stage to the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
And I do feel like Secret were a bit downsizing compared to that, like compared to the dominant like performance from the group stage.
Well, speaking of, this is how our upper bracket has panned out so far with only 1 day of competition ahead of us. We've got Team Secret and Na'Vi moving themselves forward here, and then we've got Liquid, Mudgolems, as well as Viking GG and Alliance to be playing on later today. But rolling into the lower bracket, as we said, those teams that lost yesterday, they will be heading towards the bottom, and they'll be waiting their opponents from their losers of series today. But, I mean, you drop out in that lower bracket against Enigma that took a map off Secret, potentially took the series off Secret, and OG. So you've got to be quaking in your boots if you're these 2 teams going down there today.
This loser bracket, like probably is like the most scariest loser bracket we've been seeing
For a
while.
long time.
Yeah.
I mean, all top 8 of these teams are formidable. You know, anyone can take a game off anyone else. As we saw, first seed going up against 8th, they don't care. You know, you're off your game on your day, you can lose a series.
Yeah, and it's all about who's on top of their game here. And speaking of getting on top of your game, we've got yet another pro tips videos for you guys to learn a little bit here at ESL 1 Germany. So we'll head over to Jenkins for another pro tip.
In a typical game, even for professional players, edge panning makes up the bulk of camera movement. But there are camera settings that you can use which are practically required for advancing your MMR past a certain level. One of these options is camera grip, which can be found under hotkeys and interface. This option lets you drag the camera around with your mouse while you're pressing a hotkey. This is particularly convenient during the laning stage where people often waste a lot of vital camera space by centering their camera on their hero. Instead, you can use camera grip to move the camera just a little bit such that you aren't covering areas where there is no important information. Another crucial hotkey is the Select Hero hotkey, which can be found under Hotkeys and Unit Actions. Double tapping this hotkey will quickly bring your camera back to your hero. This is important because if you're looking around the map and you happen to get ganked, a tiny bit of delay could mean the difference between life or death. Similarly, double-clicking your hero portrait will lock your camera to your hero, which is extremely convenient for body blocking the creep wave at the start of the game because it means that you won't risk messing up your block to edge pan. Finally, the most criminally underutilized camera settings in the game are definitely the saved camera positions, which can be found in advanced hotkeys and saved camera positions. Here, you can set hotkeys if you press Ctrl plus whatever the hotkey is to save the camera position, which your camera will move to when you later press the hotkey that you set. Let's say, hypothetically of course, that you are a Techies player. You could set up one of these camera positions for every stack of green mines that you have, so that you can monitor them better when you see people near them on the minimap, and you can explode people whenever they walk over them.
Finally, a pro tip out there for all the beautiful Techies players. Camera options are pretty important when it comes to Dota. I remember the whole edge pan versus camera grip and the whole, those dirty Wars players. We don't talk about those guys yet, but camera grip versus edge pan is like one of those ones where a lot of people are like, oh, you get to a mechanical position, but you're not using camera grip. You need to start using camera grip.
Yeah, I guess there's it's a little bit more fine tuning, I suppose, as opposed to like the macro of things. I think for the vast majority, like average MMR is like what, 2,500 or so. And so for these players, I think those other tips like, selecting your hero, having these saved camera positions around the map, that's going to be much more impactful than things like just moving around the lane just a little bit.
Well, when you're first starting this Dota, you don't really go into the settings and then check out this camera grip. So I think I'm always a fan of this edge pan rather than this a camera grip moving
I like
around.
edge pan too. I think selecting your own hero, that's a hotkey that all the newer or lesser experienced players need to know. They just need to be able to snap back to their hero because oftentimes they're like, where am I on the map? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, League of Legends players. But unfortunately for you, you guys won't be a part of our Mercedes-Benz MVP top 4 because that's all for our best Dota players here at ESL 1 Germany. So let's go and see if it has changed up on day number 14 here in our playoff stage. Let's see how this has panned out. Top 4. Miracles number 1. Oh, okay. This is getting spicy. Let's see what's going to pop up for number 2 here. Matombaman's dropped down a position, so that's good for him still being in the top 4. Nisha's 3rd, and let's see who's going to be in that 4th slot.
Still Thompson.
Okay, so the only change that we've seen is Miracle bumped up a slot.
Understandable, right? Like some of that gameplay was really good. Even in the losing games on the Spectre, he just kited them out for so long. You had the entire Team Secret team just playing a bit of cat and mouse with him, and it was so long until they could catch him and allowed the rest of the team to respawn and potentially come and make another defense. But, the weight of Team Secret just at the end of the day was all too much.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of pressure is going onto Miracle's shoulder. I know it's Nigma's playstyle that they give everything for Miracle, but yeah, it's a bit risky compared to how other teams are playing. When other teams are getting all the farm on different cores and they just run at Miracle, kite him around, and but I'm still surprised how he's pulling off the team fights.
I mean, it's pretty impressive the fact that Miracle can do this 1v5 strat and still come out on top against a team like Team Secret. But we don't get to see those guys today, but fortunately enough for you guys, we do get to see 4 hot teams. So once again, I'd like to let you guys know that you can enter the conversation. Hashtag ESL1. Let us know which series you guys are super excited for and whether or not our top 4 for the Mercedes-Benz MVP is exactly how you guys were expecting. But that's enough for us here on the the panel. We're going to go to another short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of this, we're going to have our first series of the day. It's going to be Viking GG versus Alliance. Make sure you don't miss this one.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
You don't wanna listen, tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings, so I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space, hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest, you should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
It's a bit of time here before our series starts between Viking GG and Alliance, but that doesn't mean you guys should go anywhere. We've got a very nice, hot and heavy pre-series for you guys here. And I've got my panel ready and raring to pack out this entire series for you guys. It's upper bracket game here between Viking GG as well as Alliance. Now, welcome back my panel here for this. I've got Dan, I've got Kuro. Lads, Viking GG versus Alliance. Alliance came into this playoff bracket 3-0. Viking GG came in 3-2. Right now, they're sitting the lower seed, but they don't feel like they're that far out of the ballpark for Alliance.
No, I don't think so. I think, like we mentioned before, it is very even across the board. And Alliance, if you've got a good read on them, which I feel like Viking can potentially do using their coach, you know, that's a dedicated tool that they're going to be able to use, they could potentially unpack them because they're, I don't want to say predictable, but you're not going to see anything super out of left field coming from them.
Yeah, like even like a team, even if it was a like 3-1 score or 3-2 score, it didn't really matter because I think all the team whoever made into the playoff like, has improved a lot. So yeah, I don't think like there is gonna be like too much difference with this like series.
Yeah, I think it was Aramis that we spoke to previously who said, look, we had these strategies going into the tournament, didn't work out too well for us, so we've had to change things up, and they've looked like a completely new team ever since then.
Yeah, I mean, it started to work out for them. We touched on this at the start of the tournament that Viking really enjoyed this. Slardar for Toby. Right now, he's started to switch away from that. He's playing a lot more of these different heroes, still doing a lot of work, and I think the biggest thing for me is Boom in that mid lane. He's looked so strong in all these heroes. They've got this Chen strat with the Shadowfiend Rush BKB. He's got this Storm Spirit in his back pocket as well, and he's able to play those lane dominators and game winners that some of these other mid teams really can't play.
Yeah, and that's what I like to see. You know, you like to see something a little bit different. You like to see the newer blood into the scene, but I feel like that's getting a little bit cliche. You know, they're not new anymore. They've been in the scene for a while, and they've got some good results, but they need to be building off of that and taking games off these Tier 1 teams if they're really going to solidify their place in the EU scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, QO?
About
Viking.
I always thought like they're very aggressive, like especially this mid laner, Boom. Like he surprised a lot of people when he first like come out with his Queen of Pain, but I don't know, like there was a little shakedown in the early phase of the ESL. I was expecting them to be doing better. I thought there was like they were like very undervalued team, but yeah, like I think they started like playing really good after like a second or third series.
Third series. So they lost to 5-men, 1-2, and I feel like that's when they really took a hard look at themselves and said, look, we need to change these things up because clearly it's not working.
Yeah, and especially in that series where they played against OG as well, right, where they just kind of got their Slardar strat countered basically through and through, and that's when we've noticed that they've been waiting until later stages to pick Toby's hero, or he picks something completely different, goes to things like the Bloodseeker and stuff like that we've seen. Mars, like, I mean, it's surprising that this Mars hero is still around. Like, he is so good across the entire tournament so far. I believe he's like the most picked and has the highest win rate as well, overtaking Faceless Void over these last couple of days. And I mean, this hero is just something else, and a player like Toby, who's so mechanically skilled, is going to shine on a hero like that.
Yes, but it really is a sink or swim style of hero. We saw there, just to go back to the series from yesterday with Secret going up against Nigma. For the first half of that game, I think it was game 3, Zai's spears were not connecting, and it looked like it was really bad for Secret. But then suddenly, a couple of those land, the teamfight complexion changes entirely, and suddenly it looks like a beast of a hero.
Yeah, when this hero is getting used by the strong team, like this is when it's like looking really scary. Even though you don't get like a good laning phase, like if he goes into the mid game where you do your job about zoning people out with the like spear and these ultimates, I think like you, as long as you're providing that to your teammate and you win with it, like this hero just looks scary.
Well, on the other side of the coin, we've got another offlaner who's a god in his own right. There's S4 here coming in for Alliance, and I mean, across the entirety of Alliance, you look at all these players, and they're all insane. You know, Limp is one of the best laners that we have here in ESL 1 Germany. You've got players like Nico Baby who have just been skyrocketing up the charts ever since they're joining to the competitive scene. And then you've got an old guard in S4, like a man who's been around the block. He's done everything. He's won TI. He's done all that kind of stuff. And he's just that cool captain for them that they can play around and build stuff around. And they've also got players like Hanskin as well as F&G who are, again, just really good players in their own right.
Yeah, and like we can see here with this style of draft and this just run, go at you style, they're not afraid. They're not going to be sitting back on their heels and just letting the team come to them. They're confident in their ability to execute, and they do it time after time. I think I saw an interview as well with, I want to say Nico Baby, where it was after Dota Pit, where apparently in a few scrims they've been beating Secret. So they're a scary prospect, and you know, they're well deserving of their #2 seed into this playoffs.
Well, they're able to take down OG as well. So, I mean, they are coming into this playoffs 3-0. They are on the same stead as what Team Secret were, and they almost faltered to Nigma in that upper bracket. So, I mean, if Alliance are going to start scorching to the bottom half of this upper bracket, I mean, our upper bracket final is going to be insane. Even the grand final is going to be insane if Alliance are keeping on like this. But, lads, it is enough about these teams here. We've got something special before we start getting into game number 1. Special as always because it's what I give to you guys.
Oh.
You guys give me a lot of Dota knowledge. You guys give me a lot of stuff to bounce off of and stuff like that. So now I'm going to give back to you. It's trivia time, baby. Woo!
Okay, I'll get one right eventually.
Fingers crossed you guys can get this trivia right. So unfortunately for you, I think it's 0 and 4 right now.
Oh,
so
it's more than 4.
0 and 5, whatever. You guys have been sucking really hard when it comes to my trivia. So that's why we've changed it up and we've gone down to multiple choice here. So let's start up the trivia line for today. Hero voice line trivia. So I give a voice line to my panelists. They have to tell me which hero it is. And if they can tell me how this works, they get an extra point. So I missed your snowballs, Ymir.
Okay, well that's
snowballs
Tusk's
fights. Okay, multiple choice.
That's starting to be a little dirty, but go ahead.
A, Tusk. B, Ancient Apparition. C, Crystal Maiden. Or D, Monkey King. I miss our snowball fights, Ymir.
I think it's either AA or CM, because Ymir is Tusk, so I doubt he would say it to himself somehow.
I don't think AA can speak English.
Yeah, he can.
They all speak English, Kuo.
It sounds a bit alienish.
I think it's CM.
Phoenix and Io are the only two that don't actually have voice lines. They just have beats.
Yeah, and like Crystal Maiden, you didn't make like a Crystal Maiden sound.
I never do that.
But he never does.
And like,
remember when he tried to?
There's
like,
too many darn wizards.
And he had like the sexy voice, but it was Wraith King or something like that.
Yeah, like it's.
I now have.
But I have a feeling it's a Monkey King.
I have a feeling it's Monkey King.
I'm saying CM.
You're gonna go with CM, and you're gonna go with Monkey King. All right, Matt, you are correct. Ding,
yes!
ding, 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 ding. Can you tell me why CM says this?
Is it when you've got Tusk on your team? And you're like, when you're spawning? And
No, unfortunately it's when she kills Tusk.
Well, I got it half right.
I mean, you got it half right, so I mean, you get a point. Good, congratulations, Matt. You get 1 out of 5 or whatever, so we'll see how that goes. But, boys, instead of trivia, we've got something that's even more special than trivia. We've got our pre-match interview here with Viking GG. We've got Soleri on the line. Mate, I'd just like to say good luck for your series first off here against Alliance. I've got a question for you. A lot of these players have been having their names butchered quite a lot. I know ODPixel has a little bit of a different pronunciation when it comes to your name. So can you put it to rest for us? Is it Soleri or Celery?
Celery.
Okay, so ODPixel's more correct than I am. Okay. Seems like Australian pronunciation is kind of biting me in the butt once
I
again.
think that's just your pronunciation. Yep. But Celery, you started the group stage with a 1 and 2 scoreline, and you know, in previous interviews you came out and said that you needed to change up your strategies a little bit, go back to the drawing board a little bit. With those 4th and 5th series being must-win ones, otherwise you just wouldn't be in these playoffs at all, do you still feel like you've got some strats saved up, or have you put a lot of your cards on the table already?
I mean, I've been practicing secret techies strats, so make sure to ban that Alliance.
Very good.
Ban it first phase, please. That would be nice. No, I mean, it's not like we're saving strats. We're just playing the game, picking what is good for the game.
Yeah, just confidence in your own ability, I suppose.
Yep. Celery. So I want to ask, because like Navi seem to change a little bit since they go into that like last series and like first game of the playoff. I think they're playing a lot more aggressive than like what they used to do. So what do you guys think? Like, is there any changes that you guys made for like a playoffs, or are you guys just gonna be sticking with your own playstyle to beat Alliance?
I mean, the playoffs didn't or us getting here wasn't very smooth.
Yeah.
Like our last 2 games took 60 and 75 minutes. So we definitely talked about some of our issues.
That's good.
Yeah, for sure. And I just have a general question. It's not like in-game Dota related, but I'm keen to hear, you know, you are a newer person to the Dota scene, I suppose, or the mainstream Dota scene, let's say. What person would you say, and this can be a player, a coach, or someone else entirely, that's had the biggest influence on your Dota career so far, and why?
Probably Zai. No, at one point I was feeling pretty down, but I just watched Zai streams, and he was always very relaxed. I mean, this is like 3-4 years ago. He was always calm. He was just enjoying the games. He would lose 20 games in a row, and he would, I don't know, just listen to his crazy music and have fun.
Just crank up the Mango Bay and have a good time. Have you ever spoken with him directly about, you know, any sort of tips or anything like that?
I mean, it's kind of weird how it goes. When you're on different teams, you don't talk about anything related to strats for the most part. I don't know. You can't give anything away to the competition from his side, mostly, probably. But
that's true, mate. Well, fingers crossed that you do get to have a series up against Team Secret here in this upper bracket. So we'll let you get prepared for your series against Alliance, and good luck once again.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, another player has to rectify the mistakes that a lot of casters have made. So it is Celery. It's not Celery. So that's me trying to go a little bit too in-depth with these names. But I think for now on, I'm just going to ask players their name, and then we'll just leave it at that.
What is your preferred pronunciation? It's 2020. We can ask these things now.
True. That's fine. That's fine. But now, that, I mean...
I was happy to hear those responses, you know, like... you know, having trust in themselves, saying, you know, our last 2 games went to 60 and 75 minutes, so clearly something needs to change. You never want to be in that situation. It's just, it heaps so much more stress onto yourself, unless you're going for this hyper late game lineup with like an Arc Warden or something, and you're just going to be able to, you know, slowly whittle away at their defenses.
Yeah, I think it'll be really good if Viking can play a little more aggressive in the early to mid game. I think they threw away a lot of advantage in this time. They rather choose to go for the safer route, but I hope they actually talked about it and tried to figure something out.
I know it's kind of the trend with the meta, but it's such a QO thing to say. I love these teams when they get aggressive, you know? I'm just always, I want to see the aggression. I want to see these lane dominators. I want to see the game end in 20 minutes with fountain dives.
I have a very bad trauma from like a TI3 or TI4 where all these like Chinese games went like 60 minutes, 70 minutes, and I decided to myself, like, I'm always gonna just run at them, and like, I don't care if I lose or whatever it is, it's just fun that way.
Okay, well, that's why QO is the only TI participant that we have here on the panel, and there's a reason why that we have to go to a break, and that's because we are getting ready for game number 1 here between Viking GG and Alliance. As I said, about a 3-minute break before we start getting into draft number 1 here for our upper bracket series. We'll see you then.
don't want your empathy. I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm not a favor.
Welcome back, everyone here. All the pre-stuff is done and dusted, and that means game number 1 draft is just over the horizon. Alliance taking on Viking GG in a full best-of-3. Winner continues on in the upper bracket. Loser, unfortunately, has to go to the lower bracket of death. Right now, I've got my panelists back here. Dan or Cured, lads. Draft is already on our faces. Talk about it.
Like, it's pretty surprising. I have to admit this Morphling and Troll ban. First 2 ban on a carry hero.
I mean, they might be employing the anti-Matumba Man strat that Nigma did. There were 7 bans that Matumba, and then he just brings out the Alchemist and wins anyway. So something a little different. And picking a Shaker into a Rubik in the first phase, that's ballsy.
Everything looks a bit questionable here, but like with the Morphling and Troll, it's a Nico Baby's favorite hero. I'll say, like, he's very
no Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with the Rubik, I think they are sort of copying the Liquid like the way like. There's no way you can just actually pick Rubik first pick if you're not going to be using it as a position 5 or position 4.
Potentially as a 5, yeah. They're much more stronger with Aramis playing it, but I've seen Celery play it a few times as well, so you do have that flexibility. I'm a little surprised, and I would think that Alliance are going to ban out this Snapfire, because at the end of the day, when you come down to these team fights which require a higher level of execution, you just want simple. You know, you want to drop that Chrono, drop the Mortimer's Kisses, and not have to worry, and like 2 or 3 heroes just die. It just makes things very simple. What's not simple is laning as a Void against a Venomancer, because that is hell. We talked about these dirty heroes during ESL 1 Thailand, and it looks like Alliance, they're taking a page from the C team's books.
Yeah, and when I don't really feel confident with this Void unless like Nigma's using it, unless you're pairing up with Magnus Void. Like, just a Void itself just didn't really pull off. I feel like every team knows how to deal with it. So, and then if Alliance like bans Magnus in one of these 3 heroes, I think they're gonna be in big trouble. Like, starting with the losing 1 lane, and if Alliance set up like winning other 2 lanes, I think that it's gonna be a big problem for the Viking.
I think the biggest thing for me is, this was something I was going to say, is making sure you don't give Celery his Chen or his IO. In this lane, if you have a lot of regen, the Void can start with those rings of regen. They're very, very cheap, give him a little bit of regen, and then you have something like an IO or a Chen to back him up, and then the Venomancer doesn't really do much to you because you don't have to time walk anyways.
There's more carry bans coming out. I'm just saying, you know, I think what Viking need to do next is they just need to secure this offlane. Assuming that this Rubik is going to be pos 4, Bloodseeker's just a really good lane for it, you know? They play it all the time. It's a lane-dominating hero. The enemy team is going to have a rough time against it. They're banning out a lot of the heroes that can potentially deal with the Blood Rite as well. So I feel like that's the way that they might be opting to go.
Yeah. Bloodseeker.
They haven't used any of their reserve time to have a Viking, which is a really good idea coming into a draft like this. It's game number 1, full best of 3 series. Yeah, exactly. Like, it shows that these guys are ready and they've done their research and they know exactly what they want to do.
So ready to ban 7 carry heroes.
I'd imagine this is probably going to be like a Sven ban to me, or something like a Juggernaut, and then they could pick up the Bloodseeker for themselves, or...
PA ban. I'm predicting. Yeah.
Just another Nico Baby hero. I mean, all his solid staples are gone. Those first 4 are Nico Baby heroes through and through, so he's going to have to start pulling out the old cards from the other hat.
Maybe a Slark might be. Like, he might want to get a little bit more active considering he's got an Earth Shaker. You need to be able to have some time to come online as this Shaker. You know, yes, you can get the blocks off, which are really good with a Venomancer if you're opting to run that dual lane, but other than that, you're not really providing all that much in the laning stage.
Yeah. Just one thing is like a building potential if they pick Slark. I think the reason why Slark is not being preferred to pick is, even if you're farmed, you can only catch people. And eventually, when you're going to high ground, it's very hard to actually go to high ground. And I really like Slark. I want to see more of that hero, but...
I hate Slark, so I'm very glad that he's in the bin right now.
It's anti-mage. So again, the reason I was considering Slark as their pick is, again, it's one of these heroes that can avoid things like the Blood Right, you know? He's just very able to blink out of it. You can use Pounce out of it. There's a Ricky potentially still in the pool for it. I would be really surprised if they don't pick it up right now.
Yeah. Will Viking pick? So you reckon Viking will be picking Bloodseeker?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, the Slider still in the pool here for Toby. It's something that he has fallen on time
Against
and time
Avenge,
again.
though? Like, it's not in the lane, but
Yeah.
you never feel good.
Maybe they just have to like save a bit of like a Toby. Like they probably have to pick like Toby's hero in this like a third or fourth phase. Otherwise, he's gonna get like all banned like his hero pool. But I don't think Alliance is gonna be like showing up like the very obvious matchup. I know that like a Viking has this like a last fourth pick. Like so they get to see the fourth pick of Alliance. And within that, they will be probably picking up Nico Baby's hero. But I'm just wondering how they will be.
Okay, FNG Classic with the Oracle here, and they just go for the IO.
I was about to say, like, it's either going to be the IO or Bloodseeker, just because, obviously, like you mentioned, you know, you don't really care all that much about this damage over time. You can just sit underneath the tower with the tether on, get some passive regen for yourself. Just a single bracer is often enough to keep this Faceless Void very happy in the lane.
And because they show like a Void, like they need to, like Void lane is already countered. Like Viking has to counter one of this lane, like a mid or off lane. So
is it countered though? Like I feel like the IO makes it a bit more even. Like you don't have the kill
with the
potential,
regen,
of course.
like double like a ring of regen with the IO heal. I think it might like help him a little bit, but I think in terms of like a CS wise, I've seen many Void players like even though you get like a double ring, you're generally low, and like a CS wise, it doesn't look really good.
Yeah. With Alliance, they like to save Limb's hero for last a lot of the time, and they do have the last pick overall to potentially catch them out if they, you know, we've seen them Timbersaw teams before in the past run that mid and stomp them. It's not a terrible game for a Timbersaw based off these lineups so far, but you know, you've always still got that option. But Alliance, they're running a little low on their reserve time, only 25 seconds left. So
they have to pick really strong hero here, like for the carry position, if they want to open with Nico Baby.
Well, what do they go for here then? Is it something like a Juggernaut for them? It doesn't feel that strong of a hero. There's not Ursa?
Drow.
Okay, all right.
I wonder why they went with the Drow then.
Bloodseeker?
I wonder why they went with the Drow if, I'm sorry, the Oracle instead of Avenge, right? If they were going to go this Drow strategy. It's saved for the Faceless Void. I mean...
So does the Oracle, I guess.
I know, but you also provide that offensive potential as well.
Because right now, if like a Viking picks Drow, I mean the Bloodseeker here, like we're gonna be seeing, like Elias has to either swap the lane. I've seen so many matchups of this Drow Ranger versus Bloodseeker. Drow Ranger just can't farm. Like they're gonna be forced. They can just force Elias to like go offensive tri lane by just picking Bloodseeker here.
And that's a pretty weak offensive tri lane if they do go for it, right? Like Earthshaker, Oracle, Drow doesn't really give you enough confidence in that lane against, you know, an IO Faceless Void and probably a Rubik.
Earthshaker really, like, yeah, it's a Bloodseeker.
You guys are so smart, dude. You guys are so smart.
And then with the way that they pick around this Venomancer a lot of the time with Alliance, they want to go for this lane dominating hero, which for the mid lane. And so you have that luxury with having the last pick overall in the draft. So you're going to be able to pick the perfect hero for the situation. There have been very few mid heroes banned out, only the Invoker and the Death Prophet, and the Morphling, I guess, kind of. But those aren't really the style of heroes that Limp likes to play anyway in that lane. You know, he picks the Doom, the Viper, the Tiny, Lina even potentially, and you've got a lot of potential to start dominating that lane with the more advantageous matchup that you get from being able to counter the mid, and then snowball that to create more space for the Drow.
Yeah, and as I mentioned in the early, like before this match, I think Boom is like one of the really impressive mid laner that I know. He plays really aggressive. I like it. Like he has a really solid laning. A bit like yeah, like I don't really see him making a lot of mistakes. So if Viking somehow picks like one of the like strong mid heroes such as Lina or something, I'm sure Boom will be able to pull it off. They don't. Like Alliance don't have like enough catch or anything.
Well, that's the thing.
Just
like,
one Earthshaker.
Boom's most preferred hero to play in that mid lane is the Shadow Fiend and the Tiny, right? Tiny can be countered in so many ways, right? If you let the enemy team have this counter pick with it, which they do have with the last pick of the draft. So I feel like something like Alina is perfectly reasonable, right? They don't have great roam. It's going to do all right in the lane most of the time, and you can still dish out damage as that mid laner into the Chronosphere. So I think it's perfectly viable.
I really like this Lash ban here.
What are we thinking about something like a Storm Spirit Band? And, you know, something that Boom does like to play. I think there's far too many heroes here now that Alliance have to ban. They just have to pick the hardest one for them to counter in that final pick, right? Like something like maybe they get rid of the Lina here, then they just deal with a Storm Spirit SF or a Tiny if it does come out, and then just go, okay, we've got the counter matchup for Limp. He might be able to get like a Timbersaw or something fun and janky like that.
Are we lacking much stuns as well? Yeah, they've only really got one hero with 3 different stuns on the Alliance side. So maybe they're going to look for a little bit more lockdown. Again, just that's safe. Like, it does all right in most lanes, right? So I think Viking probably are going to go something like the Lina just because it is safe enough.
I think, yeah, like because of this IO Bloodseeker, there's no reason to actually go for the, like, Lina. They can already dominate 2 lane by just picking Lina. And it looks like Alliance requires a lot of... They need to choose lane dominating hero, but also like a...
Roam.
Yeah, like a good roamer. Otherwise, like they're gonna be like lose the lane and they won't be able to come back in this game.
Yeah. So there's a lot of issues coming in from Alliance in this final pick that it's going to be hard for them to rectify them all with a single hero.
Yep.
We might see a Doom come out for Alliance, I think.
Oh, that's probably like one good choice.
Yeah, I think we've seen how good someone like Iceberg is on it. Yep, Lina coming for Viking. Doom isn't a fantastic matchup against the Lina, right? You can just get harassed down. You might need to buy a Ring of Protection just so that you're not getting constantly bopped with that long range of hers. But, you know, you're able to do something, and it's a good counter to the Faceless Void.
But, like, if they want to win this Lina matchup, like, I don't think any hero can simply just beat Lina. Lina is, like, a strongest hero. You have to...
Well, they can if you've got the rotations, which they don't.
You have to pick, like, a right hero that can use the Earthshaker Fissure properly. And
is this...
DK
are they changing this up a little bit? Because S4 likes to play the Dragon Knight a lot of the time. They haven't picked the hero just yet, but
I think it's the Dragon Knight mid.
Would Venomancer do okay
against
mid?
Lina?
No, okay, S4 will be picking the Venomancer. So it's going to be Dragon Knight versus Lina mid, lads. You know, we'll talk about a few heroes that don't really, you know, fare too well against the Lina. Do they think the Dragon Knight is a good enough rectifier of a few of the
I mean, it does fine in the lane, but again, you need that roaming potential. And Dragon Knight isn't the most mobile hero, right? You need to build a couple of these items first before you go into the Blink Dagger. And I think he's going to rely on people converging into his lane as opposed to him moving elsewhere. So I'm going to favor Viking GG their draft for this. Execution...
But you're going for Alliance?
No, I'm going to stick with Viking. I
You're
really
sticking
like
with Viking?
Yeah.
What about you, Kubo? What are your thoughts about game number 1?
Looking rough, I think.
For who?
For Alliance in terms of draft.
Well, it seems like the GG bet odds are more in
I'll
favor of
probably
Alliance.
just follow GG bet odds. Like it's like the last pick DK sounds okay. It doesn't sound like that bad.
It's not a 24th pick in the draft is what we're saying, you know? It's not the win condition. It's not like, oh, wow, it's that hero. It's just like, oh, yeah, it'll do fine.
All right, well, lads, you heard it here from my panel, so let's hear it here from Fogged. Fingers crossed he doesn't blow off Owen's ears once again here, so we're going to leave it with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 1 of Alliance versus Viking GG. I'm Odie Pixel here with Fogged. And Fogged, well, what are you expecting from these two teams? I mean, all very exciting between these two. Alliance has been on the up and up, and Viking, I mean, they're sort of maybe not as performed as well as people expected coming into this, but still the wins have looked good from them.
Yeah, I like their draft quite a bit here. I think it matches their style. I like when I see Viking, even from the beginning of when they made this team, you know, when we were first starting to cast them at WePlay, all aggression, just fast-paced team play. I think that's exactly what this lineup brings. The Void is obviously that slower hero, but the other four, it's all about pressure. I love it.
Well, let's have a look here what we have got coming out from the sides in terms of lanes over on Alliance. Hans Kent heading to the top with S4, them on the Shaker and the Venom. Going to have FNG supporting, saving lives on his Oracle. Limp on one of his signatures, the classic Limp DK, of course, coming out at the end of that draft on the mid. Nico Baby on the safe lane Drow. Over on the side of Viking GG, Toby's there on the off-lane Bloodseeker. Aramis going to be making the moves with a boots first Rubik support. And over towards the middle, Boom, mid laner, top lane, Shad, the Void, supported by Celery Io. I mean, already sort of looking at some of these lanes. I mean, top, we've got that hold, the Veno against the Void. You know, it's one of those heroes that Void can struggle at farming into. Is that totally counteracted by the fact that he's going to have Celery backing him up on the IO, or is this still going to be a bit of an annoying lane for Shad?
It should still be a little bit annoying, but he can obviously alleviate a good amount of the pressure as Celery. He's gone for the Bracer build. We saw Puppey do the double Ring of Regen build. So a couple different builds we see coming out from these. And yeah, I think bottom will probably be the bigger one that we look at for just the punishing and just overall pressure. Because this Drow, we've seen this matchup so many times. Even the panel, you know, they're talking about it. Drow versus Bloodseeker. This Bloodseeker Rubik, they're going to play super aggressive, and we're going to have to see what Alliance does to kind of help out Nico Baby. I feel like he's going to suffer down here a lot.
Sure. Because, I mean, I guess they do have, obviously, FNG on the Oracle that can offer some heals, but is still very much a hero that's not going to be able to hold them back when they do start diving in, and also a hero that himself is also going to be vulnerable to Bloodseeker and Rubik getting on top of him.
Yeah, it's a really challenging lane. That's why we've been seeing it picked up so much. And Viking, they're very comfortable with this. Aramis, he's playing like one of his most signature heroes, his Rubik. He's been very dominant on it, and Toby's had a pretty good time on this Bloodseeker a couple of times too. So we'll see how all these things do play out. Mid, a little bit of a boring matchup, but Limp should be able to do just fine. I want to see how Boom plays around this, though. I want to see if he's actually just full harassing or if he's just doing some stuns to mess with last hits, because there are different ways you can play this matchup. And already missed 2 last hits actually on the first wave, which is not the greatest sign.
No, and it's interesting because I do feel like we do see some mid laners, like, they will go for that level 1 light strike array when they are against a melee hero. I mean, do you think the reason why he doesn't do that is because this melee hero Limp, as the DK, has got the breathe fire in turn, so he knows that Limp's still going to be able to play around the CS, or would you like to sort of see the usage of the stun more aggressively when you are a laner against a melee hero?
I'll use, Sumail's words, because this is like a mid laner kind of thing. He said, this was his quote from TI too. He was like, I think anyone who doesn't get stun is garbage. That was one of his things.
Damn, Sumail.
Yeah, but that was like a while back, of course.
Yeah.
Because you could play so well around it, and it's like you look at it and it's the same damage, but you get extra hits and lower cooldown. It's like pretty much exactly the same ability, so.
Yeah. No, interesting that Boom doesn't, of course, want to go for it. And maxing out the Dragon Slave.
Yeah.
So second point into that. Not choosing to utilize the stun at all against Limp. And I think, honestly, that's to Limp's pleasure. Like, Limp is... He's doing better than I feel he possibly should do in this matchup right now.
Yeah, I mean, DK usually farms pretty well versus these. Lina sometimes is the one that, you can get a little bit of an advantage because you're constantly forcing the wave in. But no, yeah, Limp's going to free farm here. And boom, it looks like he's going to miss a couple last hits, especially when this starts doubling up on his tower. Down bottom, Toby is a little low. Constant harassment from FNG is starting to add up a little bit. And Nico Baby's farm it's getting secured.
Yeah, up on the top lane, Shad. Not struggling too much against the pressure of S4 and Hansken. I mean, up on this top lane, I guess with Hansken around, Celery's the one you're looking for, but still with some good tether plays, Celery can get away from a good Fisher. So saying that, though, they're both taking heavy bits of damage here, and Celery, he's going to tick pretty low. I mean, Shad, he was even thinking about taking his life there. And Celery says, no, please, I'm not going to die. Shad will let him be. He's not going to look to deny him as Celery gets the salve out, and will manage to keep them both in lane. No need to kill each other off for now.
Actually ends up being great because now they get the double efficiency from that salve, and this is a whole wave pushing into Shad's tower, and he's not missing any of these last hits here, it seems. So that pressure was there, but he's still getting all these last hits, so it's not hurting him too much. Oh, even Celery getting a nice last hit there too. Very nice teamwork. They got every single one there. I love it. Sharing the wealth between the support and the core.
I mean, it's little things like that. Some of the reasons why we have seen Viking have the success that they have. They do seem very in tune with one another, this team.
Yeah. Lots of good synergy coming out from these boys.
Yeah. On mid.
So that 4-minute mark coming out. So for bottle to fill up, we see Limp. He doesn't need a bottle. He just goes for the boots this game. And he's able to just go get an easy rune. Hansken gets the one top.
See if he can do anything with the invis. Unlikely, though, was picked up underneath vision from Viking.
Yeah.
So they know it's coming. And even having these sentries around here as well. Celery, yeah, he knows to play this cautious.
Oh, and he gets to farm a juicy play board. Nice, 15 gold.
Easy money for the IO. And this, yeah, both carries. Not really feeling any sort of heat early on. Mid lane just continues to be a straight trade. Very close here on the opening limp. 26 for 2, 27 for 3 on Boom.
Yep. We see bottom. They're getting the pulls off, actually. FNG is getting a good doing a good job of getting the pulls, which makes Nico Baby actually able to farm under tower. Because I felt like what Viking needed to do in this game is keep the lane in positioning where Toby is right now. Lane keeps getting moved, so they can't actually pressure this Drow Ranger as we normally see this matchup go. So we normally see the Bloodseeker plus Rubik be able to do. They're doing a good job, Alliance, in these lanes. Seeing FNG just burn some nice range drop charges there.
And does it sort of surprise you that Nico Baby's not getting more pressured by these two early on? Did you think he'd have a bit of a tougher time as the Drow?
Yeah, I did. They got really good pulls off. I'm just watching FNG. He just got another one off. He's just gotten like 3 or 4 pulls off. He has the side camp blocked the whole time too, so he's just resetting lane positioning. They can't get aggro. He's getting, like, Nico Baby's actually missing a couple under the tower here and there, but for the most part, he's free farm mid.
I do try the aggressive move in onto Boom. They're in with the Dragon Tail stun, but Aramis is TP'd over and Limp. He's already starting to just back off and get some hits in onto the tower. They turn towards Hansken with the Laguna Blade up. Boom's able to pop it. Viking GG get the first blood. It's just a little too deep there with that hunt and not quite able to get Boom on the right side of the Fisher block.
Very, very quiet first 6 minutes. As soon as those catapults start kicking in, the double rotation comes. The Viking responds a little more accordingly. It's a nice kill for Boom. He's actually going to move away from the mid lane too. Aramis maybe get a little bit of free experience. And that's the first DK form used. Only about 600 damage on the tower, and Boom gets a kill out of it. So
he's got a little bit more time here.
Yeah.
A few more hits on it at least. On top, Hansken is headed back over here. And we're seeing if we can do something with S4. Celery and Shad do step forward. They're actually able to take the courier out. S4 there with a bit of mismanagement of his courier micro.
It seems like he's not able to slow them down at all. I thought he'd be able to slow it, even though the IO is so good at keeping all this regen going. I thought he'd be able to actually slow down Shad a little, but he's not. Shad is absolute full free farm up here. Even the IO has some last hits, as we see for Celery up to 10. He's getting an op sword there. Just going slightly better for Viking here at these first 7 minutes. And we look at this, another courier snipe. Aramis finds himself one as well. And immediately TP's top. Looking for a play.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Hansken, he's gone right up to the wave. He gets a Fisher out, but not before he goes down. As, yeah, I mean, I just didn't expect Aramis to come in like that. Felt that against the Void in the IO, he'd always have a chance to stun and walk away, but Aramis coming in to the trees and at sort of a pace that was very unexpected, as it seemed there. As you said, as soon as he killed that courier, he was making a move, because that is a pretty, five-head thing to do, right? He knows that they're thinking, oh, he's down there, he's killing couriers, doing something in our jungle. No, he's top, and he's ganking your Shaker.
Yeah, and now he's even using this time. He's utilizing his time as well. He's level 5. He's stacking. He immediately buys a smoke too and a clarity and a ward, so he looking to be active again. And look at this start here for the Rubik. Level 5, soon to be arcane boots. It's like the dream start really for your Rubiks.
Yeah, very, very smooth opening here from Aramis this game.
And it's actually
already 2k lead at 8 minutes.
They pushed the look at top. Like S4 is jungling now. So Void, the pressure is gone because he has Chrono available. He's queuing up a Midas. This is looking real good for Viking at the start here.
And sort of overall, why is that? Is that just because you feel that Alliance's lineup is one that does sort of want to be taking the lead early on?
Yeah, you're running a DK Drow into Void. Like, sure, there's a Lina on the other team, which can be a little volatile and can kind of just die. But I think we've all started to see that Void is just the king. Even versus Spectre late game, like I'm just seeing these Voids just kill him by himself. And yeah, they're not slowing him down at all. And Drow is getting slowed down. Venno is getting slowed down. Alliance, they're about taking early towers, getting themselves a decent gold lead.
I'll see the status of the mid tower here is down to less than half HP. Limp's coming in with the second usage of the DK form this game. Boom just trying to do his best to push back with the Dragon Slave spam. And top lane, Shad and Celery attempting to step in onto S4. He's able to slow them down enough, and a good job that he does. I mean, a few bashes and Shad would have dropped the Chrono to commit.
Hanskin was trying to get aggressive onto Toby there, but Aramis was rotating. There's a ward that was just missed by the D ward from Aramis, but he's looking to set up onto Limp mid. Limp is kind of low, but 21 and a cloak. Kind of a tough kill here still.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to burst in. Sever just hold it safe by the tower, keep on farming. Bottom lane, Fisher set up onto Toby. A root coming in. So they should have the damage here with Nico Baby firing in from the side, or maybe not, because
Celery's here.
He's in with the save, and Toby, he's going to be fine. Turns around, Bloodbright down, forcing Hansken to step out to the side, and they keep the Bloodseeker alive there. Alliance not quite having the damage to take him down before Celery turns up. Now Limp's up on the high ground trying to contest it. There's a lot of heroes here. They do manage to get a lovely Fisher from the low ground. Hansken able to put a stop to that hold on to Limp, attempting to keep him in the Bloodbright. As Limp will be able to walk away from that.
That would have been scary for a second. They're getting their time to farm up here now. Nico Baby, level 7, very strong. He's actually setting up with Limp mid to pressure here. Tower's already taken, though.
Yeah, I guess maybe just feels that the bottom lane is no longer sort of a safe place to be now that Toby's at level 7.
Yeah, I thought he'd go top. I guess he doesn't have a point in Gust, so he didn't want to go toward top. Wants to hit maybe level 8 before he looks to go to the Void lane. But they could definitely look to punish Shad right here. They have Limp up here with the long stun. Hanskin, only level 4, though.
Yeah, big moves. Is it done? It's done at the same time, though, whilst S4 vacates the top lane. He's TP'd down bottom at the same time that Alliance seemingly wanted to try and make a move top. So with it just being Limp and Hanskin, they actually have to back away and now head over towards mid because Nico Baby is going to be saved by FNG, but there's the Chrono from Shad.
Nice reload.
They're able to bring him in with a big relocate, lock down the two of them with the Chronosphere. Shaddy's been healed up. Limp will turn with the Dragon Tail onto the Void, but no damage. Means that there's no threat for Shad, and he's straight back to top, straight back to farming. I mean, we're already just seeing some really perfect moves from Viking GG.
Yeah, and Nico Baby maybe not, giving some respect to that IO, that he's playing in the lane as a Drow rather than jungling this early on. Very easy to die as a Drow. His bottom, S4.
Let's see if they can find him, and Aramis with the Soul and Purifying Flames, he's got that extra bit of burst. They get the kill, Limp. Gets the stun onto Aramis.
There's heals,
trying to do the damage, but Celery, again, just saving anybody that gets looked upon by Alliance. He's always there, Celery, making the saves happen.
Oh, and the Purifying Flames with the IO. Oh, Aramis is just back up to full HP after that pressure play.
Oh, we see it there again on the replay. Fantastic Chrono and relocate movement there from the two of them.
He still hasn't taken a point in Gust. I'm not a fan. I think he should have taken it at 8. I think that might hurt him a lot here. I think especially in that situation too. Like,
yeah, especially if he's coming to lane right.
Yeah, if he's not going to be playing in any types of lane rather than just jungling, I feel like he should have at least 1 point because the reloads can come in. You can just Gust on the reload. So that did hurt him a bit there.
I'm trying to go in onto Toby, but the heals are there for Seller. There's just not enough damage to take him out. As we're really just, it seems at the moment that Alliance's real struggle is if they don't have Nico Baby around. And even when they do, the damage just isn't quite yet there at the moment to deal with the sustain of this IO. Celery, anybody that he tethers, is just not going to get killed off by Alliance's attempts right now in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, their damage, like you said, it's really going to come mostly from Nico Baby. The two supports on this side, they don't deal the most. Sure, FNG, he can burst one target with his Purifying Flames, but it can be a bit hard playing versus IO. He can counteract really quickly. DK's damage not the biggest right now either, so... Yeah, definitely some lack on Alliance here, and just needing to buy time to farm. But I don't know if time really helps them because you're playing into Vikings. You're playing into Vikings' hand.
Yeah, Shad, he's loving life. He's top net worth. He's in the top lane. He's getting all the space in the world. Midas running at a good time, and also by the looks of it, he's going to queue up the BKB next. I mean, he knows when he gets the BKB. I mean, we're seeing already the lack of damage that Alliance's heroes have right now. That BKB, it's going to make him invincible. Only really the Drow is going to be doing anything through that. Even the DK, you're just not going to have those right-clicking items on them anytime soon if they do come out.
Gets the ward down. He sees Nico Baby, but Nico, boom, just
relocate coming in.
Oh, they're actually going to get him there anyway.
Yeah, they're just going to move in with the Chrono. There is going to be a false promise from FNG coming in, and here's the reaction from Alliance. Big Gust onto the 5 of them. They're turning over towards Boom. Boom trying to step back. The Bloodbright's down. Fisher out onto Boom, but Boom's actually able to make it out of there. And Celery, the relocate, takes the Void back out to the bottom lane. Actually, no, Void, he sticks around. Sorry, it's taking Toby back to the bottom. Shad stays up top. They're still trying to chase down Aramis. Aramis, he's just going to go straight up for the TP out. Oh, he's going to make it away. He tries to stun him with the Echo Slam, but the range of the Aftershock, of course, much smaller than the Echo Slam itself. So the damage was done, but the stun wasn't there.
Nope, nobody died. That was the weirdest thing ever. Nobody died. Alliance reacts perfectly, but Viking, they disengage perfectly
as well. They just couldn't kill anyone.
They get everybody out, and then they go bottom and take a tower, too. That's some heads-up moves coming out from them. And now, I mean, Echo Slam is on cooldown. DK Dragon Form is on cooldown. Some big ultimates were used. Even though, you know, Viking, they did use their Chrono, definitely the bigger ones used on the side of Alliance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
attack. And as you said, you know, it feels like for Vikings lineup, sure that the Chrono was used, but the downtime, it doesn't really hurt them, right? No. As long as, you know, Alliance don't come a-hunting, they're more than fine waiting out these 90 seconds, allowing Shad to just continue to hit creeps and work towards getting that BKB done.
Yeah, they're getting quite a bit more space on the map. They're even being able to pressure these lanes here. Look at the way the Alliance is well postured. Everyone's kind of just sitting in the triangle area protecting Nico, baby. Limp is farming a hard camp, but he's definitely struggling to find a little bit in comparison. Viking just playing the map a little bit better right now. First 15 minutes, only 5-0, but slightly better movements pulling them ahead. As bottom Alliance, they're trying to sweep through their jungle. No Echo Slam. Gonna be at the ready for another minute or so, but they do have Limp with this form.
Yeah, no, they have got the Poison Nova ready. I mean, S4, he's not skilled it, but he has a skill point ready to go for it if he needs it. He's gonna look towards Toby, but there's the save again. Celery.
Oh my god.
A quick relocate out to the side, gets Toby away from the attempted from Alliance. They'll turn over towards Shad. Have they got enough control for him, though? The Bloodbright laid down to give him the space to run. There's the jump, though. With the Poison Nova, Shad's going to take huge amounts of damage. He's still trying to run, and with these time walks, he's getting away. Celery does go down, but his moves may have just saved his cause as Shad's able to break away, go for the TP out. Shad will live. It's S4 in onto Aramis. Aramis tries for the TP, but Limp, he's got the stun. So Alliance finally able to get some kills themselves as they find the two supports, but Viking are able to keep all their cores safe.
Limp's Blink Dagger's paying big right now. Being able to get all these catches and just dodge the Blood Rights and reinitiate. It's kind of the only thing that's going really well for Alliance, it does feel like still. Because they're really suffering to get Nico Baby involved. His farm isn't bad though at all. He's actually almost level 12 and he's kind of tying the Faceless Void with a Midas. So all things considered, it's not the worst situations here for Alliance.
Nico Baby.
Bottom, FNG's showing a bit far. He's going to TP. There's a Euls on Toby. Can't quite get him.
Yeah, I thought he'd be able to find him there.
Yeah.
He didn't. He did not.
Chrono at the ready. Let's see if Viking looks to make another move here. They keep doing these relocate plus Chrono plays if they do send like 1 or 2 heroes with the smoke. They do have Vision of Limp. That would be the big target. Even though Nico Baby's getting all this farm, I feel like Limp's being a bit more of a nuisance. If they can slow him down once or twice, it could be pretty big for them. Swooping the jungle. They have Chronosphere ready. BKB's on the horizon. 500 more gold for Shad. That's going to be a huge timing. Alliance not going to be able to contest versus this Void at all. He's going to be able to go straight for these backlines once he does have that BKB.
And when you look at sort of the heroes that Shad's got around him, do you sort of consider that they will, in most situations, have the damage required to throw into that Chrono to get the kills?
Might be lacking a little bit. It's going to be a lot depending on the positioning of Boom and Aramis.
Here we go, Roshan. It's falling. There is a relocate and a Chrono ready to play with. If Viking do want to try and bring themselves over here, as it's already a half HP. Alliance continue to finish this. A Viking going to look to scout this out at all.
They're just hitting tier 2 for now with the Void. The BKB's all the way back at base. He's bringing it with the Courier. Alliance might get away with this here.
Looks like
Losing some towers, though, as mid tower dies and bottom might die also. So Viking maybe making a trade.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, it looks like Alliance, they're just going to be allowed to get this. No intention from Viking to put a stop to this. Alliance will commit for the Roche, and they'll get it. Aegis now for Nico Baby. Bottom lane, Tier 2 does finish.
Towers out of it. I feel like that was pretty value for Viking if they can get away with Shad.
I mean, it definitely, like, was Viking were absolutely aware of that going on, and it was, yeah, very clear that they had no intention of actually going to the Roche pit. That was not the play they chose to make whatsoever, and they did opt for that trade instead.
They might just, I mean, with the way that they're playing, it looks like they just might be like, whatever, who cares if Drow has an Aegis? Like, I think that's, at least from the way that they've postured, the way that they set that up, they pushed the 2 lanes. It's the way it looks, and they did claim the bottom outpost, 30 seconds, Alliance. Yeah. They're going to have to reclaim it, or they're not going to get that XP bonus.
I don't think they're going to be able to do so. I mean, if they're coming down to this one, Chronosphere's up. Shab will happily drop that, keep that outpost protected.
Look at Boom's position. He's literally just standing at the outpost, waiting for someone to try to come up and get it. Alliance starting to set up some vision to try. Limp's going to be the one to poke it. Let's see.
And he's going to get it back under his control by this unless Boom can he use in time. Oh, the stun's out.
It's
and
perfect.
that will put a stop to the channel. So keeps the outpost under the control of Viking. There's now the jump. They are getting onto Boom here. Instantly Boom. BKBing and using there. A bit of a panic play. He's able to turn, get the Light Strike Ray down onto Limp. Nico Baby trying to punch into Boom, but the heal's there from Celery. Boom's able to step out to the side. Gale out onto the Void, but no further chase it. And Alliance won't try and push on any more. Maybe they could get Celery. He's down on low ground, but Tether's available. Back up he goes over towards Toby. Mech's popped. Celery's going to be fine as Viking. They hold that outpost control and they get out without losing anybody.
Pretty nice, yeah, definitely the right move coming up for them, and that's it. They chose to do that one instead of contesting that Roche. Now they're going to have to watch out a little bit. Hanskin, he does have the Blink Dagger finish, so big team fight coming into play for Alliance in comparison now, besides just really Limp being in the front line. Viking looking to dodge the map a little bit here. Split push the side lanes, get their farm finished up. Not to fight into this Aegis just right now. Just spam. But Toby, he shows himself. They're trying to get him, trying to pressure him.
I mean, right by underneath the tier 2s. TPs are, of course, going to come in. They'll drop the Poison Nova down onto him. Now the Rupture's down to S4. S4 trying to hold his ground, hiding in the trees. So looking for him. FNG can keep him safe. Jump him from Limp. Trying to finish off Toby, but Toby's able to step out to the side. He's going to live. Now the Blood Right silencing Limp. They've lost Hansken. Nico Baby's getting hit pretty hard here by the tower. They've got to force him back to safety, keeping him alive with the Urn Charge. So he'll be all right. I'll keep him safe, but Hansken down.
They're reload cutting them off.
Oh. The silence is there, but Shad, of course, he's got the BKB. He pops it, starts to beat him towards S4. As the bashes are there, False Promise save comes out from FNG. Shad turns over towards FNG, and with the Laguna Blade, FNG goes down. S4 still trying to juke his way out of this. Nico Baby, he's gonna need help. He's trying to turn, can't quite finish off Aramis. Aramis is still alive. Limp goes in with the stun, the Breathe Fire, and the hits onto Toby. Both of them are so low. The Blade Ward's out. Toby, is he going to live here? He is not. They get the kill. Limp's gonna be able to finish off Aramis as well here with a Breathe Fire, claims another. Alliance hitting back hard. And the fight around the Aegis working out perfectly there. Viking, they felt they could commit for the Drow, but Alliance were able to hold strong. Limp and S4 run down the rest of Viking, and now Alliance back in position to push these tier 2s and take back some control of the map themselves.
Limp has I think they can go high ground. There's no Chronosphere. I think you threaten right now. Make Viking completely on the back foot, even though they have the gold lead. Yeah, you threaten. You force a buyback. Very nicely done. And Viking, using that, I mean, Shad had to use the Chrono top to kill the Earthshaker, and then they forced the fight bottom super hard into an Aegis, overcommitting into Alliance for sure there. If they had the Chrono, that would look like a different fight probably, but without it, Alliance is all just set up in the area. Yeah, walking into the Drow and the Veno is very hard for these squishy heroes in the back, as you saw.
Yeah, Alliance closing that lead the Viking have had. It's just a 2k advantage now for Viking, and Nico Baby still holding strong right there behind Shad's Void. Timing for the Manta Star on top of the Hurricane Pike still going to be solid, and between those two, he's going to be slippery. It's going to be down to these Chronos catching him. And I think we're going to get to the point where Shad, he's really got to think about saving that Chrono for the big targets, for the big team fights.
Yeah, he's got to get on these big heroes, and he has to always has to factor into the heals that are coming in. You know, this Oracle False Promise, but also the Greaves from S4 and this hood that he has. It's making a big difference in the fights. Like this bottom fight, he turned it pretty hard because of that big heal that they don't have on their side. Viking, sure, they have this IO, but he's got the mech, but it's not fully finished just yet. Not like a Greaves, at least.
Alliance. So they're going to be grouping up. They've got a smoke here on them. They do. Handscan with the smoke, ready to make moves happen.
Only level 10, so still only level 1 Echo. Still a bit weak, but... Nico Baby, very strong. He's actually looks like he switched the build. Yeah, he was going for the Manta, now he switches to the BKB. Just a little scared, I guess, of the Lina just popping him still, because he's very squishy on this draft still, only 1600 HP. Yeah, Blood Rage plus that Laguna is definitely something that they do have to watch out for a lot of times in this game, too. I saw him Blood Raging Shad in the fights when he was BKB'd up.
Just a brief pause here. But 7-6, 2K lead still for Viking, but as we saw in that last team fight, Alliance coming in with some excellent strengths. And yeah, especially when they do have the duo BKBs out, and Limp and Nico Baby. It's all going to be down to the chronos. Everything else can be played around pretty solidly.
What is the damage going to be when these BKBs come out, though, on the side of Viking? They are pretty much all magic damage coming in from their lineup. Sure, some slight right clicks coming from the Lina from inside the chrono and the void damage, but, you know, bash, magical, everything else. If they get the BKBs off before the chrono goes off, I don't think they kill heroes like Limp.
No, oh yeah, no.
Maybe not
Limp's
even
DK,
Baby,
I don't think he's dying in a chrono.
Yeah.
As you say, if he pots BKB. Not for quite some time.
Yeah, maybe not even Nico Baby. Like, he's not that squishy either. A lot of stat items built up around him. Always going to have the Oracle, too, so... Yeah, Vikings going to have a little bit more difficulties into those BKBs for targets. Choosing which targets they go for. Very quiet game after we had, you know, OG and Secret and stuff yesterday pulling out like 50 kills in 25 minutes. Like, this is 6-7, Owen. 26 minutes almost.
A nice, relaxing game.
Yeah, just grab your coffee.
To sort of warm you into the day of ESL 1 Germany. We've got much Dota to be played today. This is one just to ease you in. You know, get yourself relaxed and prepared for the chaos that will ensue later on in the day, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for the players as well, right? You know, imagine... I mean, I guess it depends. You know, back when you were playing pro, would there ever sort of be a... Would you ever go all out in the first game of the day if you knew you had to play like a whole series? Like, you're holding some back, right? Or...
I guess you don't really think about that when you're just playing.
No,
You just play.
You just play. Okay. Yeah. That's what
I don't even know anymore. It's been so long since I played. I don't even know. It's been like 5 years. So long ago.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't played since I started casting.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not true. Did I cast an event where you were playing?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, I think... No. I never got to see you play. I don't even know that you did play. Maybe it's all a lie.
Yep. I'll give you some good replays where I fed.
6-7 here. 3K lead for Viking GG as both teams keeping it pleasant. A very pleasant game so far.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Viking, I'd be pretty happy with all this downtime, right? You have a void lineup.
I think so too, right? I mean, especially after that bit of a blunder down bottom where Alliance had the Aegis, they were able to win the fight, and then Viking were probably like, oh my goodness, what's Alliance going to be able to do now? They haven't really done anything since. Alliance have also opted to take the farming route, which, yeah, I think Shad's not going to be too upset with.
It's always a concern, though, for me, like when it's these Linas, you know, you're progressing into these late games, but I have seen a couple of these times where these Linas progress into these right-clicking beasts, and I'm looking at Boom, you know, he's prepared. He's gotten both talents, the health talent, the damage talent, Imp Claw, queuing up an AC. He's prepping for the right-click and for the tankiness as well.
There we are, Alliance. Finally decided it's time to end the peace and quiet.
Oh, the smoke broke, though. They're like, wait, what the heck? Why would it break down here? FNG's like,
he's not got a TP.
FNG knows.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble there.
FNG.
He's in a lot of trouble there. There's no escape for this man. Alliance.
Make him work for
We
it.
have to kill him off. Who's going to get the kill here? Nico Baby or Limp? No, FNG. Sure, let the carry or the mid take the kill. Nah, I'll take this one, says the Oracle. Classic.
He's like, wait, I'm really close to more sentries.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Good old FNG. I mean, you know he was doing that with a smile on his face. Actually, we do have the cams, actually. We could have checked that, maybe.
Dude, the cams were killing me the other day. Sox,
oh, yeah,
did you see
some good
Soxa
shots.
with the one hand? Yeah, it froze with him touching his chin, so he looked like he was playing one-handed the whole game.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, the truth of the matter is
tier.
Saxa could probably beat a lot of Dota 2 players playing with one hand.
Yep.
He's rather good at the old game.
Dire's middle tower
Mid lane. Alliance continuing to siege. The pipe is also now finished too for S4. An item that is very expensive, but definitely has its merits this game versus so much magic damage.
Now, wasn't Saxa the player? He's got multiple he got multiple accounts at the top of the leaderboard, right?
Yeah, he had 3. I think he had 2 or 3 in the top 3 at one point.
Yeah, rumor has it was one account per limb. One was his right hand, one was his left, and one was his right foot.
Possible.
Very a man of many talents, Saxa. And the mid tower taken away. No contest here from Viking. They'll just let that happen. I think Viking are still like, I think Viking's sort of approach right now is if we don't make too much noise, they won't notice that we're farming quite peacefully. So they're sort of just avoiding Alliance right now.
It definitely does seem like that. They're just both teams are just waiting for these perfect opportunities to jump each other in the back lines. They're both just afraid of the counter initiate. A nice ward right now from Alliance is spotting the IO as well as that Void up top. And they're just going to actually make their way right into that Roche pit again. Maybe forcing Viking's hands. Viking this time around, giving up an Aegis and a Cheese is a little bit more than just that one Aegis. It's going to make it a lot more difficult to actually take that fight. But I don't feel like they can contest it. Yeah, it's already going to be dead.
Vikings still just on another planet right now. They're just, you can have the Roche, we don't care. You can have the tower, we don't care. They're just letting Alliance sort of walk around the map, do what they want, whilst they avoid it all, and Shad does continue to push himself further and further ahead at the top. He's got the full MKB, going for the Satanic next. It just feels that Vikings' approach is, we get this Void to a point, then we've kind of got the game. And Alliance, we'll see how much they do try and speed it up, but it doesn't seem like Alliance feels they're under too much pressure either. It almost feels like they're also rather happy with the state of the game right now.
That is the way it feels, absolutely.
Yeah. Both teams are like, we got this.
I feel like Alliance, especially with this Aegis and Cheese, they have to do something with it, though.
Okay.
Like pressure and force something. You can get this gold lead away from Viking with this Aegis and Cheese, just causing all this pressure on the map and just shrinking it.
Wow.
Like if you start hitting this top tower, if you start hitting the racks, you have a catapult wave. You're gonna have to. The Viking's gonna be forced to come back. Unless they just decide to hit the tier 3s themselves and not care. Which, I mean, Shad's just running. He's approaching them right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And yeah, they always can do this with the relocate and stuff too, I guess. So they're going to counter push themselves. Let's say Alliance.
So there's a bit of action here.
Yeah.
Or maybe not.
I mean, Shad's pushing faster.
Shad is actually pushing faster than the whole of Alliance. So they're going to head back. Alliance with some CPs who's heading back. Handscan is, Limp is.
Are they going to chase? Is Viking going to get a chance to chase out here? Because they have reload, and if they catch 2 heroes, or if they catch 1 or... Nah, they're not going to try to. I thought Aramis might pop the smoke and try to look for some heroes in his jungle.
Shad's back to farming. It's like, okay, well, we stopped the we stopped the push. They came back.
It was
we'll
a
go back
DK
to
form
hitting
used, too. That's pretty big, so it's going to be on cooldown right afterwards. I wanted to see them just run into their jungle somehow with the smoke to try to catch some heroes, but it looks like they're still giving a little bit more respect to Alliance anyway. Even though the Earthshaker and DK had no way of getting up top. It would have taken them an eternity. We've seen those pullback plays a lot from teams, especially lately. You force 1 TP, immediately make that move. They couldn't, as they don't really have much vision either, actually, on the side of Viking. Very limited.
They're heading down, Alliance, seeing if they can find Shadow Celery.
Oh, Hanskin, he's got vision of him for a second there in the invis. Celery.
Shad. He's got a TP. Oh, his Midas is also available. Oh, Celery.
Oh.
Wait, he didn't see him there?
He saw
he did. He said
Shad just ditches. He's like, see you later, nerd.
All right, not even offering up a tether target.
Nope. Hey, we saw what happened the other day when, with the whole puppy and the ditching Matu thing, but...
I was going to say, yeah, there's some trust issues here between some of these players. And we're seeing why. We're seeing people getting ditched left, right, and center in these recent games of Dota 2. But finally a kill. A kill has occurred.
8-7.
8-7 at 33 minutes in.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. The farm game continues.
Yes. Yes, is
but
wonderful.
Limp is on the hunt, though. He has a Shadow Blade. He can find some big things here.
Oh, here we go. Limp's giving us the action. I like Limp. This man he wants to kill. We see it. He killed Celery. He killed Aramis. You know, he knows what the viewers want. They want action, and Limp's ready to give it to him.
Shad's trying to find action too in the mid lane since the DK did go toward the top, but oh, they'll actually find Hanskin. Pretty big grab. Alliance probably don't want to fight without him. But there's also Rubik down, so let's see if they see Boom 2 out of position. Limp's trying, but ooh, nice use.
Look at the Dragon Tail, Boom's away.
Got that ward sentry down. I mean, look at Boom's damage. You know, this isn't. He's starting to hit pretty hard.
That MKB, I mean, the double MKB's right. They both got him out.
Bit fragile on the Lina because of this, but let's see. Limp. DK form ends. Still looking to try to brush through the lane here. The jump onto Shad.
That's all it is. All it is. Lotus. Silence is gone. It's fine.
And now Rubik respawns. Alliance backs away. Hanskin's coming to rejoin, but they don't have DK form for a little bit here. 30 seconds, and bounty runes are up. They're going to look to get probably all 4. That might actually close that gold lead finally. Even though it doesn't feel like that gold lead means much of anything throughout this whole game here. It's
no, it's less than 1K. 35 minutes in. 9-8. You may think nothing's happened this game, and you're actually correct. It hasn't. We're still waiting for it to happen. Hopefully, it will soon. Don't worry. I mean, something always does, but so far, not a lot's happened.
I've got
so if you're just tuning in, don't bother about watching the replay. You didn't miss anything. You've just tuned in for the exciting stuff. It's going to kick off in a few minutes from now. I promise you.
It's about to, actually. The ward bottom. It's about Shad walking out. See, Boom. They find Limp.
Oh, Limp! They found
BKB,
it.
though.
He's having to pop it. He's going to use the Dragon Form as well. He's ready to go. And he's in. He's in with the stone onto Aramis. Limp, again, the savior of these peaceful times, coming in with the violence and the aggression that you've all come here to see. Chrono's down, he's able to catch the 2 of them. FNG and Hanskin have been caught by Shad. They take out FNG, Hanskin to go down as well. Double kill for Shad. Over towards Limp they look. Limp trying to hide in the trees, but they're on top of him. He's out with a blink to the south, but the light strike array from Boom will catch him. Shad, Toby and Celery turning over towards Nico Baby. Nico Baby with the BKB in the Hurricane Pike down to the low ground. Limp tries to get back in onto Boom, but the stun's there. Shad's in on top of him. Light strike array again onto the DK, controlling Limp. Limp's going to go down. And Nico Baby, the last one left surviving, has been found in the trees. And Viking, they've just killed off every single member of Alliance. That's a whole team wipe there by Viking GG. They did lose Aramis. He came in with a buyback. But other than the Rubik going down, nobody else losing their life on Viking.
Perfect chrono. Catches both of the supports, both of the back lines. Just kills them instantly. The fight from there is impossible for Alliance to win. They only have their 3 cores up versus a full 5-man squad in that area. They're just panicking. They were trying to do as much damage as they could, but yeah, just too much control, too much kiting. Now Viking, they have a huge window here. Do have to give some respect to the Echo Slam still as it is up, but yeah, just a godly chrono coming out from Shad.
And it does feel like the window's only going to get bigger. It is one of those games, you know, as you pointed out earlier, Alliance, they're running the Drow DK. Nothing was really done for 35 minutes. They farmed. They did farm, but now they've got to deal with a game that's shifting into the later stages, and a game in which there is a void at the top of the net worth, and with pretty much all the tools he needs at the moment, Shad, and still more to come with the rate that Shad's picking up these items.
And his build is perfect too, this game it feels. With the Halberd versus the double kind of range carries, the DK of course when he turns into Dragon form, and then I've Scotty versus 2 range carries and versus the health regen of the DK. It's taking all the boxes, and he's playing the farm game like we said. Look, this is why Viking was just sitting back, waiting for Alliance to make anything happen. They know. They know that they can just play this one like this.
They've got to come in with big hits. They've got to come in with big hits here as they're grouping up again mid.
It took them, like, the fact is though that the game has gotten to the point where their respawns are so long, Chrono's back up in 20 seconds. Like, they're level 22, so this Chrono, it's almost up for every single one of the fights if they do win a fight off of the hand of it.
Yeah, just all in all, just a very slow approach to the game here by Alliance. Other than Limp, as I say, Limp, our champion, he's been the one that's He's trying to fight, bless him. He's hunting. He's looking for kills. But it's just not sort of been there as a unit. As it's looking to be a little risky for Alliance now playing to this stage. Shad with the chrono. He's out hunting.
It's always up. It really just does feel like it's always up. And boom, he's hitting so hard now in these fights. He has a leveler now on the Lina too.
Oh, wow. You want some more attack speed with your attack speed on top of the attack speed? Yes.
And Hyperstone.
Yes, he does.
And he's got the talent.
There you go.
So he's gonna be packing a pretty punch.
What is his attack
go
speed?
Down.
His attack speed right now 707.
0.24.
0.24 seconds. There's some numbers that you probably won't be able to actually visualize what that actually means, but I'll tell you what it does mean. It means a hell of a lot of attack speed.
4 attacks a second. There you go.
And that's that's with the 3 stacks. And of course,
he can get overcharged. It doesn't go much faster than that though. This is close to max attack speed if I'm not mistaken. 0.24 is very fast.
Yeah, I think you're right. It doesn't get much better than that. I mean, getting into the territory fogged, where I think they might have to consider a build that is a sacred build. It is the Bashalina. What do you reckon?
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, when we see him pick it up, I'll be the one having the last laugh.
Okay. Chad, he's getting a real good positioning here. Getting onto the high ground. He's going to see everyone. The ward's placed by the Oracle.
Oh, I mean, Shad could get a solid chrono here.
Hanskin's hiding on the sides there, though. Shadow amuleted. Lines all at the ready around this Roshan. The third Rosh is up. Aghanim's blessing on it as well. This doesn't look like it's going to be an easy one for Alliance.
I mean, they got away with it last time. We did see Viking let them take it last time round and round the Rosh.
Viking's ready to fight finally, though.
Hanskin's being sneaky, though.
He is.
He's hiding. Hiding in the trees with the Shadow Amulet.
Viking. Boom's going to just start hitting this mid tower, though, to try to force some moves back. Kills it extremely fast, as we see. Taking down in no time. And still positioned around the area, Shad. He has the ninja gear, so he's always popped in a smoke here to get positioning for this chrono. This is actually really nice for him.
Yeah, it's a brilliant item for the Void. I mean, that 20 agi. Can't pass that up. Shad's,
if he can get onto that right high ground here, that will just destroy Alliance's fight. As the jump, Limp.
Alright, see them trying. Go for Toby here, but he's got the Essence Ring. He's out to the side. Limp's had to put the BKB S4. Jumps in with the Poison Nova. Boom turns straight towards him. Look at these hard hits coming out. He's got to run. The safe will be there, but he's been ruptured. S4 has to hold his position. As Viking GG, they'd be relatively happy with this. They've forced Alliance out of the pit. They force out, of course, a BKB usage. Toby does get low, but Selu's able to heal him out.
That's the big thing.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah, Limp using the ults as well. Both of the big cooldowns here being dropped by Limp on his DK.
The Poison Nova, too. It's up again in 30 seconds because S4 has an Aghanims, but yeah, Shad.
Oh, they're going to get the jump on him. Can they burst him before he's able to put the BKB in the time walk, though? That's the question. They can't. Shad, not able to get in range for the chrono as of yet. As they step away, over towards the river they go as they find Hansken, but the save's going to be there. FNG using the false promise to keep Hansken alive. He will live. Limps him with the Dragon Tail stun onto Celery. They take the IO out. Alliance, they get one. They catch anything more here.
Oh, Toby, slow down. The Poison Sting slow.
Limp and S4 with the wraparound. Toby. And on top of him with the Dragon Tail, there'll be a buyback from Celery. He's relocating in to make sure that he has the backup required.
S4's
Toby to
up in a
remain
second.
safe. And see, he's trying to jump in. The instant lift. Can they burst him in time? The light strikes down. They kill him off before he can get the ult. Instant plays there from Aramis. They turn over towards them, jump forward from Shad. He's looking towards Hansken, but he has been disarmed. Shad, no BKB for 20 seconds. Hansken hiding under the Shadow Amulet. It's going to save him. There's no detection down. They don't see the Shaker. Nico Baby trying to find Aramis, but with a force up to the high ground, Aramis is away. Nico Baby, he forced himself in. He wants to try and chase the Rubik, but he got baited. He got baited hard by Aramis. Sliding up to the high ground, allowing Boom to kill off Nico Baby. Shad finishes off FNG. There's 4 dead on Alliance. Viking's going to head in the pit, and this Roshan's theirs.
Aramis, Plague Ward, he puts it down. He hits Hansken, cancels his Blink Dagger. Hansken Echo slams the floor. S4's ult had just come up. When he blinked in, it literally had split second just come up. He blinks in, gets instant lifted, and dies.
Aramis
just crushed that fight, and then Void is able to set up a perfect chrono because of all of it. Phenomenal. Wow. And now it's a level 24 Void with the Aghanim's Blessing on top of everything.
Oh, he did as well, didn't he? He did. Yeah. He went and got it. He got the axe drop from the Roche. Yeah, it's an 18k lead right now for Viking. And a slow game from Alliance. They nice S4. He's in and he's out. He's dead. No buyback on him.
It's a long poison that takes actually hurt here with the Aghanims a little bit, but yeah, he's dead for a very long time.
I don't think Shag cares though. This damage ain't doing anything to him. As they're taking the 2 sets of racks.
My god, look at this attack speed.
Well, Shad's in. He's trying to fight them right up until the fountain.
Sure.
It's Viking. Looking for the Megas here. They're going for that 3rd and final set. So, Venomancer for 40 seconds. Limp tries for the jump in, but Shad, he's instantly in response. The Fisher does pop the 2 of them out. Boom's getting low, but he's healed up. He's able to put the BKB. The G's, he's fine. He turns out towards Limp. Limp just getting beaten down through the BKB. There'll be a buyback from the DK. Shad takes some heavy hits from Nico Baby, but not enough. In fact, Shad, he's ready to just jump straight in onto FNG. As FNG is getting brought down low, still able to live. They take the Aegis out of their hands. As Shad, can they do it again? Hansken in with the jump, over to Boom. Echo Slam onto the 2 of them, as Seller is already in with the Taylor, and Boom, he's getting healed up. He's just turning, fighting back. In fact, he's looking for the racks, turns over towards Limp with the stun. Limp yaws up into the air, able to come back down with the Dragon Tail, but still the Sustainer Seller keeping Boom alive. Boom's able to get the Laguna Blade off. They cannot kill the Lina. Hanskin dies outside of the base, and Toby, he's just diving in onto the towards the fountain. GG is called. This game comes to an end, 23-11, 45 minutes in. 35k lead. I mean, for as much as the fact that there was this portion of the game where it was very even in gold, very even in kills. In fact, there was hardly any kills at all, really, a long portion of it. I don't think there would have been any point of this game where Viking actually felt scared. It seemed like it was all under their control. Alliance just didn't get enough done for this game.
Yeah, it's really just some smart understanding of the game, right? They chose. They're getting Roche. Who cares? Like, if someone made those active calls both times, just farm. Get as much as you can out of the map. Take mid tower, take bottom. They were always at a gold lead this entire game. I don't think Alliance ever actually broke that there. And this this Void, they knew exactly how they needed to play this game in Alliance. I feel like they had to push the issue more. When you have a DK, when you have a Drow, like these heroes, you have to be able to push in and actually take at least a Rax advantage. Otherwise, at some point, these heroes start to fall off a bit.
Oh, it's just very impressive stuff from Viking. I mean, they really did make this game their own in the sense that the onus was on Alliance to make something happen. You know, if they weren't able to do enough at a certain point, it's going to get to this stage where the late game fights kick off and Viking GG's lineup just takes over. And it really did towards the end of that one. As Alliance fell apart, Vikings able to run away with a win here in game 1. As there we have it, 24-11 at 45 minutes in and the 35k gold lead as Viking take this game 1 against Alliance.
Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say done, it's why you sad. I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you forget it back. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times.
seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
All in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry.
Seems like our upper bracket is starting to pan out like a game of upsets here. With Viking GG taking the first game up against Alliance, they put themselves only one game away from securing the series, but I'm sure the boys of Alliance will not let that happen. Now, we get into the end game of game number one, and I welcome back my panel here. I've got Dan Kyo, lads. Game number one there between both these two teams. Looking pretty hot there for Viking.
I'm very proud of you. You said game, not map. But
so you just caught the law?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, it was really good. Like I thought their draft from beginning to end was really solid. I'm really surprised the Alliance let through the IO as well as that first pick Shaker. It just puts you on the back foot from the very beginning, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, like in the draft-wise, it was like we've both predicted in the draft-wise, like Boom has a better upper edge with all this laning advantage, and that the Earthshaker, like if you don't like win this lane, you're not gonna pull off your draft. But like Alliance, I think they played pretty well in the laning phase at least.
I think they outperformed, honestly, in the laning phase. I don't think the Dragon Knight should get quite as much. Fog mentioned, you know, skilling up the Dragon Slave instead of the Light Strike Array means that, you know, you're not going to be able to get those extra denies that you might need to delay these timings. I thought that mid tower went down still a little early for Viking GG, so if they're able to delay that out a little bit, and then the misplays coming from the Earthshaker, it has to be said, Hanskin didn't have one that he would like to remember, but I thought, at least within team fights, Viking GG impressed me. You know, just their positioning, their target prioritization, it seems like they were all on the same page.
The way they kite was really impressive.
Yes.
Like fighting for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, not being like not get fall into the Alliance bait. But yeah, like I think they will keep positioning themselves to just like, oh, let's come to us.
Like even just this one, look at that. Toby, he runs, so he's right on top of Nico Baby the entire time. He knows he's got the Essence Swing, so he's going to be able to survive. You've got an IO that, you know, isn't going to be dealing, you're not going to be dealing a lot of damage to the IO because that marksmanship is disabled by being right on top of them. And then it's just a game of pick them off one by one.
Yeah, they really did prioritize the right targets here, and I think what you said with Toby, just making sure that Nikobaby didn't have the prowess and that team fight that Drow Rangers usually have, but I think it comes back to the way that Alliance played towards that mid-game, right? You know, Fogged and OD talked about it quite a lot. There was not much that happened. There really was not. 35 minutes in, I believe there was like a total of like 15 kills or something. Usually when we see these European games, there's 15 kills in the first 5 minutes. But this game was just, it felt like Alliance were just like, we're just going to sit back and hopefully the game comes to our hands.
And honestly, like, I don't mind that all too much, but when you see, like, Shad builds this Faceless Void essentially the same way every single time. He goes Midas, BKB into something like a Halberd or a Manta style. And he did it this time around. That's the sort of thing that you can punish because he's going to have no damage early on. Yes, he's got the IO to boost his attack speed, and I don't think Boom had the MKB at the time just yet either. So that's really your timing, you know. You've got Nikobaby, you've got this Drow strat, you had the Blink Dagger on Handskin, and you've got the Dragon Knight, who does tend to drop off a little bit as his BKB starts to wear down, and I think they had the Aegis as well. So just not pressuring the issue fast enough allowed both Boom and Shad to get these damage items as in addition to their survivability, and then that was enough for Viking to be able to secure it.
Yeah, like that's the factor. I wanted like Alliance to take a risk and maybe just keep force the reaction as like a strong 5-man, but I think they were keep like hesitant like about their decision. They want to defend first, they want to pick off first, and that makes like a whole team to position themselves in like a many different position. And yeah, Boom was more happy like if they were fighting for the bigger like area of the map.
Now, is this because of that stolen Plague Ward?
Yeah, this is why I gave it to him.
Yeah, I thought so. Just
I got asked and I was
Echo.
like, I want Aramis just because Hanskin had such a rough game being able to get these Echo Slams. He missed that first one on Aramis when he was TPing out, and then towards the end there where it was looking like a really hot Earthshaker combo coming in, the Stolen Plague Ward cancels the Blink Dagger, and then they don't get much out of it. So
I would have given it to Celery, to be honest. I thought his gameplay in the laning stage was really good. I thought the Faceless Void got far more out of that lane than he probably should have. And so many times, you know, clutch TPs in, saving these side lanes, and then towards the end of the game as well, some fantastic saves.
Yeah, Celery's all this regen play was, I think that stopped a lot of Alliance's momentum. Like, because they really needed that kill. They have very limited damage, but if IO's just simply defending all the core's death, I think it's always worth it.
Yeah. Well, guys, at the end of game number 1, as per tradition here at ESL 1 Germany, it's time for our DHL drop quiz of playoff time. We've had a lot of interesting questions so far, so let's just throw this one nice and quick up onto your screen so you guys have plenty of time to think about this one. What unit has the highest collision size in the game? A power cog, B, a tombstone, C, ancient granite golem, or D, Roshan? There's
named after a bowling ball, by the way.
Apparently it's named after a bowling ball. I'm not quite sure about that one, but that's what the answer that we got. So if you guys do want to participate in our DHL drop quiz, make sure you do use !DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer you guys want to give in Twitch chat. We also do have the Motion blog link below where you guys can check where you're standing on our live leaderboards. But once again, it is time for us to give you guys a couple of minutes to answer our DHL drop quiz. It's an interesting one, so let's see if you guys can get that done. But also on the other side of this break will be the answer to our DHL drop quiz in game number 2 here between Viking GG and Alliance.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? #GamersUnite.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance. Only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Stats with the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Welcome back everybody here to ESL 1 Germany. Your time is up for our DHL drop quiz once again, and it is time for us to show you the wonderful things you can win as being a part of our DHL drop quiz. And one of the special things you can have is this nunchuck sock, and with the power vested in me by our friends at DHL, let's go see the answer for day number 14. It is the Power Cogs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that you're like, man, how did I get hit by that? I didn't want my mana to get burned, but I mean, that's the case, right? Roshan, his collision size is pretty small. Same thing with the Tombstone and the Ancient Granite Golems, so there really wasn't any other answer.
Power Cogs have like an 80 collision size as well, right? It's like, it's basically almost 2 to 3 times more than what Roshan's is, so it's pretty ridiculous that something like that exists in the game. So thanks, OS Frog. We appreciate it. But
Balanced.
You know what else we appreciate?
Perfectly balanced. What do we appreciate?
Another game of Dota, lads.
We do.
Ahead of us is game number 2 draft here, Viking GG versus Alliance. Now, we were looking at the lobby. Things have flipped 100%, right?
Yes.
So now Viking GG have first pick and Radiant, and that means Alliance have second pick and Dire. So going into this, it now does mean that... Actually, no, it's the other way. Viking have second pick. Yes, Viking have second pick.
Yes.
Yeah, so we are flipped. So this means that now Alliance get their hands on the Magnetar as well as a Luna.
Opening it up with it. I mean, I know, Kyo, you mentioned you felt like they were trying to get a little bit cute with their game number 1 draft. Just trying to be like, oh, we're going to do something you're not expecting. First pick Earthshaker. Didn't work out.
I feel like, Alliance wasn't really too much prepared.
Really?
In game
They've
1.
had a few days to prepare.
They probably did, but I think, the first game, the way it picked in the 3rd and 4th, like leaving IO open, letting this like a Drow versus Bloodseeker matchup, I think that was a bit crucial. And then Lina, like DK was pretty much like a reactive pick to the Lina, which they didn't want it in the first place. So was a little surprise. And in game 2, Magnus Luna, we haven't seen Luna. We saw once or twice
One
and
from
lost.
Ninjas in Pajamas and one from Nigma.
I thought Miracle played it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, that was like his
Miracle
900
played
GP.
Yeah.
With a IO, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
That was an offensive trial lane as well.
Yeah. We had like one of the most standout. It was even one of those games where he didn't even need to be a part of the team, but when he did join the team, he had 6 items. Everyone's like, oh crap, there's a Luna in the game, right?
Yeah. It was one of those. But I don't know. I don't want to be letting this IO through. I don't want to say either team. I think Alliance are going to be the ones that do pick it up if it does get through to them. So I really want to see Viking ban it out right now. This mag, though, I'm still a little bit confused about it, right? Because Alliance, they're not huge pickers of the mag. It doesn't synergize fantastically together with the Luna. So what's it for?
We haven't seen any Magnus mid, so we probably have to either expect it's like a pause 5 Magnus or S4 playing Magnus here. So yeah. And with the IO, I think Viking can be the one who can pick it up and like pair it up with Lifestealer plus IO. I think, I think they were playing really good in that Void plus IO lane. So if he gets like enough sustain in the lane, I'm pretty sure he's gonna secure like a certain amount of CS into the Armlet. Yep.
Do you feel like they were specifically always going to pick that? Because obviously it's a very strong hero for Viking GG, but there was the Snapfire still in the pool. And I think if they didn't have that direct counter in the Venomancer, they might have gone for that route to be even more aggressive with their teamfight potential.
I don't know. I think like with the you really don't want to give Io Luna if you're playing Lifestealer.
Yeah.
You're just gonna farm so fast with the Magnus buff. We saw it in the Nigma game. So I think it's better not to give it, at least.
I think it's fine. And again, like this Lina, we've seen Aramis play it. We've seen, obviously, Boom
banned.
plays it very well. And yeah, ban it out. Why not? They're clearly not interested in picking it, despite having the first pick of this second phase. So they're going to go another avenue entirely. Their draft's still pretty open. So I'm not hating it so far. If you're playing the Luna QO, what offlaner do you absolutely hate facing against?
Well, it goes either one of the way, whether you can die or not die. If you don't die in your lane, you can free farm. Like Luna's very strong laner, but like the only weakness about the Luna is if the offlaner and the support has the jumping in potential, whether you can come near you, toss back, or
yeah, not the highest HP pool on the Luna. So if you can close that gap, you do a ton, especially before level 6, right? Like once that happens, suddenly you can just turn around with the Eclipse. Chen, pretty good at sustain as well. So it's another celery hero that Viking love to play.
I really like it against Luna as well.
Isn't there something that you talked about quite a lot? Because, as we harken back to ESL 1 Thailand, the Magnus versus the Chen. You don't really want to play Chen into Magnus, though, right?
You don't want to play it if you're playing as a Magnus 2.
Okay.
Because you can pretty much RP and right-click all the creeps down, like if it's near around him. But if you're versing against Magnus 5, like what can they do? Like,
what about an S4 Magnus though? Like laning directly against it.
I feel like Chen and Lifestealer is just better.
It's a pretty good
yeah,
lane.
like
they're going to have this
itself
timing
like
at
way too
like,
good.
15 minutes where they're just going to be able to run over what Alliance have at this point. So I think Alliance need to get some things that are going to be able to delay the game a little bit. Wave push from a safe distance. Witch Doctor, I guess you can kind of defend against that. The cask's going to be nice. And it
a
gives you
little
some sustain.
reactive here.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really like the Witch Doctor hero itself because, yeah, it's just way too single target, I'll say.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are sleeping on the healing potential, the burst healing potential coming from this Lifestealer pick as well. We've seen it so many times actually being used on supports. This Bloodseeker Lina lane, it's pretty good if they opt to go down that pathway. The only downside is it's not a reliable stun right now, and that's what Viking GG are lacking at this point.
Yeah, but like they didn't have that like a good stun last game either. It was just a one chrono and like a
They
lean.
had the Rubik to set up for Blood Rights.
Yeah, I guess this time they just have to use their body. You know, you have to just run in and use an open like in front of their face.
Juggernaut, huh? So Juggernaut and the Luna. Is this your position 4 Juggernaut that you've been wanting since ESL Thailand?
Is this the position for Luna?
For Luna.
It's pos for Luna. We've seen this before where they just go, you know, the old Ags rush on the position 4 Luna. You know, Luna Magnus lane. Does that feel okay to you, QO? Does that feel alright?
Not into a Chen.
It feels alright. I don't know, like the Juggernaut can't be position 4. Obviously, I was trolling.
Maybe it can. You don't know. Anything's possible.
Maybe zoning out the Bloodseeker by spinning
just
up.
spin on his head, dude.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the fact that they've picked, again, this more early game oriented carry, just because you can sort of fight into this lineup that Viking GG have. But conversely, it's a lot of pure damage coming through from this Bloodseeker. And, you know, Omnislash is only going to be so effective against the Chen. And you've also got this, the heals that will be coming through from the mech. There's no there's no AA here. There's no real natural urn or vessel carriers either. So that's going to be a really big factor, I think, as well, propelling Viking GG to a bit more of an advantage. But I will really want to see some more solid lockdown here coming from Viking. Maybe a Storm Spirit or something like that that's able to close the gap. Oh, they just banned it.
Yep.
I love that there's so many times where like you guys are like, oh man, I really want to see this hero, and then it's like, it's banned.
It was just banned. At least it wasn't like first phase.
Yeah.
I mean, at least we're on a right track, you know, like we're.
It's better than saying like, oh, Techies would be a good hero.
Yeah.
Here, you know.
And then Techies gets picked, and I look like an absolute genius.
That was not a good game.
What do you mean it was a good game?
It
Error
was
owed
not a
on
good
that
game.
hero. Unfortunately, Ninjas and Pajamas aren't in the tournament anymore. So. But Solaria said that they've got Techies strats, not tracks.
Oh, Zeus ban. I like it. Like you want to ban it against the Bloodseeker and Lina.
Just a lot of burst, right?
I mean, the thing is here, Viking have the last pick overall. So if Alliance pick a hero that Lina's good against, they could very well just pick up Aramis' hero in the position 4. They can go for that more reliable stun. They might even go something like a Spirit Breaker that's able to close the gap a fair amount. You know, you can just pop that Bulldoze, RP, you don't really care all that much. And yeah, you can disrupt these team fights quite heavily.
Yeah. I think the only difference with this like the last pick from previous game, I think Alliance didn't look that good like when they have to choose their like last pick with the 4-4 picks. But right now Viking looks good, stable with like these 4 picks. It's very strong in lanes and they have some answers in the mid late game. So okay, Pogna.
Okay. So they've got tower taking potential like we were saying before. They've got the laning stage. They've got the sustain. Just lacking a little bit of lockdown. That's the big thing that I'm concerned about.
Even Voice Spirit looks okay.
It is not banned out.
That is true.
I saw the other 2 spirits were banned, and I was just double checking that Void wasn't one of them.
It's okay against Luna. Good setup for the Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Good for killing this Pogna as well.
What else can they maybe go for?
Well, you guys were talking about potentially Boom playing this Lina mid. Is that something, you know, we still could see an audible something like a Pugna 4 and a Luna mid? I mean, it's not out of the realm of
I
possibilities.
mean, Lina could still farm. He's fine with doing that. Could they even get away with a more greedy core here? Like, there's not a lot of instances of small damage outside of the Battle Fury, Blade Fury from the Juggernaut. So maybe a TA is even possible. It gives you some minus armor as well. And it's a Void Spirit, yep. I mean, it's good. It's set up for this this Bloodseeker, but it's going to be Boom playing it. So yeah, I think, again, this lane, it's a Viking draft win, again, in my opinion, but it's going to come down to the execution.
It's the 4 Luna, boys. Hans picked it up, so let's see what he can do on the lovely little cat lady.
I feel like, no, this is basically going to come entirely down to the way that the game pans out is going to be how the offlane goes for Viking GG. If they're able to land a couple of stuns into Bloodright combinations and slow down the farm on Nico Baby's Juggernaut, that's going to go a huge way towards them winning.
I think they're still deciding whether Limp is on a Magnus or S4 on a Pogna. So I think it's better that Lim plays Magnus or
Yeah, I agree.
S4 plays Pogna, but I think
All
let's
right.
see what they do first.
What are you guys going to pick here? Limp will be playing the
Limp
Pugna, though.
If it
Any
went the other way, I
predictions?
might have gone for Alliance.
Yeah, like I was a bit surprised. Like,
Magus to Void Spirit is pretty
yeah.
good.
You guys going to go with Viking then?
Yeah, I'm going Viking.
I'm going with Viking too.
All right, so it looks like both my boys here on the panel are expecting a 2-0 here for Viking. Will it be upset central here in the upper bracket? You guys will have to wait and find out. We're going to leave it with our casters one more time. It's going to be Odie Pixel and Fogged.
It's game 2 just about ready to start here between Viking and Alliance. Somebody picks her with Fogged. Fogged, would you sort of tend to agree with the panel here? Do you like what Vikings got going, or do you believe in Alliance coming in with always something that's exciting to see this draft that does involve a position for Luna?
I love what Viking has. I really don't like what Alliance has. I hope they can prove me wrong, but I'm really not liking what they've picked up here. There's a Juggernaut into a Chen. You know, the Omni Slash I don't feel like is ever going to be very strong here. I feel like they just got counterpicked a lot of times. I feel like Viking maybe just broke Alliance's draft a little bit. We'll see, though, if it does work, but it does look a little weird for me from Alliance.
Yeah, no, so let's see what Alliance can do with it. As I say, it's always exciting to see teams experiment with the, well, not necessarily support heroes that we never see, but definitely the less popular ones. So the support Luna, which of course, you know, the top teams in the world have shown it absolutely can work. But let's see if Hanskin's going to be able to do that here today. As just on paper, that doesn't indeed look like a very easy game for some of the heroes on Alliance's lineup.
No, and I'm just trying to figure out what some of these heroes are really going to do. Like, what is support Luna really going to do? Eclipse looks like it's going to be worthless all game, right? Like, we're playing into Rage, Lifestealer, Speedy, Bloodseeker, heroes that all build Yule Scepters, Void Spirit with Disengage, and then Chen Creeps with a also massive heal that's going to come into play a lot of times. I feel like this Chen is going to counteract a lot of what Alliance does have. The Omni Slash is going to get countered a lot of the times, and, you know, there's a lot of sustain that is coming in from Viking too. They have the Infest as well, which we've seen a lot of teams using as just protecting and saving heroes. So we'll see if Alliance is going to be able to make this draft work, because
yeah,
I'm struggling to see how it's all going to come together in comparison.
We'll see. Some a bit of action here. Toby just chasing down Nico Baby, seeing what sort of lanes they do end up being in. Nico Baby is going to head up towards top, as Toby will just continue to follow him through the jungle all the way over towards that top lane. And yeah, it looks like overall the setup's not too surprising. Would you sort of agree with the panel? We did see, of course, the hesitation at the end from Alliance in terms of who was going to be playing the Pugna, who was going to be playing the Magnus. Do you like it this way around, or sort of, I think as Kyo was saying, would you have preferred to see them the other way around?
I feel like the Magnus mid would have been a little bit stronger, just in particular in the matchup specifically. I feel like Limp also has some things he has to worry about too at this last pick, Void Spirit. Hero that can control you and just everything is magic damage. You can pop this Pugna through Decrepify in most situations.
We'll see top lane.
Well, Magnus, yeah, it's
damage
just a strong lane.
Blade Fury. Yeah, with the way it's set up with S4 down bottom, I mean, he should be able to freely farm down here, right? It's not a hard lane for S4.
No, I wouldn't imagine so. I feel like like Chen can do so much fun moves here that you can just break this lane. You can even set up the kills on the Luna pretty easily, though. Hanskin can definitely die if Seller's able to ever get a good creep. We're seeing that Hanskin is making sure that he blocks those camps, though. The first ward to block the small camp, and then, of course, he's body blocking the hard camp.
Yeah. And I guess sort of overall, too, in terms of heroes that do have the potential to have a pretty open game. And you say already the Void Spirits having those strengths against heroes such as the Pugna, but overall just the lack of catch, right? I mean, you look at this Void Spirit, what's actually going to be there to catch him by surprise?
Yeah, not a whole lot. I feel like that's going to be, like, a lot of the times I'm looking at Alliance's draft and I don't know how they play when they don't have RP down. I don't know how they make these even just ganks across the map. Who's going to be your ganking trio? Witch Doctor, Pugna, and Luna? It's very awkward.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for Limp, it's just right. You're a Pugna, But you're a Pugner that alone, you're never really going to be able to walk up and threaten a Void Spirit. He's jumping out there. You're never going to be able to walk up and threaten a Lifestealer. He's raging out there.
Yeah, your hard stun is a Witch Doctor cask and a Lucent Beam. Besides RP, it's very limited. We see Celery, he's finally able to get the D ward, so his pull is going to be open. But we're seeing they're able to farm down bottom just fine. Shad, the thing is that he can't get pressure down here. And Hanskin, he actually has to instantly TP when they get an open wounds on him. So they're not slowing Shad down at all.
No, Shad not in any trouble against this lane right now.
Nope. We see mid, Limp is coming out with a couple more denies. Maybe a little bit to be expected in the matchup. This Pugnus been very dominant in a lot of these matchups, especially versus these melees. And top, I saw FNG. He went for the level 1 heal this game on the Witch Doctor, so just full about playing the lane passively, just trying to secure Nico Baby the farm.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Hanskin able to find himself a courier and replace another sentry to block the small camp before it spawns. So Celery unable to get a small creep yet, but his hard camp is open.
I'm trying to make a bit of a go on to Celery here, but able to step through the trees and get back out of there in time. I mean, I think one thing that definitely can be said though for Alliance, you know, it is a Nico Baby juggernaut. You know, this is you know, one of the heroes where if he starts to hit those early farming items timings, he can become sort of this ultra carry at a pace that, you know, a Lifestealer isn't going to be able to farm at the same rate. You know, Nico Baby, if he gets a clean start, he's going to be at the top of the charts.
Oh yeah, and if he can ever find opportunities for these clean Omni Slashes, sure, he might be able to actually kill like the Lifestealer if he's isolated. Just looking at the whole, you know, the whole thing together, boom, don't feel like that's going to be the case. There's going to be Chen creeps a lot of the time too, and a lot of different heals that he has to deal with. The one thing vote for Nico Baby, there's no BKB piercing stuns. While the Lifestealer does have to worry about that on the side of Alliance. Decent amount of BKB piercing things.
Mid lane, Rune Spawn won't favour Viking as it's pops bottom. Hanskin's able to take it. There's an Arcane. Might allow him to get a few more lucid beams in harass down on the bottom lane.
Stops the pull. Getting harassed really hard by these creeps though. The little Wild Wing with that plus damage. They're actually pinging him out. It looks like Celery wanted Shad to go over there and go on Hanskin. Might have been able to actually kill him.
See top, they're going to try and kill Toby here. At least have a bit of a shot there. Doesn't actually want to commit that. And
Bottom,
S4
does not. He actually puts the second point in Shockwave, and I think they're aware of that now. So they might look to actually pressure S4 whenever he steps up without having Skewer.
Yeah, next round of open wounds. S4's gonna have to be careful, but has managed to push them in a way that will give Hanskin the space to take the 2 bounty runes down here. Top lane, top half of the map, Viking will be able to get those 2. And in fact, the dive's there by Toby and Aramis. They're in onto FNG, and they'll find it. First blood coming in at 5 minutes.
Very strong lane up top. All these Bloodseeker +1 lanes just feel insane. Bloodseeker plus Rubik, Bloodseeker plus Lina, Bloodseeker plus Windranger. Just any of these just feels super dominant most of the times. And oh, Aramis with his deep ward, he's gonna get a courier snipe.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Gonna take an Obs and a Sentry away from Alliance for a bit of time.
We're seeing Boom suffer mid though a bit here. You know, after that laning start and then also just not getting the rune. He's actually been pushed out completely here as Limp now. With the catapult, he actually can look to pressure the tower a little bit here. Does have the 3 points in decrep, more about the killing build, but should still be able to really punch on this tower. Aramis is going to rotate over to try to slow it down. This is a big move here. Do they have any points in Aether Remnant? They don't. So they can't look to really set up on a kill, but he can deny the rune. Away from Limp. Oh, but Limp, he gets a sentry. He's actually looking for the kill.
He's going to go for this. Aramis is able to turn with the stun set up. In fact, time's been bought for Boom to jump in. Doesn't want to commit any further with that second step. Wouldn't have had enough to pop Limp and has to be cautious and respect that life drain turnaround capability. It still keeps Aramis safe.
S4 having to play a lot more defensively bottom. He's even put the even another point here. No skewer, just 3rd point into Empower. So walking up, getting more lats, it's a little bit concerning for him, but I feel like he's gotten enough out of this lane anyway.
Yeah, and I imagine he probably feels that against this lane, as long as he's got a TP, he's going to be able to escape, right? There isn't going to be that threat of and then killing him at a rate that he can't prepare for. But yeah, with the gank of Boom, There certainly will be the burst. There's no escape for S4. When there's 3 of them beating down upon him. And Shad able to get the last hit, so still more money going the way of a lifesteal. It's already had very, very free farm down here on the bottom lane.
Yep. We see Hanskin. I kind of figured that this would be the case. You know, I don't know what you do as a support Luna, really, if you're not running like a tri lane. He's just stacking. They've got a double Ancient stack and a triple hard camp stack to set up the Jug.
Going to try for Toby here. They've got Limp coming over as well. They're going to have the burst easily. Take down Toby, so it's quick. As Boom makes a move down bottom. Limp's available to reflect that and make the move up top. Takes out Toby.
Nicely done. There's Boom trying to poke on that mid tower a little bit there, but he is a Void Spirit. And Hanskin will get some much needed levels here in the mid lane. And it looks like S4 is actually going to be the one to take the stacks. So not leaving them for the Jug.
Yeah, I mean, I guess sort of figures that Nico Baby, he's very happy still in this top half of the map. He's free farming. You know, he's sort of the time spent heading over there to clear those stacks. Not quite worth it for himself. And it's never bad for S4 to get himself some early farm, push him towards his first time. I mean, is this a game where you think he will be going for the Blink Dagger straight up, or do you imagine we're going to see some auras being built up by S4?
I think he might have to go for Blink. They have no forms of starting fights or really doing anything in the game. Witch Doctor Luna can't force anything. I feel like S4 might have to go for the Blink. And also, another thing to point out, since he did take the stacks, he actually took a Royal Jelly charge for himself. He didn't give it to Limp.
Oh.
He took it for himself and for the carry.
Yeah, he's gonna say to Nico Baby, don't tell anyone. Don't tell Limp.
He was quick how he handed them out, too. With no hesitation when he picked it up. See Hans can continue to stack up. And we're seeing Viking already coming out with a slight gold lead here after this laning start. And it feels like for them, they can make the moves a lot easier. They can actually gank lanes. They can gank from side to side. It feels a lot more limited for the side of Alliance.
I imagine as well this game for Alliance would you sort of say that the Jug with the Empower and the scaling is better for them? I mean, but when you look at the heroes they have this game, I mean, you know, last game we did see Viking getting away with the passiveness. This time around, is it more likely to reward Alliance if the game falls into a similar state?
It definitely could, yeah. The Jug plus the Magnus are going to be really strong. There's some strong stuff from Viking, though, like this Life Stealer. We've seen how much... They have this Tricore going for them as well, too.
On mid. Handscap. Was able to move in and get the kill onto Aramis.
Nice
the life drain is keeping Hansken alive, and it'll save them.
Very nice.
Able to walk away there. Boom not quite able to commit to burst him down. So Alliance getting the pick on the Lina, backing off in time.
Limp. Be careful how far he walks out. He gets ruptured.
See if they've got the damage here. There's Limp trying to stand his ground here. Straight away coming in with a burst. Toby's taking a lot of damage, but the Remnant's in place. Pulls him back, cancels the life drain.
Bottom, though, they actually get Shad with the movement from Nico, baby.
Ooh, with the RP and the Omni. The double ult. It does the job. Nice. That's a huge move to make. I mean, bringing in the carry and taking out the enemy carry. Big moves from Alliance down in that bottom lane.
Having to commit both their big ults, though. I feel like that's the only way they can actually set up ganks. Is just like it's RP. Besides that, it's Witch Doctor and Luna don't set up ganks. They don't defend towers either. A very awkward support combo. And they're going to get a good amount of pressure down bottom, but we see top Viking. They're actually going to put more pressure, and they're bringing heroes bottom to fight.
As well, already out with the skewer, and with the TP backup coming in for Alliance, FNG's over here, as well as Hansken walking over. It's a little hard for Viking GG to chase any further.
They're just getting more out of the map again, just like the last time. Already up to a 3K gold lead.
Yeah, just a little surprised that kill on Shad didn't really shake up the lead that Viking has right now at all. Yeah, still holding that 2 to 3K advantage over Alliance's farm here in the early game.
They've gotten some pretty big kills. And Toby, he's 71 last hits. I mean, it's a lot on this offlane Bloodseeker in comparison to the Magnus only has like 60, and a lot of those were jungle creeps for S4. So Toby just quite a bit more farmed. His Yule's already finished up, I believe, on this Bloodseeker. Very early. Now he can also be, that setup now for the Lina. He can start moving around and ganking a lot more on this offlaner.
Sure, and a solid dodge for you know, against those big ultimates that you say Alliance are so reliant on getting the kills. RP, Omni Slash, you're quick with the Yules, you're going to be able to dodge both of those.
Yeah, I think they should. I think I even wouldn't mind if Viking builds 3 Yules. Like Void Spirit, Lina, and the Bloodseeker. It works so well versus this lineup of Alliance. Set up around mid. They've got the Ogre Ice Armor set up onto Shad. 28 armor.
Boom.
So no Boom.
Actually going in aggressively there. S4 toying around with the idea of dropping the RP, but won't do so. Boom's out with the Astral Step.
Bottom. Nico Baby gets ruptured.
He's still got the spin in the TP. And in fact, he's just going to turn with the Omni. And he's going to get... Oh, he's going to get it. The crit comes out. Nico Baby gets the kill. Boom's headed down here, but Nico Baby, he's fine. He's able to walk away. I guess there's overconfidence there from Toby. Maybe not expecting the Omni Slash to be back up. But it was. I think it probably only just came up for Nico Baby. It's a dead Bloodseeker.
Perfectly done, too. He pops the drum charge as he Omnis. That extra attack speed, it was everything. If he didn't have that, the Hand of God would have saved that Bloodseeker for sure. And that was right before the Bloodseeker, I believe, did have the Yules finished up. I think it was at base, or... Oh, no, he's still missing a component.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nico Baby bringing it back for his team. They really need him to. He has to do so much this game. It really does feel for Alliance. He has to carry, and it looks like he has to be kind of the playmaker a little bit. They're just limited because of their 2 supports. As you see Hanskin, he's 1-0-0, but it's just a Luna. He's just going to farm up. I guess he's going to go for Aghanims in this game, which I don't know what else you really buy as these support Lunas. But he isn't a Chen, so... And Rage, which kind of counteracts it very heavily. You see Aramis set up on top for Hanskin.
I'll see if Aramis is able to get in range for the stun, but Hanskin is playing it smart, keeping to that top tree line.
Yep. They're waiting for Boom to walk over. Boom's getting close. Aramis is going to commit soon.
Now
and they're bringing even more just in case.
Yeah, Hanskin. I don't think he can run away from this one. He can maybe try and juke and go for a TP out, but now Boom's in straight away on top of him. Hanskin will be found.
A lot of farm for Nico Baby, though, all this time that they're not able to pressure him at all. That is the one thing, too, is like we have been talking a lot about how this Void Spirit, very little disables for him. No BKB piercing anything for the Jug. So Nico Baby, he's got this free farming game as Toby, mid. Maledict going to be enough. He should be okay.
Yeah, just responds with a straight TP out.
Yeah, look at how deep Nico Baby is. Look how far deep he's pushing. That's how
he knows,
feels.
right? Yeah, he doesn't feel that they can kill him. And I don't think he's wrong.
Nope.
2-0-1.
As we see Limp, though, getting set up on. He's got backup.
Yeah, straight away. Immediate TPs from everybody on Alliance coming in to keep him safe. I mean, Limp won't go down. But they aren't able to get the catch on to Boom in turn. S4's very close to having the Blink. Just 100 gold away from having Blink Dagger on S4.
I mean, that could be pretty huge. Another incredibly quiet game, Owen. 4-4 at 15 minutes.
It is, and I mean, as I say, I think this time around, you know, you're a Jug with power. I think Alliance is maybe it's arguable if they're more comfortable than Viking in this game, but they're definitely more comfortable compared to the position in the lineup they were playing with in game 1. When it came to sort of slowing things down. This time around, they've actually got a Jug, as I say, with the Empower, who can really make the most of this downtime.
Yeah, they're not hemorrhaging too many kills either on their other core. Like Lip, he's only got the 1 death, so... Yeah, if they just keep it at this pace, it does feel like Nico Baby can do quite a lot in this game. I mean, Manta's already done. Phase Manta Drum, level 13, almost level 14. It's off to fantastic timings. And it really feels like it's going to be so limited for them to catch him. It's like Aramis has to stun him from the tree line or something for them to actually set up.
It's got to be a light strike into a Remnant from Boom, and that, even then, you know, you're going to actually have the damage. You're going to need at least the Laguna to have a chance. Nico Baby just charging in. It's a Crepify to slow down Aramis. Over to the side. Limp, it's been ruptured. They're holding the high ground here. Viking aren't going to step into it.
They insta-bailed. Aramis just immediately TP'd back to base. They had no intention of fighting in that area.
This Jug it's going to be very hard to deal with. I mean, Shad he's got the AC. I mean, I imagine for Shad, do you think Abyssal Bash is probably quite high on his list of priorities this game?
Yeah, the AC works really well, though, with this whole team when they're grouped up. It's going to buff up everybody, right? That Lina and that Void Spirit as well, just quite a lot. I do like this choice here. It's not selfish at all. It's really not. It's just all about the team, really, if he's just going to go for this build. And that's really what I feel like Viking is all about. It's like this group up. Same thing for Alliance, but...
Radiant are scanning.
See, Shad has to be careful here. If this RP, S4 is at the ready.
Yeah, he was almost in a position to go for it there on Shad. Doesn't try and find the jump. Just happy with forcing Viking away from this top tower, allowing Alliance to clean up another objective. Viking, meanwhile, putting pressure on elsewhere. Down this bottom lane, Boom and Aramis pushing on.
Trying to get any of these towers. Like this mid and bottom tower is still quite a problem for them. Mostly the mid one, as we see the smoke coming out. S4, they're trying to get this set up onto Shad.
Shad. Is he going to be able to, are his spidey senses tingling? They're hunting. And Shad, there's the jump. In they go. Everything dropped down on the Shad.
He's still alive?
Oh my goodness, he didn't die. He didn't die. 3 ults for what? They didn't kill him. And now Viking's going to be able to turn up, kill FNG. Nico Baby, his Blade Fury's about to come to an end. He's running. They're chasing. The open wounds is out. We'll be able to remove it with the Manta Star. Over to the side. Celery and Aramis, they control S4. The Blood Bright is not going to hit onto the 2 of them. Nico Baby will manage to get away with the rest of them. But he didn't die. There's 3 ults thrown down onto Shad. I mean, between what the armlet toggling and the wand, it wasn't enough damage. Death Ward, RP, and Omni Slash, it didn't do it.
And this is when we talk about all the little things kick in and all the little things matter. Broom handle, plate mill, all this armor, the heal. Light's still looking to go in. Nico Baby, no Omni though. He has to be much more careful. One disable and he can be very likely to die. They do have their Magnus respawning. Nico Baby.
He's been hit up by Limp. Our scouts, one of them out, but now Shad moves in onto FNG. FNG burst low, the dust is out. FNG heading up to the high ground. Hanscan comes in with the ult, turns over towards Boom, but Boom's out with the Astral Step. Over to the side he goes. Aramis taking damage with the Blade Fury. S4 into the side, but he's stopped in mid-skewer by the Yule Scepter. Remnants out, they do lose the Lina. Instant buyback from Aramis as they'll kill off S4. Alliance holding the high ground here. Nico Baby holding his position. Once he is still ruptured. Viking, they're trying to finish this Roshan. Alliance still doing their best to push Viking away from being able to comfortably take this Roshan.
Nico Baby still very confident of how strong he is. They're going to send the Void Spirit back to heal and then recall him with the Divine Favor to look to fight. So full HP, full mana. They're even going to bottle up their teammates, it looks like. Yeah, Toby walking near. So they're all healthy. Alliance, Luna very low on mana. The rest of them are healthy, though. S4, does he have a TP? His TP's on cooldown 20 seconds.
He's walking over. And yeah, the ults are going to be up. So now it's a little harder for Viking to push for this Roche onto the side. Ooh. Nico Baby. Blade Fury out in time.
Stalemate watching at the Roche here. 20 minutes kicks in. Bounty runes grabbed. But there's the Omni Slash. There's the RP available again. Fight gonna be a lot harder here for Viking. But Chad, I mean, he's almost got the AC finished. It's gonna help his team a lot. With the mech aura, with the AC aura, all this plus armor is gonna be real strong versus this Jug Omni.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that it's not only those items, just the sense of the heroes too. You know, Chen with his army, as we've already said, all these things adding up, meaning that they really do have to find opportune moments to get Nico Baby in with the Omni Slash. It's not going to be easy to find that chance at all really in the team fight set, to the point where we may really just see the Omni Slash used as a way to sort of keep Nico Baby alive rather than necessarily guarantee him a kill.
Yeah, just so many different ways that they can play around it. And it's going to get scary a little bit here, too. I feel like they have to try to force the Roche here on Alliance, which they can. Especially when Void Spirit gets the Ags, I feel like it changes a lot, because then he can just pop these back heroes. He doesn't quite have it. This is a big movement here for Alliance.
See if Alliance get away with this. Smoke out from the rest of them on the sidelines as S4's ready to jump with that RP. Falling low. I do have steal potential. Boom, ready with the Astral Step. See if they're able to snipe it. It's getting very low here.
Sending the creeps in.
Nico
Looking
Baby's
for the
trying
healing
to
ward.
commit with the Blade Fury, but the Roche has been left incredibly low. As Shad's inside the pit.
He gets
Stun
stunned.
is out. They're looking to finish it off. The Laguna's there, and they're going to be able to get the kill in the Aegis. Boom's able to pick it up. As off to the side, Nico Baby, he popped the Omni Slash, but he was just all over the place. Wasn't able to focus down anyone. Has the Blade Fury and the heal from Limp to get him out of there. Shad turns over towards Limp, slows him down with the open wounds to set up for the Light Strike Array. Celery sends in a Centaur Creep to land the stun on the Pugner. Limp goes down as Viking GG, I mean, they just get in at the perfect time. The stuns are out, I believe, from Aramis to sort of set up the space. Shad, he's in the pit. And they get it. They get the Aegis on Boom too. No problems with that. You know, they're very happy to pick it up on the Void Spirit. Big moves there from Viking.
And even though Nico Baby, we see him, he's very farmed in this game. He pops an Omni Slash, all this armor. It's 40 armor on a lifesteal.
And
43, in fact.
An easy kill for Shad there as Boom's in with the setup. Actually making moves down towards Nico Baby. Nico Baby, he has got Play Fury, but he hasn't got a TP. So Boom.
Oh my god. Are they going to actually be able to chase him out?
I mean, he's out to the
There's
side.
backup.
They do have the cars counter Aramis. Aramis, he's trying to get the start of the Infestial, keeping Aramis alive. They
So
touch the
much
Laguna, the
heal.
blow up hands gets S4. Does manage to land the 3-man RP. Is there any follow-up, though? They're sucking Shad low with the life trap, but it's not low enough. Boom jumps back over with the Astral
Nico
Step.
Baby's ruptured.
S4 tries to scream away. Nico Baby's just got to hold and hope that they don't see him up here. They do kill Boom the once. Can they do it a second time? Boom. Quick jump with the Dissimulate. Nico Baby trying to head back in, but he's still rather low. Shockwave pulling Boom off to the side, but still too difficult for Nico Baby to get himself back in on the action. There's now Viking GG up 7k, 12-5. They're starting to get quite ahead, and you know, Shad, he is keeping up. No problems with Nico Baby, despite Nico Baby having the Empower.
They're too tanky, and just there's way too much heals in the fights. Just innate tankiness from the armor that's coming out from all of them, and even some Ogre Frost armor that I've seen Celery doing. And then just Hand of God comes out, plus a mech. All the damage that Alliance throws out is just gone. It's looking real hard for Alliance to take any of these fights. As S4, it feels like he has to find these Dream RPs, but he can't. Toby's on him every single one of these fights. He just zooms onto him, pops a Rupture, just hits him, just doesn't allow S4 to get any setup. And like I said, I feel like that's everything for Alliance. It's S4 landing an RP.
Viking.
They've got a timing now. Ag's finished up on Boom, so he's much stronger than he was in these last few showings.
See, they're going to be able to
have a
find
much harder time. Yeah.
Nico Baby. He's going to show himself on the wave. So they want to sweep down from him. No, they want to try and find whoever's hovering around this mid-tier 2, and it is Limp. Limp's out with the Glimmer, but the dust is there. In fact, the double dust. So they're definitely going to be able to see him. As Limp first underneath the tower. And it's getting to the point where for some of these heroes on Alliance, it just doesn't feel like an easy game at all to play when you're behind. Limp very vulnerable to the burst, and even that physical, just the combination. Decrepify is not going to save him, and even if he does, they're going to have burst to go through it.
Toby's just running in, ruptures Hanskin.
So they're just bursting Hanskin low here. Hanskin, he's not got many options. The Death Ward is down onto Aramis, and with the Maledict should kill him, and actually Hanskin, he will live.
Okay.
Stands his ground, pots the Eclipse. They'll get the two of them, as Viking GG poked around a little too long.
The two supports feel like they just did more work than the Alliance in a lot of the fights. They're finally able to get some big kills. But really feeling that effect of just having a 4-position Luna. It feels like it's not doing anything.
Hanskin.
Hanskin's, he's getting farmed. He almost got his axe, but he's walking into...
Oh, we didn't see him!
What the treat? The fog of war?
Unintentional juke. Amazing. He didn't see him.
That was... Okay.
I mean, Hanskin will never know how close he was to his death there.
And now, I mean, he's got his Aghanims pretty much finished.
Yeah.
So, all right, it's been a pretty useless Luna besides just having some stacks going on throughout the majority of this game. Let's see if the Aghanims can start to actually bring it into fruition, because it's really starting to feel like Alliance has a pretty impossible game going forward here.
And we see Shad as well after he's got this bash. He's been flicking through a few items. I mean, what would you think is the best to settle on? He's got the MKB currently queued up, but he was also sort of toying between the Nullifier and also the completed Abyssal. I mean, what do you think the MKB is the best decision here for him now? What does he need the most?
Yeah, MKB. They saw the pickup from Nico Baby, him going for Eagle Song. I think that those 3 items, though, are exactly how he should finish it up.
Sure.
He should go for MKB, into Abyssal, into Nullifier, because Nullifier counteracts the Pugna, and Abyssal's just going to be really strong versus that Juggernaut. Finally give them a BKB piercing disable.
And I guess, of course, the Nullifier can also be very nice against these carries relying on the Empower.
That is very true.
Getting in, taking that off before a big fight kicks off can make all the difference.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But still a long way to go for that to happen. But again, you know, not the most action-packed game. It is setting up to be a game that could draw on for a little bit of time. Both carries farming away to their heart's content.
Just as the question will have to come out is, can Nico Baby do it by himself? Because the other two cores are just not farming, and Limp, he's at a point where he's already probably at that point where he's just kind of useless in the game. He's very susceptible to just dying if they get on top of him.
Yeah.
So yeah, can Nico Baby carry this? It's going to be a lot up to if S4 can get these big RPs for him. As yeah, they've itemized pretty much all about him. I was looking to see if they were going for like medallions or solar crest, but they just chose not to. The supports just went full greedy for themselves. Ags and Veil rather than any medallion or solar for Nico. Which I would have really liked to have for him since they're doing a full 4 protect 1.
Let's see what Alliance can find with this as S4 leading the way. He needs a big RP. They need him to get a good jump to get the fight going in their favor.
He can't be the one to just start the fight, though. I feel like someone else has to start some chaos, so S4 can actually get an opportunity to get these RPs off. He can't just walk up. They're not going to give him that chance. Someone has to just walk in and maybe give up
his
their
high
life.
ground. He knows that some sort of movement's coming in around here, and it is.
Instant stun. Puts that ward up.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
We'll take the
Infest
tower
on
mid.
boom. They're looking.
S4.
They saw S4 for a second. That's the target. That's the main one that they want to get on Viking.
S4. Oh, he's going to jump in. But the RP's on Aramis. Boom was able to dodge it as he jumps to the high ground with the Astral Step. They burst down Aramis, but instant buyback comes out. And now Boom's ready to fight back in with a 3-man silence. Hitting the Resonant Pulse on all of them. The life chains keeping Hansken alive. Toby with a run down onto Nico Baby. The healing wards keeping Nico Baby alive. Toby, he's able to take it away though. Nico Baby trying to turn. But the ults have been used. RP's down, Omni Slash is down, and so is Eclipse. And all that they got out of it was a dead Lina. They only were able to kill off Aramis. And now Vikings ready to fight back with full force. Laguna Blade down onto S4. He's able to skew off to the side, but Shad's got the damage. S4's taken out.
They both jumped at the same time.
Yeah,
Boom jumps and dodges the RP with Shad inside him, so they only catch Aramis, and now lots of heroes lost for Alliance.
And as you say, it's so important for Alliance. They have to hit something with these ultimates. The RP in particular, if they don't get something clean to start the action off, I mean, you saw how quick Viking just adjusted to that perfectly. The instant buyback from Aramis and Hand of God being popped, it's just total chaos. And the Alliance, you can feel it. They seem lost after an RP is missed. If they don't get an RP on a core to set up for a kill to start it off, Alliance know that they've just got to turn their tails and run. They've got to get out of there because there's no chance of fighting Viking once those abilities have been missed.
I mean, it really feels like those are their only abilities, I'll be honest. Like, I'm watching and Limp can't really get too much off because he's so far behind in this game. It's really just an Omni Slash and just some auto attacks from Jug. If they miss the RP, the fight's just over.
One up. Nico Baby trying for some split push here. He's going to take a Laguna to the face as Aramis pushes him back. Space there for Viking to take that Roshan.
Aegis and Cheese, almost MKB finished on life there. They're taking all the boxes, and I'm looking at the itemization. It's all about just dealing with Jug. They know all these other heroes, they don't do much of anything. Just massive amounts of armor, Lotus Orbs, etc. being built up. Which, yeah, just feels like Viking. They're prepping themselves to just be able to handle Nico Baby. So I feel like Alliance, this might be one of their last hurrahs here. Abyssal Blade purchased.
Burns, doesn't it?
If they lose this next fight, doesn't feel like they're going to be able to win any in this game.
Now, what's the timing on RP? Okay, so the ults are all back up and ready to go. But we're seeing already how hard it is for them to make that move onto Viking. Now having to do it into Viking with the Aegis and Cheese, they're going to have to come out with some sort of jump or move that we are yet to see from them this game.
Yeah, they have to try to get him isolated, but even then, like as we mentioned multiple times, Shad, he has 44 armor when he has the armlet on.
Yeah.
He has a greater fairy fire, so he'll probably get 1 or 2 charges off. Aegis too. So many different things now that Alliance has to deal with, and look at the way the lanes are. Viking, they're aware of the positioning of Alliance right now because top and mid are just so far pushed in. Top's actually going to start getting hit on by a catapult. Blood Rage at Toby. Maybe we'll
And look at this as well from Celia. This is some pretty top-tier Chen army, right? If you look at the creeps he has, it's kind of perfect for all across the board what they offer.
Yep. Some armor, some movement speed, some
Yep.
magic resistance, and some damage. And a stun. Look at all the buffs that they have on them when they're running around.
Look at it. It's going past
Everyone's
the bar,
got-
past the inventory, so many buffs.
Oh,
Spot
and
him.
Hunskin, he spotted to freebie.
Let's look at, I mean, Alliance, they're going to need some miracle-like plays from S4 with the RPs.
I mean, they drafted like that. Like, they picked Luna, Pugna, and Witch Doctor. Like, you have to know that this game is going to get to a point where it's all on RP and on Nico Baby. Like, these three, like, as soon as Pugna starts doing bad in the game, the support duo can't do anything. Like, Witch Doctor and Luna, they can't set up for kills. As
Boom.
He's spotted.
And he's going to be killed.
Yep.
Starting to really fall apart here for Alliance here in this game too.
Yep, more items going into Vikings inventory. Shiva is now finished for the Void Spirit, level 20.
Full pipe on
and onto the high
Toby.
ground. Oh boy, yeah.
And here we have Nico Baby. Don't forget the Blade Fury off in time.
I'm actually surprised he built the pipe instead of going Lotus Orb.
Oh, look at that. Pulling onto FNG. Well, FNG's not going to be alive for this defense. Just gets straight up dragged in by the Renner. They do get the skewer back onto Shad. Jumping for Boom comes in straight away with the silence to keep Shad safe. They do turn over towards Boom. Getting focused, but he's able to jump out to the side. Hannah got his back up to full HP. Boom's able to jump out. They won't kill him. There was a buyback coming out from Limp, but not able to set up or catch anyone from Viking. Even with that deep skewer, it wasn't enough.
Yeah. Very scary for a second there. He's forced to pop his cheese to survive as he gets almost chain bashed under tier 4s. It's gonna push them back. But yeah, we're seeing the
And the Alliance, have they got any smokes? What sort of moves can they make? I mean, is there actually a chance of getting a jump outside of the base, or can they only really rely on a high ground hold?
I think they can only really rely on high ground, and they're also playing into Aegis. So it's just too scary really to walk out, make a mistake, and you can just lose the game here if you miss an RP. So much pressure on S4. We're seeing bottom Hanskin. He's trying to find places to farm, but Toby, he's standing on top of him.
Yeah, he's just ready to play around with Hanskin. Yeah.
Goodbye, Hanskin.
Nothing to be done here by Luna. Mid lane, Nico Baby did start to make a move over towards Shad, but not a target to jump upon with the Omni Slashes. They're just not be quite enough damage from this jug, even as farmed as Nico Baby is.
He's getting initiated on. Gets a spin though. CS4 goes for a long journey to push top as well as gather 2 bounty runes for his team, so get some gold. But we're seeing Alliance, so this is just, it looks like desperate moves, right? Just trying to find anything they can out of the map as Vikings they're constricting them completely. And look at Aramis and Boom on the hunt again. S4.
He's out.
We'll make it out.
He's out and away. We'll manage to live. But yeah, we're seeing some, the really sort of insane numbers coming out. In the good and the bad sense, really, for both teams. I mean, it's getting close to the stage where Limp and S4, they're going to be falling behind the net worth of the 2 supports of Viking GG in a sort of an objectives time.
Yeah, they actually might get 5 of the top 6 on the side of Viking if it keeps going at this pace. The Aegis does get reclaimed, and Alliance, they're feeling a little bit of strength here, moving out, getting some wards, and actually going for a smoke play. They have vision down bottom of this Lifestealer. If they blow absolutely everything on Shad, they can get him. If he's totally isolated.
Dire are scanning.
Too scared to make a move over there as their lane's still pushing in heavily.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, all of them just sitting around Hanskin. That was very obvious too. They have like the Vlad's aura on him too, so they just know that everyone was sitting right next to him. So they just ping him, set themselves up on the high ground, let Aramis keep pushing the lanes. Viking just playing it calmly here, waiting till they can finish up these next few items as they're in just a great state right now. All the pressure's on Alliance. Viking sweeping up toward top here. Nico Baby is pushing out forward here. Aramis, he's in position to try to get the stun from the tree line.
He's got the opening. I mean, Laguna's out. Ooh, Remnant not quite there in time, but it doesn't matter. The bash isn't just the right clicks from Shadow, takes him away. Nico Baby pushing out alone. And they're just able to set up like that on him.
And he's playing on the southern side too. So many times this game, Alliance has been very careful playing on the northern side of the tree so they can't get stunned from the tree line, but slip up once, Aramis, he finds it. And 70 seconds where they just can't do anything. Alliance just has to watch the whole map be farmed.
Actually, a 20 to 8, 14k lead. I mean, well, we've heard it from sort of Viking and the interviews that they've given about how they really do sort of study how their opponents play, and they always try and come up with something that directly counters what that team's been proven to be successful with. And it definitely feels like in both of these games they are just playing, they know exactly how to play against Alliance. As Alliance just both of these games has just seemed pretty lost.
Yeah, it really just feels like for Alliance, it's just been a lot of them just playing the farm game. Viking, they're playing the farm game, but then they know when they hit their timings that they can punch back at these moments. Yeah, it's been some real good play and real good control of the game. Alliance is just, it's really felt like no hope for the majority of this game. Since this, 20-minute mark, where they were pretty close on this gold. After that point, it's just been Viking the whole way. And yeah, we're looking at that net worth. Lina has now surpassed Pugna and Magnus. So 4 of the top 5 for Viking.
And it's not like the ones below are that far apart. Like, there's still a chance that we'll see Chen take over and get himself up into the top 6 too.
Yep.
I mean, what one team fight salary he's going to be up. He's going to be up there with the rest of them. And,
yeah, and all these things will really matter. Is
Roshan, that might do it. That'll get him close.
They have a full Agonift on Aramis now too, so the Jug, Nico Baby starting to look very frail. 2300 HP, and Ag's Laguna, more than half of HP will just be gone. There's Aegis and Cheese.
Yep. Agonims for Toby.
Oof. Very nice. Yeah, double 2. Oh my god, that's going to be so good. 2 charges of Rupture. And they also did find a Timeless Relic for Boom. So spell damage, debuff duration on this Void Spirit, who is approaching 25. Yeah. The Dissimulate stun talent probably going to be grabbed if he hits that too. And
yeah, and he's also not too far off from pretty much getting the Octarine done.
Yep. They're just getting so many different items in Alliance. They're not getting much of anything. It's just Nico Baby slowly trickling getting these items.
It's, we say it a lot of times in games that do get very one-sided, and a team's down with a mag, but I do mean it when for Alliance to turn this S4, he's going to need a 5-man RP. If anything less, it's not going to cut it. They have to hit something insane as they're 26k down, and yeah, just nobody other than Nico Baby with any sort of semblance of farm on their team.
Nope. You know what would be the saddest thing? He lands like a 4-man RP, and then Nico Baby runs into Omni, and he Omnis a Lotus. Still possibilities of all this happening.
Oh, that's true. Nico Baby's got to watch out for that. You do not want to Omni a Lotus Lifestealer.
No.
I'm sure he won't. These guys are professionals.
Mm-hmm.
But if he does, yeah, you are right. That could certainly rub some extra salt in the wounds here for Alliance, as this has, without a doubt, been a very rough series for them. After some performances from Alliance as well, that they did pretty much what they ended up at the top during the group stage. They were winning. They were winning win after win. I guess for whatever reason, today is just it's not Alliance's day. They've turned up against Viking, and it just seems like Viking's done the better prep, the better homework.
Yeah, and the better draft, really, like you can just say, Alliance's draft is it's awkward because they have the support Luna. It just makes everything so hard for you to really do much of anything ever in the game. Like 41 minutes, and we can just keep talking about it. Hanskin is 1-4-4. I feel like his biggest contribution really was just stacking some camps for his team. Just feels so hard for them to just play anything and just do anything versus this Viking draft. Yeah, the lead's just getting ridiculous at this point. It's almost 30k. Almost 25 for Shad. Almost 25 for Boom. Yeah, they're almost at critical mass here.
Yeah. There we have it. Time to push the base. What is Alliance going to do about this?
See what S4 can do. Can he get any type of blink skewers? They've already got vision of him, so he has to watch out. If he blinks up, he can just get Yules and comboed immediately. Slimmering. He's just going to get Yules.
I mean, instantly, as soon as he's in, the Yules is there. He's trying to run, jump forward. The Laguna bursting him low. They're trying to keep him alive with the life drain, but with the Abyssal, Shad's just over onto Limb. The buyback will come out from the two of them. I'll turn over towards Shad, but still in on the front. Nico Baby's got the bashes and control onto Boom, but it isn't enough. Boom, he's able to jump out, pop the cheese. He's back up to full HP. He's out of there. As Viking GG, they'll get the space to take this Rax. 3 heroes dead as well, having to come out with the 2 buybacks there, Alliance, but still not able to do anything against Viking with those buybacks.
I'm surprised he goes for the skewer play. You have to know that they're gonna Yules you instantly, right? I've been seeing it the whole time too. Like Aramis is just waiting in position with all this cast range. S4 has to be more careful.
There we go.
Good
That's
RP.
a solid RP. Onto the 2 of them. Eclipse following up as well. But with the Yules and with the Dissimulate, they're out of there. And Shad's already moved in onto Lim, taking down the Pugner. Over he goes, over towards S4. S4's dead. Nico Baby is silenced and killed. That's going to be it. 3 dead for the 3 cores. No buybacks available. As Viking, they could just play around with Alliance right now as they clean this one up. Triple kill for Boom. Onto the tier 4s. There you go. There's the GG. And a rough day for Alliance indeed as Viking. I mean, both of these games, Viking just looking so composed and controlled. It was just a masterclass from them. Both games, just a showing and a lesson on how to beat Alliance. They do it very convincingly 2 times in a row here, Fogged. As Alliance just, they really did seem lost and all over the place in both of these games. They never really managed to get anything going in their favor in this whole series.
Yeah, it was just like beautiful discipline, really, from Viking, right? Like even like these mistakes that they would make, they were so quick about their decision making too. It's like instant buybacks from Aramis back into these fights. Just overall, like really good team play, really good coordination and understanding, like great understanding of the game. Like in that last one, where they just know we're gonna outscale. It doesn't matter what Alliance does. Doesn't matter if they get Roche. We have the understanding of how our draft works. Love it.
Yeah, exactly. The drafting in particular, as you pointed on, just both times seemed exemplary from Viking GG. This game too, in particular, to the point where Alliance, they come in with something a little different. They do try the Luna support, which of course we've seen work before. It definitely didn't work here. Didn't look good at all here as Alliance just getting beat down harder than they did in game 1. 27-9, 41k gold lead for Viking GG as Viking GG really getting back that power that we've seen from them in previous tournaments. This team, you've got to respect them because when they hit, oh my goodness, they hit hard as Viking GG will take this series 2-0 against Alliance.
you, I feel alive, now I'm feeling like up to the fine, will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same, my brother in neck while I slowly curse. Feelings in gray, it's still the same.
The upset train continues chugging here in the upper bracket, and unfortunately for the boys here, it did stop at Alliance, and now they are down into the lower bracket, facing up against OG after losing 2 games against Viking GG, who continue their ride here in the upper bracket. And now we get ready for our Mountain Dew Game Fuel post-match, where I do have my new panelists back here. New, old, same stuff. They're still good. It's whatever. Danog, QO, lads. Full series here, done and dusted. It's a 2-0 in the upper bracket, not something that we're used to so far. But Viking GG, man, I was not expecting this coming to this series at all.
I wasn't expecting it either. I was leaning more towards it being a 2-1 for Alliance, probably, just because of their performance coming out of the group stage. You know, Alliance obviously going 3-0, taking down OG with their 3rd series, and Viking, they were 1-2, but since then, they've really had this big transformation, playing in an entirely different way, playing around each other a lot better. I'm really liking it.
Yeah, like, I think that's the reason why I've said about lack of preparation compared to the Boom. I think Boom understood what they really wanted to do from the beginning, but compared to that, Alliance was very reactive. I know they're individually good players and they're very experienced, so but this didn't go that way.
Well, yeah, we saw in game 1, it felt like even though it was an outdraft, it was good individual play, again, coming from Alliance that made it look okay. But game 2, it just never felt like that was the case.
We might be able to learn a little bit more here with our post-match interview. We've got Shad here on the line from Viking GG. So Shad, congratulations on your 2-0 victory up against Alliance in the upper bracket. And I want to touch on something here. You know, we looked across both these drafts from game 1 and game 2, and it just felt like you guys had Alliance's number. Do you feel like that you were kind of figured out Alliance in this series?
I mean, I don't think they prepared for us because they gave us Void and Lifestealer, and every other team bandit against us, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the IO and the Chen, you know?
Yeah.
Stuff that's very staple to you. And as well, in that game number 1, it was probably a little more pronounced, but those were 2 of the least active games that I've seen throughout this entire tournament. You know, either team was sitting back, you were just happy to sit back and farm. Was that a strategy that you guys had going into that series, or did you react on the fly to how Alliance was playing?
It's when you play Void against Draw, I think. I mean, that's when I play Void against Draw, at least. You just want to split push them and wait to get more items and just wait for when they fuck up.
So were you surprised that they didn't get a bit more active, considering they had this DK and Drow lineup and force you to actually come back and defend as opposed to just freely split pushing?
Well, we kind of knew that they don't really play Draw a lot, so we know that they're not very good with it. Yeah, we kind of expected how it went, I guess. Cool.
So I want to know about this Magnus hero. In the game 2, I was actually expecting Magnus to go mid and Pugna to go position 3. But why is Magnus not being really favored in EU? If you can give any idea.
I actually also thought Magnus would be post 2, but I don't know. It's I think this hero is pretty greedy right now. It's very easy to punish it. And one sec, sorry. Yeah.
Is that your team just saying,
Sorry,
shut
yeah, I
up,
got
don't reveal these sorts of things?
All right, well, maybe you might not reveal everything about your team, but I've got one question. You're one of the only carry players, not one of the only carry players, but one of the very specific carry players that goes hand to minus on a lot of these heroes. Is there a reason why that you're favoring that over things like the Mask of Madness builds that we've seen from a few of these other players?
I just prefer it. That's it.
Yeah?
Like, I personally think it's better. I prefer it. I believe in myself.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's the confidence that we need, and obviously it's worked out here up against Alliance, so congratulations once again, Shad, for the 2-0 victory, and I can't wait to see you guys further on in the upper bracket.
Thank you.
Thank you. Heard from basically everybody across all these teams now, and hearing from Shad, he's like, yep, I believe in myself, that's all I need to do, and he seems to love it. I mean, the Hand of Minus versus Mask of Madness, it does have it's 50-50s, right, QO? It's like, you're a carry player, it's like, basically personal preference at that point.
It's because of the levels. Like you just get a more faster level. I know in lane, like there's a higher chance that like your laning phase can go a bit weaker. But if you manage to solve that out with your teammates or like by just hero like picks, I always think Midas is better. Like I'm the Midas preference like player too.
Yeah, I think it really depends on what hero it's on as well, right? Like the Sven, I totally understand, just because his talents are busted, especially the the 15 and the 20. But yeah, just opting to go out on every single one and clearly working out for him. I think Alliance didn't give Viking enough respect. Also didn't press their advantages that they had. We preferred the drafts coming from Viking, but I still feel like there was a window of opportunity for Alliance to actually force Viking to play this reactionary style as opposed to just doing whatever the hell they wanted to do.
Yeah. I was a bit surprised, like Kim mentioning about how the Viking were playing really confident just because they got like what they preferred as well. And usually as like Ashad just mentioned in the interview, like you should like remove this life stealer and void like for teams that heavily prefer to like play with that. But yeah, just lack of like respect.
Yeah, and Viking are becoming one of those teams where it's hard to ban out all of their heroes, and they play a few unconventional things. Like Chen isn't super in the meta right now, so you either have to get rid of it, or they're probably going to pick it for Celery.
Or just plan it out, like what do you do to deal with this Chen, like from the beginning, not like in the middle of the draft, because I think that we start to pick into the Chen is very just lane, like lane sorting out like a thing, but you have to see the bigger picture usually.
Yeah. Well, Viking GG was one of the teams coming into this tournament that I was looking at. A lot of people, even Srax in the video that you had pre-tournament, where he said that Viking GG were getting to the point where they're pushing into that tier 1 echelon, right? Like really making a stand for themselves to be in that top 6 of European Dota. And right now, they've made it to the top 6 now for ESL 1 Germany, and taking down a team like Alliance, who looked red hot coming into this pass. They've had a decent break here, and they came into this series, and I don't know, they kind of just had Alliance's number the entire way through, and you just look at all these players across every single one of these positions. 96% kill participation coming in from Boom. Like, Boom and Toby, to me, are the two players on this team that have looked insane across this entire tournament. Toby, he had a few issues when they did get that slider counter, but now he's come back with a new hero. And he looks just as good.
And we got to ban the Bloodseeker as well now, on top of all of this. Such a strong laner, you always know that you're going to get a decent amount out of it. Just Bloodride is very safe to be able to farm with. And, I mean, the thing that I'm very interested to see how they're going to fare against Na'Vi in the next round of the upper bracket. Because Na'Vi, exactly different style from Alliance, right? They are just going to run at you constantly. So how are Viking going to be able to adjust from that? I'm sure there's going to be a lot of replays being watched. And, well, probably from Na'Vi's side as well. How can we exploit Viking when they try and go this more, farm-intensive style?
Hero preferences are very similar.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Well, we've got a few days until we do have to see that. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go to another break ahead of series number 2 on today's schedule. We do have Mudgolems taking on Team Liquid. It's another upper bracket match. Winner moves forward to face Team Secret. Loser drops down to verse Nigma in the lower bracket. We'll see you after this.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
We're only halfway through the day for our second day of playoffs, and that means another series is on the horizon. It's Mudgolems versus Liquid for round number 2 here. These teams faced up against each other in the group stages. Will the result be any different? You guys have to wait and find out. My panelists here to join me for series number 2, Dan or QO. Lads, Mudgolems versus Team Liquid. Both these teams are looking hot and heavy right now. This is going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, they did face up against each other in that first round of the group stage. It was a 2-0 victory for Liquid, but as we're going into this first game of the playoffs, it's actually Mudgolems that have the higher seeding, according to our admins. So with that in place, that means that they get the game 1, and if it goes to a game 3, selection side priority. So that's going to be a big deal considering how closely matched up these guys are.
I mean, Mudgolem was showing, like a strong performance. Maybe they deserve the higher seed, but I don't know. Still, for me, like Liquid is a little more stable team.
A little bit more, just because like Mudgolems, they've shown us flashy bits of brilliance, but Liquid have done it for a longer period of time.
Yeah, but if you ask me the potential, I think Mudgolem has the more potential.
Is that just because of the 33 factor, Kyo? Just because they have these kind of, I don't want to say wacky stuff, but they have these quirky synergies that they have with Milan and 33 in the offlane, right? Like we've seen it time and time again. Shadow Demon and the Broodmaster, that's one that comes to mind straight away. That Cinder Brew and the Shadow Poison looks extremely hot. Whereas Team Liquid, yeah, they've got some quirky stuff in their own right, but they're very more, they've got their own identity around that kind of stuff, and there's nothing that's going to kind of come out of the backside. Whereas Mudgolems can really do something like that.
Yeah, and well, we've got the Spider-Men going up against the 4 men of Mudgolems and a new challenger approaching in Skeeter, I believe that is, that we can't see just yet. But I don't know, I've been really impressed with Mudgolems, just their unique drafting style can catch... Honestly, both of these teams are probably, excluding Secret, the most versatile in the entire tournament. We spoke with Liquid a few times about how they've changed up their farm priorities a little bit, giving Boxy and Tiger and Mickey, they're just rotating them around to whichever lane is preferable. I think the thing you mentioned actually in the first series, QO, is first picking this Rubik. Can you do it if you don't have that flexibility to put it in the position 5 role? And that's something that Liquid do really well, in that they can open with a very strong hero, but you're not giving away your lanes set up from the very beginning.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like I think this is a battle of both teams are not gonna be reactive for sure. I think they're gonna have their plan, and Liquid and like Mudgolem have such a different the hero pool. So we're gonna be seeing 2 different Dota style.
I think the biggest thing coming in from Mudgolems, though, is we've seen Boroniha on this Storm Spirit absolutely pop off. So I think that's got to be something in the back of the minds here for Team Liquid, that you have to make sure that if you come into this series, you have to make sure that that mid lane matchup is not going to be so dominant for Boroniha, because we've seen it time and time again. He is the linchpin for that team. Yeah, Skidder might be, the Sven or the Spectre in that team, but if they don't win these games, to me, it feels like off the back of Boroniha not having a good game.
Honestly, this is a nightmare to predict this series, because both of these teams, like, they run out drafts, and I'm like, there's no way this can work. And then they just stomp the other team because it's this unconventional style. We saw just then how effective the Lifestealer was for healing up supports, for surviving that little bit longer themselves, and I feel like that's a style that Mudgolems really like to employ. But Liquid, they've got their own things as well. These cheese last picks, the Broodmother, the Lone Druid, these crazy stuff that can come out from Quakefa.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think with the Liquid, like, they're not gonna be preferring this. I mean, they do play Bloodseeker a little bit, but
a little bit.
This Lifestealer, Lina, and Bloodseeker. I think these 3 hero interactions in the playoffs, like, showing really strong performance. And like, I don't think Liquid will be doing it. Like, I think Liquid does a Quakefa just do this like dirty mid hero, and then Mika does this voice spirit semi-carry type of the carry.
Yeah, most of the time that's how they run it. But they're not afraid to put Mickey on a hero that's able to be that hard carry, and that's again another good bit of versatility. If there is, I suppose, a weakness that we've seen from the Mudgolems, is that I haven't really seen Boroniha fulfill that role. He hasn't been playing the TA all that much, or things that can actually carry from the mid lane.
I think something else that's for us to touch on here for Team Liquid is the fact that Tiger as well as Boxy, they change up their farm priorities whether they need to. So we've seen it time and time again where Tiger has these greedier position fours. He's played the Sand King before, and now he's played the Enigma as well. So if they give, Boxy a hero that gets 1 or 2 items, he might be able to play it around a little bit. Even in this series here up against the 5-man, he played a position 4 Invoker. So they have this versatility between their players that they can have a draft, and then they can get towards the end of it and just go, pick whatever you guys want, we can run it however we need to.
Yeah, the Snapfire being run in the position 3 role by Mickey, so again, switching up where it's traditionally picked and who plays it, that's the level of versatility that Liquid have. It's a scary prospect to be facing into.
Exactly. You said it was going to be a nightmare to predict. I feel like it's going to be a nightmare to draft against here for Mudgolems as well. So coming into this first game draft, lads, do we feel like the pick priority is going to pay a big dividends for either one of these teams, or do we feel like it's going to be more reactionary drafts for that, second and third phase?
I feel like the counter picks are going to be pretty important, but then on the other side, you want to make sure that you can get your heroes first. And particularly for Team Liquid, they are one of these teams that really likes to run the Mars-Phoenix combination, and they run it really well.
Yeah, I think if you're Liquid, I think you really want to prefer to have a second pick.
Yeah. Well, lads, we're going to have to wait and see if that is how it does pan out here between Mudgolems as well as Team Liquid. It's time for us to go to a short break, and we're going to get back in as fast as we can for game number 1 draft here. We'll see you then.
Take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance. I can't pretend to like you.
I don't want your empathy. I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite place, you're at a leisurely place. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A war welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see.
G'day and welcome back, everyone. We tried to be as fast as we can, but unfortunately for Matt, he had to put on a brand new shirt because he spilled everything across it. So now we're going to get into our game number 1 draft here between Mudgolems and Team Liquid. Lads, he's got a nice bright and shiny shirt on. Unfortunately, he doesn't. It's exactly the same. I made it all up. So we're just.
I've got 2 of the same shirt, to be fair.
That is true. It is that exact same shirt as well. So you could have done the bait and switch, but you know, we had to give the viewers something because, you know,
You got to give them something.
You got to give them
Ravenous. But draft started, and I mean, clearly not making the same mistake that Alliance just did, letting either of those two heroes through. And Mudgolems, they like to play them as well. I'd say that they're Skeeter's most played heroes, in addition to the Spectre, which has been let through, and they pick it up. So why not? You know, you've enabled your late game already. You've given yourself a decent lane. Oracle's pretty nice, but the big thing about this draft is, we were mentioning it before, Liquid, you don't know where the hell these heroes are going to go, right? Insania can play the Shadow Demon, but so can Tiger. Void Spirit across all 3 core roles. I think maybe we've probably even seen Tiger play it a couple of times.
Yeah, I'm sure
well.
he's played it.
So you don't reveal anything, whereas Mudgolems, they've revealed an entire lane already.
Yep. Yeah, I really like how Liquid opened the Void Spirit after banning the Lifestealer and Void. Because those 2 heroes like sort of stops like from Liquid doing post 3 Void. And they're usually good. Like even if they run it as post 1 or post 2. So yeah, I like that.
I mean, it's just like, it wouldn't surprise me to see this being the offlane. Like, I think maybe that's how Liquid are approaching this, just because Boxy plays a really good Void Spirit. It's an easy setup with the Aether Remnant where you use the...
Disruption.
Disruption, that's the one. And yeah, you can progress. You can do a lot of burst damage as well when you get that Soul Catcher off. You just zip through them a couple of times, use your abilities, and suddenly they're dead, you know. If you can get that onto the Oracle as well, you've suddenly taken the false promise out of the equation.
Yep. Oracle Spectre. First 2 pick opening. I don't really like it.
I don't like it that much either.
Why do you not like
it? It's
QA?
too passive.
Especially against Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid are anything but passive. They are always going to be taking the fight to you.
I feel like team who like won their first playoff, they opened with really scary picks, and they with the 3rd and 4th pick, like they had more space in the draft. But if you open with the 2 weak heroes, nah.
Well, to be fair, we haven't ever really seen Fada play an aggressive style of 5, right? They could just very well be putting this all onto the positions 2, 3, and 4. Rubik, not insanely aggressive, but you have the roaming potential, you know, lift, and when you get 6, of course, there's a couple of nice abilities to steal, so it's okay, and it's taking it away from Team Liquid, so I think that's a pretty good pickup. Not revealing all too much. But yeah, it's all going to come down to the heroes for 33 as well as Barania for Mudgolems, in my opinion.
Yeah, but like once, like at this rate, like if the Mudgolem goes to the 5th pick, like they obviously they get the last pick, so they're sure gonna counter the Liquids like a last pick. But if you open with these like 3 heroes, and then if the next hero doesn't solve out like a lot of problems, they're gonna be in big trouble. Like they're not gonna be having like any good picks available, even if it's a lane counter.
Well, you know, you've talked about this quite a lot, QO. It's like when you have all 4 picks on the table here, even if you have the last pick overall, if there's still too many things that you have to solve, too many boxes you have to check, then it makes it this last pick kind of useless, right?
Yeah, like so that's why like I like about Liquid how they're just putting them into the corner just by picking like a bit like offensive, and in the same time a little like we can't expect it. Like we don't know what they're gonna be doing with the positions.
And you've also got the fear factor coming from Liquid. They've gotten rid of the Lone Druid already, Mudgolems, in the first phase of banning. Broodmother's still there. So you can't pick the mid hero right now, I don't think. Because if it's not one that deals with the Brood, suddenly Koipa's just like, all right, easy. Sure, you can ban it, but there's always the potential that they're just forgetting that in the back of their mind. So you would think that it's going to be the position 3 hero coming out here from
Mars? There's just a casual Rubik Mars. There hasn't been many offlaners getting picked in this tournament because it's always like sort of banned. We haven't seen like a lot of Beastmaster. It's banned.
It's basically been Mars, Underlord, Nature's Prophet, right?
Yeah, Underlord hasn't really showed like a good performance, I think. And Tidehunter hasn't been picked, surprisingly.
Yeah, not much at all. I think
has there been a tie? I think there's been a. I think we've seen
Mind
one.
Control played it once.
Yeah, I think we've had one Tidehunter pick so far, and it hasn't really been.
Yeah, Doom. I think that was nearly something that they would have gone for Team Liquid actually if Mudgolems left it in the pool, just because really good counter to the Spectre. Again, it's flexible, so you're not giving away your lanes again. And yeah, I think it's solid overall. You're able to get hyper aggressive with it. It feels like a Barania style of hero though, not the off lane.
Yeah, I really like that Doom pickup here just because like if it's a Void Spirit carry, I think it can solve out a little bit of problem. But they pick Troll, so like from Liquid's perspective, all they have to do is let's think about Doom's offlane potential and mid potential, and they already closed down the safe lane by just picking the troll. So I don't think they can put Doom in a position 3.
Yeah, it has to be mid essentially. So even though Koikfa won't be getting his hero in the last pick of the draft, assuming that that's his hero that's still yet to come, he's in a pretty advantageous position right now on Team Liquid. I mean, just again, based off these first 4 picks, similar to game number 2 of the previous series, you'd have to be favoring Liquid right now.
Does this feel like a Boroniha hero though, if they do put the Doom?
Yeah, I mean, it's just something they can dive in. You know, he fulfills a very similar feeling to like an iceberg style, right? Where you just want to be able to jump in super deep, whether that be in a blink with a scorched earth, or zipping in, or other things of that nature.
These days, like when the Doom comes out in like 3rd or 4th pick, like I mostly think about like Doom will be mid.
Yeah.
Because there's like it's just the natures of the hero having like high health, so he doesn't really get burst down by support roaming.
It's kind of like the mag to us, right? Where we see every single time we see the mag, it's like, oh, it's either an offlane or a 5. It's not really, flex across the European region. Circling back to the Tidehunter, lads, it was picked once by Viking GG.
And we're seeing the Phoenix finally get banned out. I'm surprised that it's lasted this long, honestly, especially with a Spectre lineup as well. You always want to be able to make sure that he's able to sustain, but I think if Mudgolems picked it up, they would be a little bit too passive. You're just sitting on your heels doing nothing for most of the game.
One's going to round it out here for Team Liquid. Invoker.
It's again not revealed entirely.
I don't know who's playing or what. What's Insania playing? That's the real question.
I think the troll... No, even then, the troll could be mid.
I really like this Invoker choice. Like with, I think it can't be like an Exort if it's a Doom mid. And you just summon the Force Spirit, and like Force Spirit removes this armor. Good setup with this Shadow Demon. I like it.
Yep. And we've seen, I'm sure Insania plays the Shadow Demon. Tiger could pick up something like the Pangolier, Boxy with the Void Spirit. We've seen Boxy on the Invoker again. And this just circles back to what we were saying at the top of this series, is the fact that it's going to be really hard for Mudgolems to round out their drafts properly, right? Because they have so many heroes and so many players that they can utilize for Team Liquid here that this draft, to us, we have no idea what's going on. So it's going to be even harder for Mudgolems who are in the server right now. We have to get that final pick of the draft.
And in a limited amount of time as well. They've only got 25 seconds left. And, even once they select their heroes, again, with Liquid, you don't know how the farm prioritization is going to go. Boroniha Storm Spirit getting active, and it is going to be a Doom offlane then, into a potential troll pick.
It's a 5 Pango.
Which it will be like we are going to be expecting Wex Invoker, 5 Pango.
It's a 5 Pango.
5 Pango.
All right, Liquid. I mean, I've enjoyed watching Team Liquid basically since their inception, but I mean, these guys are just the best.
We've seen that once before, actually. Motivate Trust ran it with Boombell in ESL Thailand.
Was it Boombell or Play Hard?
No, it was Boombell.
Oh, yeah.
So it worked, actually. They won that game. So that's some good signs.
I really don't see like too many weakness with this Liquid's draft. Like, yeah, in my opinion, so I'll probably just have to go with Liquid.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Liquid. I feel like Storm Spirit is, of course, like a better matchup into the Invoker versus a Doom, but I still think that's not going to be enough. Even though Boroniha is a god on this Storm Spirit, yeah, Liquid is the versatility, the lockdown, the team fight, the aggression, the lanes, like everything's looking pretty good for them.
All right, so it looks like the boys of Liquid do have the shenanigans behind them. They've also got my panel behind them. Let's see if our casters feel the exact same way. We've got our boys, Pixie and Fogo, for one more time.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Liquid versus Mudgolems just about to kick off here. Game 1. Fogged, we've just had the drafts where we're getting some fun stuff indeed. The Insania Pango for Liquid. Is it going to work, though? Do you like what Liquid's doing, or do you think sort of the more standard approach here from Mudgolems is going to help them win it out?
Glancing at Liquid's, like it does look like it has all the elements, but I think they've gone a little too far outside of the box with some of this stuff. It just feels too weird to me. It's weird because I can't like specifically like say like what I strongly hate besides 5 Pango being weird. Like it looks like they do tick all the boxes, but there's something about it just doesn't feel right. It feels very strange.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely going to be interesting to see what they do with this sort of setup. As here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Getting into the action of Game 1 between Liquid and Mudgolems. And as we can see, starting off there, some of the lanes we've got coming out up top. Mickey playing the carry troll. It's going to be supported by Insania on the 5 Pango. He's got that Orb of Venom picked up. He's ready to punch. Tiger on his Shadow Demon. Mid lane, Quake for Zigboka. And of course, Boxy left on the Void Spirit down at the bottom lane. Over on the other side, on Mudgolems, Skeeter on the carry. Spectre, Boronier on the Storm that we've seen from them come out quite a few times now at this tournament. 33 playing the offlane Doom. Fada saving lives as the Oracle. And Milan's going to be looking for the plays as this Rubik is going to get met by Liquid here on the high ground.
But he's got boots.
Yeah, he should be able to make it away, no problem at all with that movement speed.
Sees the 3 top, so he's probably expecting them to do at least keep a tri-lane for maybe the first level or 2 if they can try to get a first blood. I think that's probably Liquid's better idea here if they have this support Pango, because I'm a little worried if it is just a support Pango straight up and they just make these standard dual lanes. I think this top lane might suffer a bit here. Rubik and Doom can pack a pretty decent punch, especially when you don't have a real support to kind of help you out on the side. And I'm looking at the Storm last pick. I look at Mudgolems draft, and like you said, very standard kind of draft for them where they have so many different ways to start the fight. You know, this Haunt gets popped. They can pick and choose who they go for these battles. It's your very standard Storm Spectre lineup with a nice Doom coming into play too. Their team fight might be a bit lackluster when that Haunt isn't up, but they do have nice, good supports to be able to move around. The Rubik in particular with the Storm, they can constantly set up for kills.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, it's definitely a much more tried and tested lineup that Mudgolems have come out with here. Some very solid core heroes that have proven to be very strong right now in this meta.
Yeah, I want to see how they
try something a little different.
I'm going to be looking a lot at Taiga and Boxy because these two, for me, have been just so crucial to Liquid's games. If I feel like Boxy's having a bad game, I feel like Liquid struggles so much. They always it feels like they never can really make stuff happen on the map. So these two, definitely the ones to be, at least for me, to keep eyes on.
Yeah, and I mean, how much pressure do you think they are going to be able to put onto these two? I mean, so we're seeing Skeeter, he's going to have that help of Fada removing the stacks of the poison. Is that sort of enough to mean that Skeeter's not going to be too interrupted by these two down here? Or what do you expect from Liquid to come out of the early few waves and levels?
They can probably punish Fada on the sideline. Oh, free courier for Fada, okay. They can probably punish Fada on the sidelines there, but I think on Skeeter, once he gets like these points in dispersion, you negate too much of the damage, and you're always just going to have this lane pushing in. They also have their pull available immediately, so like Fada, at some point he can just walk over and start pulling. So I think this lane should be just fine for the side of Mudgolems.
Looking at over the other lanes, mid lane, very even so far in the first few waves. Quake from Boronier keeping it close, and up top, we're seeing the two supports keep each other busy. Milan and Insania just poking each other away from their respective cores, and in turn that's just giving the space for 33 and Mickey to trade farm. Nobody really feeling under too much pressure up here for now.
Insania is actually doing a very good job of just bullying Milan a lot here, even though Milan, he has level 2. He's just done a great job of just resetting the lane positioning, and Mickey is able to get free farm. Can they stop the pull, though, is the question. If Milan does get this pull, this is going to prove to be a pretty big concern up top for XP at least. And yeah, the pull is done. So that's one of the concerning things about having a melee 5 position some of the times, is just breaking that pull is very difficult.
Yeah,
so Mickey's going to have to contest. Yeah.
Trying to mess around with them a little bit. Mickey steps over. As another courier of Liquids falls. Milan sniping out. Insania's behind him. Insania trying to run him down, but just obviously at these early levels, not really too much you can do other than a quick swashbuckle.
And they can't threaten the Doom at all up here either, so it's going to be a free farm for 33 with level 2 on that Devour. He's going to go look for a nice creep to grab. He's got a pretty damn good one for aggression. Probably the best one, actually. That 50 mana for huge damage on the Doom if they look to get aggressive up top at all. Now they can, for sure.
Going to try and go for Milan here with the slow. Milan, he's going to put the stick charges. Mickey, can he quite get the last hit? And he can't. 33 is able to step forward, drop the clap, and push Liquid back. Make sure the Liquid's not going to be able to find first blood yet.
Yeah, doing better than I thought they would up top. But it is versus a Doom, and Doom, you know, a bit passive, of course, for these first few levels. He's starting to get his strength since he got a good creep eaten.
And they're chasing now, Insania.
And
He had to find someone here with the swashbuckle across the two of them. They turn with the burst, but it's not enough to kill Insania. As Insania and Mickey get the first blood onto 33. Insania already starting to serve up. Milan's got to be a little careful how he hangs around. Swashbuckle's going to be back up in 8. And indeed, Milan already stepping away, but I mean, it's working. And Insania's Pango got the kill and didn't die. They couldn't quite burst him.
And he's actually setting up for all the farm for Mika. So, all right, 5-position Pango is going to work in this one versus this bit of a passive lane that they do have on Mudgolems. So, ends up working out for them here. And we see mid if Mika gets pushed out is Milan top.
Having to get the slows onto him. Chances there for them to turn with the telekinesis. And now 33 will run down the two of them a little bit with the Scorched Earth.
Huh. That was a kill on Insania. I'm not sure why he threw him away. If Insania gets the clap on it, or if 33 gets the clap on Insania, Insania is dead. He just used Swashbuckle. That was weird by Milan. He wanted to get the drop stun onto Mike, but yeah, ends up missing a kill, I feel, out of it.
We're coming up to the 5-minute runes, but Insania, is he going to be able to come in and contest? This doesn't look like it. Up top 33. He's actually able to cut down Mickey's courier, which was about to make a pretty big delivery for this stage. It had extra tangos, a mango, and the Wraith Band on. And he was just able to walk in and take that away right in front of Mickey.
Mickey has to be careful how he steps up with this point in Infernal Blade. He can die. An Infernal Blade and a clap. As Milan, he's chasing out Insania. One more hit might be able to kill. Ooh. Nope. 15 HP.
Has been killed.
Oh, Milan.
He's still looking. Insania. Yeah, he's going to be able to make it away.
Mid, we see again, Tiger's looking for the big rotation this time as he dewarded the cliff. Warning here. He'll be fine though, as he does have that full bottle to heal himself up. And I'm seeing a Spectre not get pressured bottom. Tiger's looking to make some moves around mid, but this is always a concern. They haven't slowed down Skeeter at all. Spectre with free farm. A lot of aggressive wards we see placed out from Taiga. He's looking to get information inside the jungle because he knows Storm's gonna hit these creeps soon.
On top.
But we see quick D-wards.
They're trying to make moves on 33, but it's a little too big for them to take down. Has a lot of one charges too. They're still trying to move in on him. Yeah, with the one popped, Liquid will realize that this is not a kill they're going to be able to get.
So we see Taiga continue hanging around mid with this catapult wave pushing in, just forcing Borin here away from that mid tower. But lanes have kind of progressed now in these first 6 minutes. We see fairly even across the board, which, you know, as a Storm and a Spectre lineup, yeah, I feel like you're always happy. Lanes going even, you're in a great spot.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And even I mean, they're even a little bit ahead out of the lanes too. So
Radiant's middle
very ideal situation.
It's definitely going to be pressure on Quaifa to make some big moves early this game. He's going to have the boots out in a second with that urn. He can start trying to look to get a little involved in these side lanes. But as you say, they're going to need to bring a lot down to that bottom lane already if they want to try and have a solid chance at killing off Skeeter.
Yeah, he has much easier rotations to play around top, I feel. These two can set up for kills onto the Doom and the Rubik pretty easy. Killing the Spectre still is just... it's just too much of a task. Zip in.
Baronier is going to get a little active onto Quakefoot. Of course, not enough damage right now for the Storm to really threaten the Invoker. In fact, Baronier is taking quite a hit back. And Quakefoot as he holds his ground with the Cold Snap. Of course, level 6 on for Skeeter, so Horn always at the ready. If they do find opportunities to fight on these other two lanes here, Mudgolems is still just holding that slight lead here.
I feel like, yeah, Insania just committed again with Swashbuckle. Milan's playing a little bit passive, I feel like. When Insania commits, I feel like a lot of these times he can just lift him and throw him on the Doom, and that's a kill. I think he's giving a little bit too much respect to this position 5 Pango. I've seen now like 3 times Insania putting himself in a jeopardizing position and doesn't get punished.
Oh, yeah, Quakefoot move up to the top there to see if he could get looking on anything, but Milan on the high ground gives them all the info that they need, and Quakefoot's just going to have to head back towards mid. He's not going to be able to catch anyone by surprise up top for now. He's going to try and make the play of go down bottom and helping Boxy as Skeeter, a little low on the HP, doesn't have any regen upon him. Might be able to dive and burst him.
This could be a really nice move here, Skeeter. He's got the dagger out. He's speedy. Can they connect?
They got the Tornado EMP and Remnant. Cold Snap down as well. The damage is done.
Nice.
Smart moves from Quaker, and in a way that would have caught them by surprise, because as we saw, showing himself top, coming in up to the stairs, they just immediately with that TP down bottom, they weren't ready for that.
Yeah, he gets himself his Zerg in charge now, so he can look to make some moves around the map a lot easier now. And Borning, he can react with his TP to try to counter-react, but it's always a little bit scary versus the speedy Invoker. Quake's still hanging around bottom. There is a ward set up in the area, and they spotted that ward place too. But they're committing
just get Fada. Yeah, Fada step forward to try and get some farm in this lane. Quaker's still about. And Quaker is going to be able to catch another. So some early players coming out from the Invoker top lane. Boromir also starting to get active for Mudgolems. They dive in onto Insania underneath the tower. Of course, by this time, Mickey stepped away from the lane. He's hitting the jungle now.
We're seeing very similar movements coming out from both teams. Mickey, he's going to be going for this greed. As we've seen, he's going to go for this Battle Fury this game. That could be a little painful, I'll be totally honest. I feel like they might need him to go a little bit less greedy, but we'll see. I feel like they can definitely take advantage of that on the side of Mudgolems, but at the same time, too, I'm looking at Liquid, and I feel like he actually has to just go for the Battle Fury. Otherwise, they're just going to get outscaled way too hard this game.
Yeah, we'll see how quickly he's able to get it online this game, and how much that sort of helps him stay ahead, and alongside the 3 cores of Mudgolems that do all have some fantastic scaling and farming opportunities. As you can imagine, these 3 cores are not going to be too fussed, regardless of what state and stage the game gets to.
No, that's why I'm feeling like it might be a bit of concern that he goes for the battlefield rather than going for your phase, your Yasha, your Basher, and just going for this battle kind of build. I feel like it could hurt them because they're playing now. I feel like they're playing into Mudgolems' hands a bit. For Mudgolems, they want this game to progress. They don't mind any of this type of passive play here.
Yeah, this is going to have to be some huge moves from Liquid, but Quaker is going to be spotted out here. They come in with the Horn. They're going to jump in onto Insania, take him out, and now with Boromir closing the gap onto Quaker. They'll try and turn, but the range is there for Milan to come in with the telekinesis, take him out. They'll head over towards Tiger in the trees. They're going to be able to get the third here as Tiger's trying to run. Oh, maybe he'll live it. Boromir low on the mana. The swashbuckle actually off the mark. It doesn't matter, though. The range is there for Boromir to come in with a final hit. Pick up a triple kill. I mean, that was a fantastic use there of the Horn and the Chasers. As soon as they saw Quaker, they made that move immediately.
This is one of the reasons why the slight concern for this Battle Fury. I feel like Mickey, he might have to get involved with this team. Like, even if he goes for Battle Fury, I think he actually might have to just start fighting with them. Because this does look like it's going to get really difficult for Liquid. Every time these ults are up, Mudgolems will have a very strong fight. And they saved Doom that last fight. I saw 33. Yeah. He almost instantly casted it. The Ghost Walk went off. He misses it. And then he raises his arms again. And they realize, wait, we don't need to use this. So now there's still this threat on the map of Doom if Liquid does look to make an aggressive play.
And we saw there as well, huge that Boromir gets all the last hits on those kills. His Orchid's just going to be so fast this game. Bottom lane, Quaker's got the setup on a 33. They're in with the Rolling Thunder. 33 out of mana. Fada's trying to help him out, and he's able to do so. It's going to keep him safe for now, as the Rolling Thunder won't finish off the job. 33 is just able to walk away from the 3 of them, trying to make that move on him. And he's going to be fine. On the other side, though, Insania, he is not. Boromir catches him on the way out. And that's going to be the Orchid done. Yeah, it's a 12-minute Orchid on this Storm. And you said earlier already, anytime you sort of see a team getting this sort of power, being the team that has a Spectre this early on, you've got to feel a little concerned for the opponents.
Yeah, and it's a very, like we said, it's a very volatile draft from Liquid. It's very hard for them to actually play if they do start getting behind at any point, because like, who's their front line? Who's going to act as his front line show? Because everyone who shows is going to get just orchided and picked off in the lane.
It just seems like it's going to be so easy for the Mudgolems to make that sort of play with just how fast this Orchid is on the Storm.
It's also a pretty free Storm game when you look at it. Sure, there's some disables he has to worry about, like the Aether Remnant and maybe like some tornadoes and stuff like that, but if he's able to play around the initial setups, there's no actual just hard stun that they do have in their draft. There's no like Sanking Burrow Strike, no lifts, nothing like that.
And we've seen before, right, when you do go for the Invoker and you have this sort of play style that you want to get away with, this earn into yours, making moves, making plays. If you do start to die, You know, you're going to fall behind so far that it's going to be one of those games where it's just all on the Trolls' shoulders. And if they don't find action, Liquid, their other two cores are going to slip back.
Yeah, that's when we've seen, you know, Thompson, when he goes for this and he starts having some tough stuff happen as the Invoker, he just builds Medallion, builds Glimmer, goes Solar, and you're just kind of this glorified support Invoker just buffing up a Troll. Yeah, it definitely feels like it can get to that point pretty quickly in this game, as Warning has always full mana, always looking for this threat. And there's not going to be the Yule setup either, right? We see Boxy, he's just rushing in Aghanims. That silence, it's going to be great onto the Storm if he's able to do so, but he also can just die from an Orchid himself on that Void Spirit a lot of times too, because he doesn't have that defensive.
Fado was just able to get, he gets the wall coverage down, but it does get taken away, so not quite the open setup for Boromir to get in on that angle. Maybe seeing what else he can find. Scan hits, but there's a lot of Liquid here, so a little risky for Boromir to come into it, at least until Liquid start to separate. And Insania, he's got to be careful about walking down onto the low ground and maybe even staying on this high ground. He might still be in a bit of a spot of bother as they're trying to go. Boromir did actually, I believe, step in range of that outpost before he zipped, so they were aware of him.
They have a sentry down too.
Yeah.
They saw him for a second there.
And still, this pressure, it's just space, right? Skeeter and 33, they're just continuing to free farm. I mean, still, the Troll, Mickey, he's going to be on track for a good Battle Fury in time. In fact, does he have it finished?
I think he does, yeah.
So the Battle Fury's done, 15 minutes in, still very solid timing here from Mickey. They've got some stacks prepared for him already.
Oh, a nice stack. Oh, look at these. These are juicy. Typical Liquid fashion. A nice quad Ancient and a quad Hard Camp right next to him with the Battle Fury. So, yeah, he's going to get pushed up almost to level 14 off of this. So he will be very farmed, but here comes the plays.
Yeah. Showing on the lanes. It's becoming increasingly harder and harder for Liquid to do right now. Against the Orchid and the Haunt. There's so many ways of getting in on top of them, and 33 as well. BKB's nearly done. Phase runs BKB in with the Doom ready to pop. 33, he's going to be able to find his target every single time, so already just having, I mean, you know, all three cores, they're all able to just single out and focus whoever they want in these team fights. With their ultimate
setup. Fada's in position for a save, though.
Yep, they're going to put the false promise straight away, make sure Boromir is able to zip out to the side, and that will keep him more than fine. Liquid aren't going to look to chase this.
Uh-oh. This is a 5-position Pango. Therefore, he does not have a point in his W. Therefore, it's a free steal for Milan. This is like one of the best spells in the game that you can get on Rubik. No cast animation, Rolling Thunder to set up in these fights.
Oh? Boromir actually not getting caught there by Insania. Didn't quite land the angle with the swashbuckle. Okay, I feel like we're sort of going to see a similar game as we were actually saw from that last game in the previous series. You know, for Liquid, it's all about their carry. Mickey, he's got to carry this hard.
Yeah, it's going to be a very heavy farm game. It does feel like, but I feel like it just favors Mudgolems. They have so many different forms of scaling. Rubik has a lot of different good spells to seal for Milan, and yeah, he has the best one right now. So in this downtime where there's no Haunt, they still can't look to take advantage of it on Liquid. Now there's that stolen Rolling Thunder. Maybe they can kill Fada bottom.
Yeah, they shouldn't have any problems here. Taking him out. Milan's going to come in though, and there's the steal. Over with the Rolling Thunder. Turn over towards Insania. 33 charging in, but Insania is able to roll out himself. He'll get away. Not enough control there from Milan to buy time for 33 to close in. Over towards mid. They're trying to chase for Boromir here. Boromir, he zipped back up. Oh, what? I only can imagine that he clicked on his mini-map, but he was in the river. He literally just zipped straight back into them. That must have been a misclick.
That's the second time I think we've seen that this tournament.
We've seen some Storms getting a little too close to their mini-maps.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only explanation for that one. There is no other reason to make that move, as he just turns straight back into them.
Look at this. They get the lift. 33's running in. He gets the Doom.
Tiger tried to save him with the Destruction, but the Doom was already down. Mickey, he's going to try and run from this. Fado, has he got enough damage to push Mickey over the edge? They do. Daggers out. Mickey is taken down.
And just the moment that Liquid, they finally are getting something rolling for them, something good, beating on towers, they lose the hero that's everything for them. And it's right around, I guess, a Roche. It looks like the Mudgolems are going to go for.
Not necessarily the optimal Roche taking lineup, but I guess with the Blade Mail, tankiness, the Spectre, they can do this.
And Stolen Disruption. They've got the double Illusion Spectres for the Desolate. This actually makes it that much more possible.
Oh, it really does. I mean, Liquid know it's up. They're going to try and roll in Insania. He's got the Rolling Thunder coming through as 33 is low. Insania not going to be able to find the bounce. They'll wait outside of the pit for now. Jump forward from Boxy. He's in onto Fada. Fada's going to get burst down, but Borony is looking for the backline. Straight away over to Quaifer. Quaifer able to protect himself with the self-kills. 33 slams down the stun. Silence is there onto Borony, but it's not going to stop him taking down Quaifer. Boxy jumps over to the side with the Astral Step.
Mickey's back.
Borony off the side. 33 is taken out. And Liquid, they've found two.
Roche is low, and Mick is here.
He should be able to finish this off unless Borony is able to get a good zip off.
He popped the battle trance.
Straight away for that extra sort of chance to take it down at a bit of a quicker speed, but that means he's not going to have it to save himself. Haunts up. Jump forward on the side. Skeeter's in, but the Roche is taken. Mickey's able to get the kill and the Aegis. He grabs both. Over to the side, Borony trying to burst down Insania, but the Glimmer Cape saves there. Insania's going to be able to get away, and now with the Remnant Taunt onto Skeeter. Skeeter's in trouble. He's falling low, pops the one charge. Will manage to maneuver himself up to the high ground with the dagger. He's out of there, but Liquid, they get the Roche and they get that Aegis for Mickey.
Able to respawn at perfect timing. It really did feel like it. Mudgolems, that looked very close for them to be able to get it with those illusions, but ends up giving it up to Liquid. We still see Quaifa, though. He's the one who's really suffering. He bought back in that last fight to make sure that they can ensure that Roche. And just look at his net worth, how much it's suffering. So it's still going to be a really tough task for Mickey. Even though he has this Aegis, it might not feel like the strongest Aegis. It's just going to be an Aegis to farm. As Mudgolems, I feel like they can still fight even into this, because it's on the Troll, who's... Sure, he's got the S and Y and the Battle Fury now to fight, but the rest of the 4 heroes are still pretty fragile. And they do have Haunt as well as full mana on Storm and Doom. So I think Skeeter, go back to base refresh. They might be able to look and set up for a smoke gank here.
And so, sort of looking at the heroes that Mudgolems have, you know, despite the fact that Mickey is as farmed as he is, would you say that Mudgolems have the tools to deal with a very farmed Troll this game?
Yeah, they have the Doom. However, I think there's always the one X factor when I see Shadow Demon versus Spectre is if Taiga's able to get Ags. It's like this type of swap of these carry matchups because Dispersion's just gone the whole game.
So they can get with the smoke. Mickey showing in the lane. They want to try and get the heroes behind him, but there's a lot of them. Liquid coming down in full force to this bottom lane. The Mudgolems want to try and make a jump. Borony is looking for an opportunity. And there's the vision favouring them. They've got the lift up. They'll jump Insania first, but the disruption comes out from Tiger. Tiger buys a bit of safety for him. Borony turns his attention over towards Tiger. Insania not able to get the Rolling Thunder off in time as there's 3 down. Now they'll turn over towards Mickey. Mickey's trying to run, but the 33 are hot on his chase. Takes him out the once. Now Aegis taken out. Boxy is trying to create some sort of a distraction, allow space for Mickey to live, and it will work. Mickey's going to be able to escape, but it's at the cost of every other member of Liquid. And I feel like that could start to be the story we're going to see here. Everybody but Mickey dying as everyone else is just feeling so weak. We saw in that fight, as soon as the Horn came out, both supports and Quaifa, they fell over immediately.
Yeah, they're able to pick and choose and get the perfect initiation every single time with this draft. That's why we're seeing it picked so often, right? This Storm and Spectre combo. You always can just break the initiations. 33 just gets the Doom on whatever target he wants. And then, yeah, they steamroll over the fight with ease. I feel like that's really going to be the name of this game here. Has this Orchid to this limited ways to be able to purge it off. Like Boxy not having a Yule Scepter, just having this Ags Rush, he just gets Orchid in the fight too, and he does come in to try to help. And yeah, Spectre, Skeeter hitting very good timings. Manta on his way toward the Diffusal, and it's feeling like it's all going to be enough. It's really just Mickey. They have to all the weight on his shoulders and just have every buff for him.
They're going to try for the smoke, Liquid. See what they can find around mid lane. Mickey leading the way. Borony steps up with the invis. Boxy's trying to jump with the backlines to look to burst. Fada, is he able to do so? Fada still alive for now. He's been tornadoed up on the side. 33 jumps in with a Hoostomp. He's able to catch up both Quaifa and Tiger. Tiger coming out with the self-disruption, keeping himself safe. Mickey moving in onto 33, but they've lost Tiger. Rolling Thunder through him Insania. Doesn't really connect onto anyone at all there. Able to pull back Skeeter. Battle Trance comes out. Skeeter getting low, but he pops the Manta. He's out to the side. 33 tries to jump in to save him, but Skeeter goes down. Liquid get the big kill. They get the Spectre.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Still seeing how much damage they can do, especially with all these ults being down. About 20 seconds though till Doom is back up. See Mudgolem still lingering in the area looking for a jump, but damage is done. A great move from Liquid, punishing those cooldowns and getting the big kill, getting that Spectre. And I think that Mickey got the last hit as well too, so nice little jump of gold for him there.
Keeping him solidly at the top of the game. That BKB money, it's going to be done. So between the BKB and the battle chance, Mickey has now become a very hard hero to take out. I mean, as we've seen, Mudgolems, they can pretty much deal with the rest of Liquid, but Mickey is certainly going to be quite the ordeal to take down.
Unless they just doom him, which could definitely still happen, especially now that everything is up. So Liquid still has to play really well around these cooldown timings, but they do have some nice driving forces. Insania also does have a Blink Dagger, so he can look to actually get some good initiations himself if he doesn't just die immediately to the Haunt. Still feeling that pressure. Every time these ults are up, just Liquid has to somehow hope and just try to lose the least amount of heroes as possible, it feels, when they do just pop everything. As we are seeing Koikfa, he's just going for... I mean, he's got Boots of Travel queued up. I guess he just wants any ways to be able to disengage and reset if he does get doomed and run from the Haunt. I would like to see him build some type of buffing item for Mike, though. I do want to see him go for Solar Crest.
There we go. Move from Mudgolems. As you say, the real challenge and task is just taking out the troll. And that zoom in on him. I'll find Insania. They'll go for an easy kill. Insania presents himself. Baronier still with mana to play with. Boxy did jump in on this. He's used both of his steps, but Baronier, does he want to chase this up to the high ground? He does. It's onto Boxy. Glimmer Cape save will be there, but they've got the counter. Dust is out. Tornado coming into play as well as the disruption to try and keep him safe. Barney able to zip to dodge the MP, but he zipped straight to the hands, but the false promise save is there. Horn comes out, Skeeter jumps in over towards Boxy. Mickey, he did not use either the battle chance or the BKB, he's still got both. So
it looked like it for a second. It looked weird because he had the Alacrity buff.
Yeah, that's what it is. He just keeps sort of changing his form and it looks like he's popping the chance, but you're right. He's saved both of them, so still good to fight on the troll.
And not too bad. That was the Haunt used, and they did lose. You know, they lost something, but nothing too massive. They didn't lose any of their. They didn't lose the troll in particular, so still have to watch out. His Doom is still available, and Borninga, he has full mana with these 16 Bloodstone charges. While if Liquid still playing, hugging each other. So Skeeter knows he can just get all this farm down bottom now. As Liquid, they really have to just play sitting behind each other. So I feel like this is just going to allow Skeeter to always get so much farm on the map during this downtime too. The threat of the storm is always there.
A 5k lead for Mudgolems, and you know, as big as Mickey's troll is, it definitely does feel that Liquid are playing the riskier game right now. When you do have this strat where it's all in on your carrier, Boxy been caught in the river. As Boxy gets burst out, Tiger and Koikfa, they're trying to step forward. Slow down 33 with a tornado. With a man down, Liquid, they'll disengage, get themselves out of it. But yeah, you know, Liquid playing this, you know, single core lineup where you're against a Doom, and this hero, he's kind of the counter to that sort of style, right?
Yep. And I mean, they have great scaling heroes too, great ways to catch the back line. It feels like the game just gets harder and harder for Liquid as it does go on. But how do they break it? They have to pretty much just play perfect around these Haunt cooldowns, and right now it is down, but they keep losing a hero. That was their big move. They did that big smoke to try to catch people while Haunt was down, and Boxy ran through the river and kind of gave it away there as they were set up on the high ground. They have to be a lot more careful. They can't... I feel like if they make like 1 or 2 more of these type of mistakes, the game is just going to be at a point where they just can't fix it. It really feels like they have to play perfect on the side of Liquid.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And you can sort of see it from Mudgolems as well. They don't really feel under too much pressure at all right now. And they know that the troll's going to get infinitely more farmed. They always do have that solution with the Doom.
Oh, I didn't actually see this too. Milan has Shadow Purge. He has the Demonic Purge stolen too. So, I mean, versus Mickey, if there's a fight that kicks off, he just purges the troll, and it's disastrous. So if the fight does kick off pretty soon, which I feel like Mudgolems is going to force a fight any moment now as a DD spawns top, and they have everything available. Roche also back to life. This could be that big timing. A Basher finished up for Mickey, so he's hitting a pretty big peak timing as well too, but we're really seeing how tough of a hill it is for him to climb as he's all alone. Koikfa has half the net worth of all the other cores in the game on the side of Mudgolems.
Stepping in, but there's the job. 33 is in. He's in straight away. Mickey's able to put the BKB though. Turns over towards 33. Battle Trance comes out. 33 trying to get the Doom off. Can he do so? He can't. 33 he's lost his life. Mickey's taken him down over to the side. Insania trying to look towards the Storm and the Spectre. They've lost 2 on Liquid. They've now got to try and get Mickey out of there. No BKB and no battle chance. Boromir trying to chase, but doesn't really have the mana to continue to do so. So, Mudgolems, they come out with those 2 buybacks. They are going to maybe see if they can secure the Roche. But Liquid probably still able to try and give up some sort of fight around here.
It's very scary for Mickey to get involved in the fight, though.
They can take now the Invoker. They can. That's one.
Yeah, I think Mudgolems knows that Mickey can't turn up to the fight. No battle trance, no BKB. He can just get killed in a single disable. There's a Doom available, so this should be a free Roche for them to set up for.
We've got some fantastic Aegis and Cheese carriers here.
The best. As we're up to 20 Bloodstone stacks for Boromir, and Skeeter, he hits level 21 in that last fight too, so some HP talent and almost a finished Scotty on top too. And yeah, the story continues. It's just Mickey versus the world. As you know, like you said, this game does feel like the last game that we just casted, where it looks like 4 heroes are going to take over the top 5 net worth, and
it is getting there. I mean, that doesn't happen every day. I mean, to see it sort of 2 games in a row is quite something.
Yeah. Only Fada being left behind is Boxy showing himself mid again.
And still at this point, just no items to really save himself. But Tiger, maybe that'll do it. Comes in with a disruption. Boxy, he's taking heavy damage here, trying to juke away, but the burst is there from Fada. Finishes him off with the Purifying Flames. Boromir, maybe seeing if he can hunt down Tiger. Tiger's trying for the TP out, but 33's found him in the trees. And so with a Hoof Stomp puts a stop to that. More Bloodstone charges for Boromir now. 11, 1, and 9. I do feel like, again, sort of before this tournament, really, we were in an age where Storm really struggled. I'm not quite sure about his exact win rate, but definitely when Boromir's had his hands on him, we've seen some great games from Boromir Storm this tournament.
He's been dominating, really. Yeah. And it's always like they get this last pick where he sees a game where there's some limited disables, and he just takes advantage of it. I mean, 11, 1, and 9. He's 20 of the 23 kills for his team. He's having a pretty amazing performance with that 12-minute Orchid timing. And Boxy, like, I'm going to comment about this one too, because he went for this full aggressive build with the Aghanims, but not having this Yules or Dispel is
it's just destroying him.
Killed so many times. And they don't have setup either because of it. Like, if they had a Yules, maybe they can set up a little easier on Boromir, but without it, it's too hard.
Boromir, he's going to try and have a bit of poke at Mickey. Hey, it's literally just a poke. Just a poke. Nothing more. Maybe seeing if he could spook him, get some BKB charges out.
He has so much mana to work with these Bloodstone stacks. He can play very aggressively here too with this Aegis. The scan is out. It catches him, but yeah, you can see the pressure that Liquid's getting just from a Storm being there. Because now Haunt is available, so there's always that threat of the outnumbering.
I mean, and the thing is as well, you got to remember, the only time he actually died was when, as we imagined, the blunder did happen where he clicked the minimap. The only time he died was when he messed up, like made a genuine mistake. Other than that, Liquid haven't been able to do anything about him. They need him to make those mistakes, as it seems, to actually have a chance of killing him.
Yeah, he's really been on fire with his targeting in fights too. Finds himself a nice DD bottom and always carrying dusts. You know, these Storm Spirits, they understand. Especially him, he's always been the one who carries them to be able to find these targets in the back. See Skeeter, he's pushing out top. Koikfa, he's been kind of trying like rat mode here to deal with these creep waves.
Milan's hunting. He's into the trees,
Mickey?
He's found Mickey.
He's doomed. He's gone.
He's not got buyback either. Dead for 85. That was a huge catch there. I mean, I'm not quite sure what gave them the info to know that he was in the trees, but Milan hunted him down. I mean, what would you imagine they would have... What did they see that gave them that? I guess they have the wards around here. Did he come through the triangle and they knew he was still hanging around? But yeah, Milan just straight in. He knew he was hiding.
He just knew. I glanced up to see where Skeeter was, because Skeeter was pushing out the wave.
I mean, that's a huge catch to find there. I mean... this whole game, it is Mickey versus Mudgolems, and Mickey's dead for a minute. Boromir is in. I mean, there's no Mickey. It's time for them to start having some fun, Mudgolems. They don't care about any of the other members of Liquid. They can just go in, dive the base, dive tier 4s. They don't care. Liquid's got nothing against the rest of them. As Boxy, he's down. They lose Mickey, they lose everything. They have nothing against the rest of Mudgolems. As Mudgolems take the tier 3, they're going to take the racks here as well. And this is, you know, this is the weakness when you have these sort of drafts that end up in a 4 protect 1. You lose that 1, and you really do lose everything.
Yeah, 4 protect 1 into a Doom as well, and just it looks like Liquid, they were trying something out this game, right, with this 5 Pangolier. Mudgolems just did a very cookie-cutter strategy, played it to perfection, and yeah, it felt like Liquid's, the hope disappeared pretty early on in this game, probably around like the 25-minute mark. Started to really take a turn for the worst, and at this point, yeah, it's just impossible for Mickey. Look at this, just look at the net worth. Yeah, they have 4 of the top 5.
That's insane. Oh no, Liquid having a rough one here. But as you say, maybe a bit of experimenting. I mean, this experiment, you know, it's not over yet, but so far it doesn't look like the results are going to be too great for Liquid.
No. And they're not even able to get something I was hopeful for them this game, is that Aghanims on the Shadow Demon, to actually give Mickey a fighting hope versus that Spectre. They're going to go for a smoke here. Let's see if they can catch off guard, as Haunt is still cooldown 15 seconds.
Let's see what they can get with Mickey. Leading the way. Spectre's the
the
big one.
Spectre too. He's got a cheese though. He's pretty buff.
And Tornado is off the mark. Might not matter. They have the silence after the Manta. They're in onto him. He can get the blade mail off. He's able to pop the cheese. Mickey, he's doing so much damage to himself. He's got to be careful. 33's going to jump in for the Rolling Thunder. Is there, and they will be able to finish him off. Mickey's low though. He's been held to the side. Pops the BKB Skeeter coming back in with the buyback horn as they're just cleaning up once more. Mickey's BKB is about to come to an end. There's 4 dead on Liquid. And that's the problem when you're playing against the Spectre at this stage. Buyback Horn, it's always going to be there. You blow everything trying to kill him. And Skeeter's always just going to be able to press buyback, press R, turn back up, turn the fight around. And this one, it's looking pretty overfogged.
Yeah, and even before he pops the Hunt, he almost killed everybody just with Dispersion and Blade Mail. They were all at like 20% to 40% HP. It was an easy cleanup for all Mudgolems, even if Skeeter doesn't buy back. As yeah, this looks like it's clear and cut for them to end. Mudgolems just continuing to impress and just continuing to look real good in this tournament here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if you've not been catching some of the performances from Mudgolems, then yeah, you've missed out on some very, very impressive showings. And as we said, some of them built around heroes such as the Boromir Storm.
Long jump. Insania, he finds him, flips him with the damage, and I mean, it's godlike to boot.
It's just insane that we're seeing such a Storm performance come out consistently from Boromir. You know, other people have tried to play the Storm. It's not working. Boromir, it really does feel like every game he's just crushing. He is just crushing to the point where I don't think you can go into a draft against this team and allow the chance for that Storm to come in as the last pick unless you're really confident that your lineup's got some solid Storm answers.
I definitely agree. It just, he puts on way too much pressure on the map.
Yeah.
It's 12-minute Orchid just from his like rotation top getting triple kill, and just it's been a constant threat the whole game for Liquid that they've been hand-holding because they can't show in lanes. And bottom.
Look at the Doom. I mean, he's dead. Mickey just gets caught outside him and it's over. He's dead for 2 minutes. There's no buyback. This is the cleanup here from Mudgolems. And yeah, definite back to the drawing board for Liquid. The strat, the draft they tried this game, it just wasn't doing anything. Mickey got farm. That was about it, really. Nothing else really happened for Liquid. As we're seeing here, one final cleanup from Mudgolems. Boxy's going down. Actually able to jump out to the side. False Promise keeps 33 alive. Trying their best to fight, but there's no Boxy, there's no Mickey for over a minute. As there we have it. GG is called. And yeah, just a weird strat, weird approach from Liquid. And I mean, we said at the start, Mudgolems, there's nothing really too surprising about their lineup. It's a solid, recognizable lineup. Storm, Spectre, Doom. I think pretty much most teams in this tournament would be pretty happy, pretty comfortable with this set of heroes. Just so happens to be, of course, though, Mudgolems even more so the fact that they have such an incredible Storm player in the form of Boromir. Liquid just didn't stand a chance this game, Fog.
No, they tried something with this Pango 5, which, I mean, I'm actually surprised how well he did up in top, right? He actually secured the lane pretty decently, but we started to see this mid-game start to really fall apart. The Koikifa Invoker started just getting slammed, getting focused by Boromir, and they lacked, it felt like they just lacked cores, they lacked heroes that could actually do anything. Like you said, felt like Mickey all alone.
Yeah, I think you said Koikifa and also Boxy, they really didn't have a good game this time around, and as you mentioned at the start, you know, Boxy, his sort of flow really dictates usually how things are going to go for Liquid. He didn't have a good time, went for the Ags Meg, couldn't save himself from any of these initiations from Mudgolems, and therefore very little impact as it went on. Everything was on Mickey, but there was a Doom, the counter to 4 Protect 1, and overall Mudgolems just execute their lineup to Perfectioners. Game 1, ladies and gentlemen, going to Mudgolems against Liquid.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. Oh, welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
The boys are the only team here without an organization, but it doesn't matter because they've got one of the hottest logos around. Mudgolems get game number 1 here against Team Liquid. What felt like a little bit of an experiment from Team Liquid unfortunately didn't work out because the boys of Mudgolems have already figured out that Boroni Hearthstorm equals win. And now I've got my panel back here at the end of game number 1. Dan or QO. That was a Mudgolems draft through and through, and man, these guys are looking so good.
It kind of feels like the same story as Viking, right? Like when we spoke to Shad after they won their Series 2-0, he's like, man, they gave us these heroes. They allowed us to just pick the Lifestealer and the Faceless Void, the Io, the Chen, the Bloodseeker. And it feels very similar. Like, you know, you give Skeeter his Spectre, it's one of his top 3, and the Borneo Storm. It's just so busted. 12-minute Orchid, insane.
Yeah, but like one of my focus was like this crazy laning phase like they're getting, like the Rubik Doom. Like Doom was like highest net worth in the top lane against the
33
troll Waller.
never fails.
33 equal 0 fail, right?
At worst, he's going to draw the lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like Borneo. I mean, he's been always good with Storm Spirit. Like 12-minute Orchid was impressive, but 33.
I'll be honest, like I was a little bit underwhelmed by Koikfa's Invoke in that game, right? Like, I think that was the only lane that probably should have been exploited a little bit more. Like, if there was going to be a lane that won, it would have probably been that one in the mid lane. But it was just more of a stomping than I was imagining, and I think that just comes down to the comfort factor of this Storm Spirit. But you have the setup with the disruption into the Aether Remnant for the bot lane, and you've got the Lucky Shot, which, let's be honest, Insania, he got some pretty lucky shot procs in that lane for the minus armor as well as the slow. And against a Doom who has very low armor, you can abuse that. But despite that, like, Milan didn't die once. And yeah, you gave up the first blood to the Troll Waller with the Doom dying, but other than that, it went totally fine.
Yeah, and it was just like, Fog pointed it out perfectly in that cast as well. You have this 4 Protect 1, when the 1 dies, then that's basically game over here. We've seen with these Invokers in the past where OG run it and they go for this kind of buff strat, right? They get the Alacrity, they get the Solar Crest, all that kind of jazz, give it to a position 1, they win the game. But when you're playing against a Storm and a Spectre duo core, it's going to get to a position where you can't do much.
This is disgusting, Ice Frog. You need to fix this. It's like just pop button and Dispersion does everything for you. And then on top of that, he just buys back and haunts in. It's like the classic OG TI strats where Ana, you know, he goes in that little bit too deep and he has trust in the rest of his team to back him up anyway.
And yeah, it just feels like, as you said, Matt, like they're just giving Mudgolems these heroes. Maybe this first game was, all right, Team Liquid, they're going to try something a little different. They had this position 5 Pango, they had these heroes that they wanted to try out and see if they can give these heroes to Mudgolems and counter it. But it looks like game number 1 going the way of Mudgolems, not a good experiment.
And we were a little concerned with their first 2 picks, right? With the Rubik and the Spectre saying, look, this is looking very passive. They need to get hyperactive. They need to be doing things around the map at all points of the game. As soon as that Orchid comes up on Borneo, what can you really do against it? You know, 12 minutes. That is super early. I think, is that the earliest one we've seen this tournament? I think so.
Borneo also got another
There was like an
12
11-minute one.
I think he got an 11.5 minute as
Yeah,
well.
something insane like that. And as well, they mentioned it as well on the cast with Boxy not opting to go for the Yule Scepter. It felt like he died about 5 times in an unnecessary fashion where he could have just lived if he had a way to purge off the silence.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about that in the green room as well when we were watching the matches. It's like, you were saying that Team Liquid, they don't usually get Yules on these Void Spirits. And sometimes that does work out for you if you can slow the game down a little bit. We saw Mickey go for the Battle Fury on the Troll as well. They were trying to slow that game down a little bit so they can get to a position where the Troll and the Void Spirit had a bit of farm. But, I mean, the game is just so fast-paced from Mudgolems, and they just cleaned it up extremely fast. And another thing that we were talking about is you look across this Mudgolems roster, and you can't fault any of these players, right?
No, I think... I'm just trying to think, what can you exploit on the Mudgolems roster? Maybe Skitter's hero pool, you know, just picking specific counters for the style that he goes. Like, if you let them have the Void, for example, then just go something that's a bit more aggressive than that and try and win the game in that fashion?
At the moment, like, there's nothing that I really want to point out here. I think Mudgolems are playing really good in all their positions, even like Skitters. I know there's like a little, maybe like Skitter is the least impressive one, but like he's still like an impressive one.
He's still doing his
job. It's
job.
just 33 at Borneo. Like, they're just going crazy. And Milan going crazy. Fata dropped, like, pretty well.
So in, like, a room full of 10s, Skitter's like a 9. And you're like, you're pretty happy with that, you know?
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, it's hard to fault giving Borneo our choice for the MVP. I was pulling for Milan. He didn't die a single time. He was 1-0-23, so not even doing the whole KS from the carries as well. And you mentioned before the 4 Protect 1 style. It was Milan that popped that smoke and made sure that they could pick off Mickey. So, you know, just able to eliminate that factor, stealing some great spells from the Shadow Demon as well. I thought he was immense.
Exactly. Well, the Mudgolems logo might be angry, but I'm sure these boys are super happy with how game number 1 went. So that means we're going to go to a break and let's see if Team Liquid can rectify their mistakes and send us to a game number 3. So we'll see you after this.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Stats with the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Welcome back, everyone, to what's shaping up to be potentially our final map here between Mudgolems and Team Liquid. It is game number 2 here in their best of 3 series. And if game number 1 is anything to go by, then Liquid should have this 2-0. But now I've got my panel back here ready for the draft of game number 2. Lads, this is a spicy one. We're seeing it unfold in front of our eyes right now. So we're expecting a few different things. Is there much difference when it comes to the pick priority or anything like that for game number 2?
I don't think so. I think it's the same priority in sides, actually, as well as game number 1. I think the big difference is, well, it depends how the teams are going to approach it, right? We've seen in series in the past where teams have gone like this winning strategy and they're like, okay, now you need to try and beat us. So Mudgolems might be trying to do a similar sort of thing, but Liquid seem kind of like the headstrong team that are like, okay, we still liked our strat, but it just needs a tiny bit of tweaking, maybe taking away the Rubik from Milan. Showed how effective he was.
Yeah, and another thing is like, just a small tweak was needed. Like they didn't have enough Storm Dealer. Yeah.
They're still
Same
not
draft.
same.
Yep.
They're not banning it yet. I mean, Mudgolems have the last pick overall. You would think that might be where the Storm Spirit comes out, but it could just very well be. I don't know if it'll be in the second phase, right? Because then you've got 2 picks to potentially counter the Storm. So feeling a little less confident about that. And
I think they just had to ban it, like on the last
phase. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, do you
because-
reckon Mudgolems might pick it in this phase now, like with their 4th pick? I feel like it's too counterable, considering they've got 2 picks after that.
Yeah, and like the difference is like last game was Shadow Demon and Pango was shown in the 2nd and 3rd pick. And that's the reason why, like even if they pick Storm in the 4th pick, 5th pick, it didn't matter. But this time it's a Rubik.
Yeah.
And if it can be like a scary factor for Storm, like if he just instantly get like lifted into some other disable spell from coming out from Rubik.
Oh, okay. Some Earth Spirit come out from Milan. I'm liking it. Some versatility coming through. Which
I mean,
always like to
he's
see.
basically played Rubik and Earth Spirit.
And the Io.
Yeah. So versatility, really. I
Ver-
mean, Milan's one of those
Just ban
players
it, you know?
that you can pick his heroes and it doesn't matter what. He's going to have a standout performance. So I think this Earth Spirit is a
And
good
the Milana,
response.
the Milana.
And the Milana, yes, okay, I remember that. Okay.
Very good. Yeah, I'm liking it again. It's a different style, obviously, to the Rubik, the way that you're going to play the hero. Rubik, it's about patience playing that hero, right? Staying on the back lines. When you get the Aether Lens into the Blink Dagger, you can, potentially be a little bit more aggressive. Earth Spirit, complete opposite. You're getting aggressive from minute 1, just trying to go for these constant ganks. And it is going to enable this more hyper-aggressive style from the Mudgolems even further. Although it might just mean that, even if they don't pick up the Storm Spirit in this phase, now on Boromir, they've got something else that can fulfill that role. You're not going to be zipping across the map, of course, as an Earth Spirit, but you've got another form of initiation, which means he might be able to go for Alina, for example, just something that's able to sit back and right-click.
Yeah. I mean, one reason why teams don't really prefer to pick Earth Spirit like as a position 4 is because of the weak laning phase.
Ooh.
And like if it's against Chan, but it's a 33, right? Like we have a big belief in 33 is like a hero pool. He's always gonna get like a net worth out of it. So I think with that hope, like I don't mind like Mudgolems picking Earth Spirit.
I mean, the Doom's still open.
Doom is still open.
So you could just eat one of those Chen creeps. Unfortunately, they might reduce a bit of effectiveness that this Chen's going to have. But I think right now the biggest thing for Team Liquid is they've shored up that safe lane, right? With the Chen, you can just have a +1. Mickey can play that Void Spirit as well if they have a better lane for the Void Spirit, and they can pick better heroes for Boxy as well as Kofa.
They haven't actually revealed anything on Liquid. They play Tiger Chen as well. So it's not like this is an Insania hero. Tiger's playing the Rubik and Boxy's going to play the Void Spirit. Nah. It's still very much variable. So that's what I'm liking about Liquid's draft so far. But the Doom, I mean, if you're going to have this roaming Earth Spirit, then Doom's very much one of those heroes that's happy to sit on in the lane.
And I think like he already beat down the Troll. Like against the Troll, he was really farmed. And like now this time it's Chen plus... Chen plus Morphling. I think he'll be able to farm against the lane too.
Yep.
This is also one of those heroes when you see heroes like the Earth Spirit and the Doom, to me, it's like if the Morphling can outplay the Doom and the Earth Spirit and get away from these Silencers and the Doom, he can make them get punished really hard. But also in the same vein, if the Morphling gets caught out by a Blink Stomp and then into a Doom, the hero looks bad.
Yep.
So it's like one of those matchups where you're really relying on your personal mechanics to outplay the enemy in this kind of matchup. And, with the Earth Spirit and the Doom, he's got 2 people that he has to outplay rather than just 1.
So I reckon they've got two choices here for Liquid. Either they ban out the Storm Spirit, or they've got the first pick of the last phase and they pick it for themselves. You know, play a game of chicken here. Because, to be honest, a lot of Koikva's hero pool has been banned or picked already. You know, the Doom's gone, Broodmother is there, but this isn't a Broodmother game, in my opinion. You've got the Lone Druid, who's gone as well. I guess he could Void Spirit still as well, so, you know, it is still open, but I don't know. I feel like you need that initiation, and the Void Spirit's not going to be enough. Yeah, they're just going to ban it out. Take the safe route.
Yep.
So, I mean, is it a case of just pick Lina yourselves, but then you're missing out on the initiation? So, I don't know. I feel like they're still lacking a few things, and if they don't ban the Lina now for Liquid, then Borony is very happy to just pick that one.
Yeah. I want like this Void Spirit to be mid, and just pick Boxy's hero, something that's good against Spectre.
Mars?
But then what if they put the Doom mid against the Void Spirit?
I think it's less disastrous than having a Void against Spectre. I think they're not getting like a lot out of it. Like last game, Spectre had like a completely free farm, and it is very understandable. Might as well. If it's a Doom versus Void, they're just gonna farm together. Both of them are gonna be farming together. But I think if the Liquid pick something frontline that can annoy the Spectre CS, I think that's like a best choice they can make at the moment.
I think this all stems down to, and again, it's very much like probably going to be the 4 Protect 1 style again. Is it going to be the execution? Are they going to be able to out-execute to dodge, you know, these Dooms, to dodge the, to make sure you're strength morphing before these silences come out onto the Morphling? Because again, if he dies and you're not able to hit these early game timings, Chen does nothing in the late game, right?
But we have to think about it. Like, it's impossible to dodge. Like, once the Doom has Blink Dagger and you just Blink Stomp, Spectre's gonna haunt, Earth Spirit's gonna roll in. So it's pretty much like 3 heroes can just immediately access to the Morphling. So, like, what Liquids have to think about is those are 5-man like advantage, so that even if you get doomed, like you just get doomed in their side of the map, so they can't actually move out.
Okay.
And yeah, like they have to think about those sort of route instead of trying to not get doomed. Like, let's go like late game. Yeah.
Dragon Knight, huh? I guess they want the pushing power, you know, that comes from the Elder Dragon form. I still feel like the Lina's a fine enough pick here, though, right? All you want to do is to stall out this game for as long as possible. You've got plenty of frontliners. You're going to have a decent time in that mid lane against the Dragon Knight. And you just want to buy time, right? Late game, you win. Chen doesn't do anything. Morphling, yes, he's scary, but it's against a Spectre. It's against a Doom. These are heroes that scale very, very well into the late game.
Yeah, and like I think Mudgolem can just put Doom mid and then pick one range core. They can harass the Morphling.
So what, a range core for 33?
Yeah.
So something like a Visage?
Not this game.
Yeah.
We've only got a couple seconds left
They
here
don't
in
have
the
too much
draft.
time.
See what they're going to go for here. What do they change it up?
Lina.
Just going to go with the Lina?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it gonna be Lina mid? I think Borony.
I think so. Borony likes it mid.
There will be a Boxy Void Spirit again, like we did say, but...
Yeah, and it's a Tiger Chen, like we were thinking.
Okay, it is too.
And yeah, I mean, this is pretty much what I was expecting, right? Like, I suppose the only downside is, unless they're actually going to switch their lanes up in terms of where the supports go, you don't have that easy combination, you know, lift into the Aether Remnant. So that's a little bit of a concern. You probably want Tiger to be with the Morphling, just so you're able to take advantage of the Divine Favor for the sustain in the lane. I'm going to have to go with Mudgolems, though. I still feel like they've got everything right. You said it yourself. Like, once they get the Centaur creep and you're blinking onto the Morphling, especially once Spectre gets an Abyssal Blade, for example, you can just chain CC him until the Morphling's dead, and then what else have you got?
Yeah, only if like a Mudgolem gets all this like laning phase like solved out, I think they're going to be able to do that. And with the Lina, I don't know. I feel like Koikva is a bit underwhelming today. Like looking at the last game, and I feel like Borony can probably like lane decently against the DK, so I probably have to go with Mudgolem here.
So both of you going Mudgolems here for your predictions. All right, lads, looks like they're going to try and go for a 2-0 day here. Mudgolems taking the second game up against Team Liquid. Let's see if they are correct. We're going to leave it with our cast for potentially the final time today. It's going to be ODPixel and Fogged.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 ready to go between the two of them as Liquid and Mudgolems are just setting themselves into place for the second game. Fog, what do you reckon from this one? We're getting a much more standardized draft, it seems, from Liquid. No support Pango this time.
No, definitely not. And it's just run it back for Mudgolems, pretty much. Just a couple changed heroes here, but overall kind of similar style. Just a little bit more, Lena's a little bit more different because you're not playing as this initiator that just always is there. But they have the Earth Spirit, which acts as that initiator instead. And immediately off here with the smoke level 1, looking for Mikke. Trying to get themselves a nice quick first blood start. The level 1 draft of Team Liquid is one of the weakest drafts, so that's why you see them smoking up here on the side of Mudgolems. They have a Morphling and a Chen. These two heroes do nothing level 1, similar with DK. So they're trying to scout the lanes, trying to get lucky here to get a kill.
Yeah, you can almost feel that Liquid, they're aware of this themselves with the way that they're grouping up, keeping 4 of them down here and Mikke hidden in the trees. They know that Mudgolems was going to be looking for that sort of play, and they'll make sure that they don't fall to it.
I actually got to go glancing through Team Liquid's recents because I don't recall them playing Chen in quite a long time, and also it's Taiga playing it, which I think Insania played it a few times in the past, but I swear it's been like 5 months, maybe more, since I've seen them play it, unless I'm just mistaken right now.
Yeah, we'll see what moves Tiger's going to be able to make. Down bottom, Fada.
Should be able to get this kill here. The damage, a couple more right clicks. He's got a Fairy Fire.
I mean,
he actually survives. Okay.
It saved him. It saved him. Fairy Fire, boys and girls. They make sure you got one. As Fodder able to make sure no first blood's going to be given up there.
Yeah, I'm still going back. I'm at 4 months now. I still haven't seen a Chen on Team Liquid. Scrolling through all their history. They have not played Chen in a very long... Yeah, I'm at 5 months now. So they haven't played Chen in 5 months unless I'm totally blind and it just passed my eye. So sometimes this hero can be a little bit more difficult to play with. So we'll see how they're going to be able to run it. Because it is Taiga playing it as well, too, who's usually the 4 position. They're kind of swapping things up a little bit here.
Looking at some of the other lanes, we've got mid, Brony Alina against the Quake for DK.
See, he skilled stun. See, we saw Boom earlier. He didn't skill the stun versus DK. Barninga, he's skilling stun, and he's messing with these last hits.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see both, obviously both very high-level mid players, high-level Lina players, just taking different approaches. But, yeah, I got to say that personally, I feel that I see more success when we do see someone take the stun as Boromir has done, as opposed to, as you say, when we saw Boom and he opens with the 2-0-1.
He did miss his range creep last hit, though, because of not having the Dragon Slave, because he went for a stun harass. But yeah, that's the kind of the trade-off. You have to you play around this. So it's very just player dependent how I've seen that they've taken it. That's top. See, Taiga, he's got the Dream Creep, and they're actually getting aggressive onto 33. Can they kill him? Oh, God, the self. They get him.
Very, very nicely done there. I mean, that's a big one for Mikke. First blood and the salve down the drain for 33.
And it's a big slip up, too, because, Milan, he was pulling the wave back, so 33 just overplayed his hand, staying up too far. He just gets right-clicked and chased down and dies. Pretty big mistake there by 33. And Taiga, as we said, he did find the best creep, at least for sustain in the lane. As you see Mikke, look at that Morphling, just love life, 15 HP per second, pretty much. Yep.
Yeah, that's amazing with the ball.
And the mana regen. That's the other thing that people always know. It's like that 2.5 mana regen, 1200 radius. This creep is pretty OP. Let's be honest here. It's been like that forever too. They will get the kick on Mikke, but he gets the wave for mid kick.
33, just trying to mess with Taiga. Looking to get this creep control around with the pull.
Bottom. Ooh, Remnant off the mark onto Fada. He will be able to disengage. And now Boxy getting turned on. Should be fine.
Yeah, he's got that pulse, giving you a little bit of a shield, protect him against those right clicks of the Spectre. And top 33 is able to grab the big wave. A very juicy one here. He's going to be able to take that back to his half of the map and farm it up without any interruptions from Taiga and Mikke.
Okay, Mikke, he doesn't have to spend money on regen. Tank the creep under the tower. You've got a forest, or the hill troll, please. Just keep healing you. He's going to be topped off the whole time as this Morphling. So Mikke should be a pretty free lane for him. Meanwhile, bottom, we do see Skitter getting pressured a little. Yeah.
It's top, Mikke. And Taiga coming in behind the towers here to try and Play with 33 whilst he's cleaning up this pulled wave.
This is the new lane positioning here. As
very aggressive here, yeah, sort of bringing the lane round. And oh no, rest in peace, Hill Troll Priest.
It's been eaten.
It's
and now
been
Taiga.
eaten.
Uh-oh, he's kind of far up
oh,
here.
Oh no, he might be in trouble himself now. As Taiga, he will go down there, able to roll in. And Taiga goes, as well as the same time down bottom. Also losing Boxy. Fada able to snipe him out with a few Purifying Flames.
And now we see, of course, yeah, like you said, now he's got the troll creep to heal himself up on 33. And Milan, he got an urn actually delivered already because he was able to farm that whole first wave that he pulled behind. He's now got charges. So 33 fully sustained in lane. They can stay up here without having to spend money on regen.
And I guess it was sort of with just that small camp to play with, like the RNG that you actually get out of one of those Hill Troll Priests is it's not great, right? You're gonna have to get pretty lucky for a spawn to come in.
Yeah, Taiga again, they're rolling on him. The urn charge, it's gonna be enough damage. He's gonna go down here. Back-to-back deaths. He's got no TP to go back out to lane to help Mikke. Heads up plays for Milan. This ward giving him all that information to make the move. And oh, maybe get Courier. Oh, 1 HP.
Did it go down to 1?
It went to 1. Yeah, it went down to 1. He did 99 in 1 hit.
Oh.
All right. Bounty runes secured on the top side for Mudgolems. And they're leading just a little bit here in these first 5 minutes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We are seeing Koikfa try to take advantage of the movement from Boroding here. And he's got decent level advantage on this DK over the Lina too. So some good pokes on the tower with the catapult wave. No rotations coming in from Mudgolems to slow this down either.
Barney just trying to do it on his own here. Almost to nuke down the creep waves. Keep him pushed at least away from the tower a little bit longer. Bottom lane. Trying to move it on to Insania. Remnant off the mark there from Boxy, but the lift up will slow down the two of them. I'll turn over towards Boxy, but the Fade bolts out. A little damage being done. In fact, Fada, he's holding his ground. He's ready to maybe try and fight into this, but Boxy, one more pulse, still these raindrops, keeping Fada safe. Fada's fine.
Raindrop, the most ridiculous item in lane, as we've been seeing throughout this tournament especially. Just everybody always having them versus these double nuke lanes. Boxy and Fada both using them.
Top. They're able to get the roll in onto Mikke. Ooh, it was a good attempt from Milan there. With the stun and the silence, he actually is nearly able to find that setup on a Mikke, but Mikke, just enough HP to play with, and he'll live.
Under the gun now, though, as Taiga, he has to kind of walk away and just jungle, because he can't actually walk back toward top. Now Boxy, too, looking for Fada, but Skeeter's getting free hits on him. And they already got
he can't commit any further for Fada. I mean, Fada still has charge of the raindrop.
He's got a Fortune's End to back up here with the mana. Can't quite get in range, though.
This has got to be a little worrying for Liquid that, again, we are seeing a game where the Spectre, I mean, you said we'll slow down a little bit, but getting involved in 2 kills already in the lane, it's not as good of a start as last game, but it's not necessarily a bad start here for the Skeeter Spectre.
No, oh, 33 actually messed up a pull just now. Milan was trying to pull the lane back. 33 messed that one up. Mikke, he has the Ogre Frost Mage, so he's got the Ice Armor under the tower. Pretty tough to kill. But they do have a lot of burst coming in. If they can get the silence, they even have the Chain Lightning coming in from 33. So Mikke's got to keep himself at a little bit higher of a strength morph here at this 19 right now. Doesn't want to just get popped by the burst.
And sort of eyes on Taiga as well, as you said. Definitely going to be interested to see what he does this game, considering he's playing a hero that you say we just haven't really seen Liquid do. I mean, what do you sort of expect is going to be coming out from Taiga in this early game? Like, what's his game plan?
It's usually what I see with the chances. I usually just judge him off of puppies. You just farm. You play the farm game with the mech, and then you just move your carry around to the farm location so he can save his TPs. So if Taiga wants, he can walk bottom, Divine Favor Mikke, and then he has TP available to go to other places. He can also set up around mid. That's another thing that he can do because he does have a DK. So he should have a mech at a pretty decent time, and they can set up for these group pushes. Rune spawn. Rune appears up top. Very lucky for Borning here, because he has a full bottle, full mana. And they're all set up around the mid lane for this DK.
Still a very hard kill, though, to find Koikfa at this stage. Double braces and treads.
Yeah. Milan is going to be going for a rushed Spirit Vessel this game, and it has some real good usage versus both the Morphling and the DK. That's going to be real nice if he's able to get it at a pretty decent pace of this. As he should, because he's had such a good start.
Yeah, and you know, you look at the supports. Obviously, will have the hand of God, but that's also going to be restricted by that, and no ways of removing the vessel from the teammates. So
no,
it's going to be an incredibly good game for it.
Bottom, Boxy still has one astral step, but the silence come in.
Off the mark with the stun though. Boronier. A little bit off to the side there. Boxy might still fall though. Skeeter's trying to stay on top of him. No, he's got another step. Boxy will live.
Quite for
Turn
slow
attention
now,
over towards Quakefa, and Boronier is able to close the gap, get another Light Strike Array down. Quakefa still very tanky. They'll blow the Laguna. They're bringing him low. They're rolling in. Milan closes the gap. They've got just enough burst to do it. As Quakefa goes down, that's an Elder Dragon form down the drain.
They're trying to punish 33 up top during it, but they can't. And Borning is instantly actually TPing.
Quick moves.
33 almost just threw the Doom down. He's trying to get the angle.
Okay. Gotta be careful, standing close to this. Boronier's going to show now, though.
Yep.
Mickey knows what's up.
Huge heads-up play, though. The Quakefa's rotation with his Elder Dragon form just gets killed instantly down bottom.
I mean, and he's got to be careful. I mean, he doesn't want to fall foul to sort of the same moves as last game, as we saw, you know. His Invoker, first few moves around the map, he dies, his game gets shut down heavily. Sure, things are a little easier for a DK to come back in, but it's still not great, right? You do want to be having that driving force as the DK, taking towers, pressuring early objectives.
It's pretty similar, honestly. Yeah, if he dies like a couple times, it'll look pretty disastrous for Quakefa because they have the tools to deal with him. They have percent-based damage that's going to come from the Doom, from the Infernal Blade that will come out eventually, and they just have high burst and easy ways to pierce through that armor. And what looks will be a pretty early Spirit Vessel for Milan, so yeah, it doesn't feel like it's going to be the easiest for Quakefa's. Mech is online now for Taiga, so it looks like they're grouping up. They're trying to get something out of this, but DK form is still on cooldown for 15. They should be able to hit it once they get to the tower, though.
See what sort of a move they are able to make down. Skeeter's got the Haunt good to go. Doom and Laguna also there. 33 and Boronier want to TP over. They do have their TPs up. They'll find Fire off to the side. Got the Fortune's in though. And he's still full HP. They're still trying to commit. Boxy in with the second Astral Step. Quakefa steps forward, but Fada just buying so much time here. Gets the False Promise off. They're having to commit a lot to try and kill him. And at that time, it's giving the opportunity for Mudgolems to come in with the TPs. They do lose Fada, but now 33's been able to get him with the Doom drop down onto Boxy. Boxy trying to run with the Magnetize from Milan, hitting pretty much onto the entire team of Liquid. Boxy, he'll go down. Mickey turns into the Lena form over towards Boronier. Locks him down with the Light Strike Array. Dodge with the Waveform, avoiding the Light Strike. Mickey will be able to find the kill on Boronier. Tiger ticking down low. Milan, he's just kept this going for the entirety of this fight. The Haunt's out from Skeeter. Quakefa is very low right now. Skeeter, is he going to be able to chase this? Mickey trying to stun, but Skeeter's able to step to the side, dodge it. 33 still just from the side, just spamming in these chain lightnings to keep them low. Not quite low enough to kill these members of Liquid off, so Liquid will manage to get the rest of them out of there.
And a big show up. Look how much damage that Milan did with his Magnetize. 3,000 damage from the Earth Spirit. He used 6 Stone Remnants to keep it spreading, and even still, they weren't able to get the kills on almost anybody. That was pretty big there for Liquid to press forward. Didn't get the tower, and that is another DK form used, and it is a Chen pressure move that Mudgolems is able to kind of avert themselves with, and Skeeter is still back to farming. Ada had just hit 6 also there, like literally as they were making the play, so some ideal timing for them is back to farming, and DK form being down means some passivity coming up from Liquid.
And that sort of play is, of course, going to be favoring that of Skeeter. I guess Mickey's still happy to play in the creeps. We saw already Mickey starting to get very involved. Early movement, joining the team very early on in the game as a Morphling. I mean, made all the difference, just allowing them to actually have that damage, and those cute plays turning into Boronier's Lena. Using those spells against them did give the opportunity for them to take those kills. We'll see Milan set up onto Boxy. DD, they've got the damage. Well, actually, do they know they don't?
Got the stick charges.
Boxy's actually able to live. Oh my goodness, they've got the urn on him though. He's going to try and deny 2 H's. He's going to be able to do it. Boxy. Very, very nicely done there with the deny. I mean, it looked like he was dead for sure. It looked like they wouldn't even need the Laguna. But they popped it, and it still wasn't enough.
Big plays there, and he gets the deny, so no earn charge re-established for Milan. Nicely done. Now Laguna's down too, so Mika is like, thank you. You ate the Laguna. I feel much safer now to go out on the map. And yeah, every time that Mika does have his morph up, it does seem like it's going to be a pretty big deal because they also have the Rubik. So if they're both targeting Lina with spell steals, it's a lot of chain stun that they can actually get between these two. I love when I see Morph and Rubik on the same team. So many different plays that they can do. You see 33, he already has the crucial step to deal with a Morphling, though, as this Doom. He's already got the Blink, and he's found his Centaur. So Blink stomps into Dooms will be likely to happen a lot of these times, as you know, last time Boxy was in the front line, so he got doomed, but Mick is going to be the Doom target in all of these fights. And it's just like last time, too. They have the Haunt, so the information, it's always going to be there when it's up for 33 to pick and choose which target he does go on.
That's top lane. 33. Boxy.
Ooh.
Boxy hidden in the trees for now.
Invisibility.
Got a lot of them up here. Milan, he's going to lead in. They don't even need the Doom for this. It's a quick jump there. Milan always just closing in, finding the angle for the silence.
And he's actually opted to not finish up that Spirit Vessel, just not getting as much farm on the map as I think he expected himself to, and he's just going to go for the Veil. It's really good with his team anyway, benefits for everybody.
An instant smoke too. They still want to make use of that Doom. They still have a very good kill potential from that. 32's going to come in with the TP down bottom, see if they can get Quakefer. Quakefer already backing away towards the river. It's unlikely that they'll find him here, as Liquid aren't going to have anyone show or move down towards that bottom lane. No pressure being applied to the tier 2 tower.
This is a really cool approach by Boraning here. I'm not sure if you saw this, but he pretty much has Lincoln's almost done. He went Boots of Travel, and he's just been going a farm build to just... If he's able to block like the instant lift or the instant Dragon Tail, and he can reset in a lot of these fights, it can be pretty huge for him. I do quite like this. It's a very greedy style, but it's already worked. Like 15 minutes, he hasn't really gotten punished for it.
Oh,
it's going to be really interesting as he's jumped.
Quite for Zim.
And that's why we're seeing, you know, he really wants to get that Lincolns to protect, because these instant jumps, they're going to kill him every time. That's always the concern about the Linas.
Liquid getting some good pressure on with the Dragon Form. It's quite fat. Able to keep his game just in a much better position in comparison to what we saw his Game 1 performance go to at this stage. Getting the objectives, getting these jumps.
DD Mickey with a Manta.
Oh, this is going to be a quick Roche. A very quick Roche. Yeah, there's no way the Mudgolems can do anything about this one. Even if they start a head over now, they're just not going to be able to get her in time.
No, they're smoked. The Blink will be up by the time they're there.
Are they going to have an opportunity at the end? No, they're not even going.
Good old DD runes outside the Roche pit. If they didn't get the DD, it would take them just so much longer, and then there is definitely chances for Mudgolems to have contested.
Mudgolems just going to try and take what they can from this bottom half. Also, no Liquid's all up there on the top. Tier 1 tower being pressured, and I mean, still it is a very close opening here. 8-5, 1k lead for Mudgolems. But already we're seeing on the network some sort of similar patterns to what was coming out in Game 1. You know, these 3 cores of Mudgolems in good position, whereas for Liquid it is pretty much shifting all towards being on the back of this morph already at this very early point.
Again, going for this tri-cross scaling. That's how we saw Boraning hit go for this build. Boots of Travel straight into Link. He's going for farm. Jump mid.
So they can finish this off. They're going to come in with a Haunt. Trying to commit for Koi for silence out from Milan again. Just landing these stones each and every time. They pop the Hand of God. The Guna's out. Koi for finally burnt by the Dragon Slave from Boromir. They also lose Boxy, as Boxy just gets caught out by the Doom in the midst of it all. And maybe Insania can try and set up for some plays with that in mind. Of course, a little hard for him to close the gap, but Telekinesis could do some boulder on boulder action here between Milan and Mickey. So they're just chasing each other around the map.
He's ran out now, though his morph did run out, and Milan's going to be able to outnumber him with the rollaways. There's a big jump there. 2 cores taken out. Even through that Hand of God, through that mech, they have the damage. If they can get the jumps, which, like we said, it really feels like Mudgolem's going to get the jumps almost every time with this Spectre, even if they're into this Aegis.
Because, you know, and the thing is, we saw how good Mudgolems were with this sort of play before, right? Because they had the Spectre, they had the Doom, they had these heroes to do it. And as I said, it's early, but this game could shift again into just a straight 4 protect 1 from Liquid, and they're doing it against the Doom.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Very similar. Doom, as well as, I mean, this is such a cool build. I don't think I've ever seen something like this. Like, just bots into Lincolns. Can definitely do some real big work instead of going for like Yules. It's gonna protect versus those hard stuns, and if he can reset away, it's gonna prove everything for him.
Yeah,
or even just protecting Skeeter. There's just so many different things he can do with it. It's a really cool approach.
And I think, sure, you know, what you may be missing for the Yules in terms of setup doesn't really matter too much, because he knows that he's going to have 33 jumping in with the blink, Skeeter going in with the horn, or Milan. You know, I think what Milan with these moves, he's been all the initiation they've ever needed, as he's always in their first 2-1 and 6. He's had a very clean start and some smooth plays as the Surge Spirit in this early game.
Yeah, it's just like that Storm Spirit. He's the initiator. As the jump comes out, the Stolen Doom actually gets thrown onto Boraning, and he gets double Dragon
Slave.
Slave.
Unless Milan can set up for a deny on him. Vada actually don't need to. False promises there. They're able to get Boromir back to base. He's safe. Koifa jumps in. It's very deep up to the high ground, but they'll be able to do it quickly. Liquid bursts down Fada. But Fada turning up, giving his life, and saving Boromir from the Doom.
And it's just a 5-position kill in that whole downtime during Haunt and Doom being on cooldown. They can't actually get that big kill, and that DK form, it's used. So they're going to look to try to get more out of this here, but everything's going to come back up here. Haunt and 20, Doom is up.
Oh, Milan. Well, that was cheeky. He was able to roll past, grab the bounty rune. Is he actually able to live off the back of this as well? He is.
He wants the next one.
Yeah, he gets out and he takes the 2 bounty runes pretty much right underneath Liquid's noses. As Milan, see if they are able to kill him for this. He's got another boulder. He's away. Are they going to get the kill on him? They're not. He's TPing out. And just continue to be a right nuisance for Liquid. Just stealing the 2 bounties and not even dying.
He rolled literally right in the middle of like 3 heroes. And he just gets away with it. All right. And now, Haunt, Doom back up, and Liquid, they tried to get something big out of those being down, but just getting that 5 position. Got to keep their lanes pushed in so they can, you know, make Mudgolems not get the most out of their big ults. So bottom is pushed in nicely, top and middle are. So Liquid lane's in a good spot, even if they do lose somebody here to these ults. Milan has to be a little bit more conservative with his stones now, as he did have to expend a lot in order to get away. So only has 2 more here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
2 supports show mid just now. The Chen and the Rubik both showed themselves. They might look to make a play, Mudgolems. They have some information now, finally.
See Mickey. Very close to having the Lincolns.
He's gone.
Yeah, certainly got to be a little cautious before he does get it finished. Ults are up, Doom, Laguna, and Haunt ready to go. Mudgolems off on the hunt once more. They smoke up.
They're going to get him right before the Lincolns. Mickey has to be very careful with his positioning here. He's so close to it.
Yeah, already starting to move him away from this bottom tower. Sanya and Tiger's still around, though.
This is a nice move, Mickey. Just going into the safer place to finish off his Lincolns. It's going to be done. It's coming out. This might save him here. 33, getting in position.
Oh, they've got to be ready to check those items as well, because they might jump before they realize it's there.
They see it now.
The silence. Pots the Manta. They pop the Lincolns and they set up for the Doom. As the Doom is down onto Mickey, shifting up in strength, but there's a lot of damage coming in and it's enough. Mickey goes down.
Stolen Doom.
Side, Milan, he's going to be safe. Fada's able to get the false promise of keep Milan alive. Boxy's trying to take down Fada with the combo. Will do so. Fada falls. Boxy turning over to try and help Tiger, but Boromir just punches down Tiger. The light strike away from Boromir catches onto Boxy. He's got a jump available, but over to the side, Milan's watching, and there's the vision for the burst. The purifying flames from Fada finishes him off as they're able to make that jump there. Now, who was it that removed the Lincoln? Someone did so perfectly.
I think it was Purifying Flames, it looked like.
I think it must have been. Yeah, it must have been.
It was so quick, the animation. I didn't even get to see it.
Yeah. Instantly recognized. And definitely one of those situations as well that just shows how tuned in Mudgolems are, because there's definitely been cases where Lincoln's been picked up and teams haven't checked before they made the jump. And that Lincoln's only just purchased, but they saw it, they knew it was there, and they play around it and get the chance to land the Dooms down still onto Mickey.
even when he gets like the Manta and splits and gets the confusion, they still get that quick Doom onto him anyway. And from then, the fight looks so hard for Liquid. That's all their damage, really. Like the DK and the Void Spirit, the Rubik, they can provide some, but they can't actually finish off many targets. And that was also, Insania stole Doom and instantly doomed the Spectre right afterwards. So he was zoned out of the fight a little bit. But Morphling dead, there's no way that Liquid can fight. Like you said, it really is a 4 protect 1 and out at this point for them.
It's turning into it. It really is. And we saw how that story ended in game 1. This one, definitely a lot closer. Now, Quakefa, for example, isn't anywhere near as far as out of it as he was in the first game. He's got the BKB done. Bottom lane, Mickey finds Fada pushing out that lane alone. But they've got to be careful, Liquid. If Quakefa's game slows down any further and it does turn extremely into the situation where it's all about Mickey, it's just a lot of pressure. And I mean, in comparison to game 1, would you feel more confident if you're Liquid putting this game on Mickey as a morph, those sort of shoulders in comparison to a troll, as we saw in game 1? Is it just safe on the morph?
It's like it's one of his most comfortable heroes. Like when Liquid's struggling and they put Mickey in morph and he's having a good game like this, there's a lot of times when he can carry it. It's gonna be a very tough hill to climb though. He's just versus so many counters, the natural ones too. The Doom and that Lino, he's going to be a huge problem for him. And I'm seeing the itemization 33. Like, he even builds himself a 4-staff. So another Linken's breaker just in case he doesn't have the backup of his teammates to break it. They're setting themselves up for success, Liquid. Got to make use of this here as they're still pretty big and there is a fresh BKB now on Quakefa. So he's a lot stronger to stick onto this Lina. Haunt is now back up though. Everything is
on the
back
high
at the
ground.
ready.
Mickey. He's stepping in, jump forward from Quakefa. Dragon Tail stun going to be blocked by Linkers onto the side. Milan's in, the Haunt's out. They get the silence on a Boxy. Boxy jumps over to the side. Quakefa's had to put the BKB. Boxy is trying to take down Fada. Fada is off to the side, but they have the vision. The sentries drop down, they'll kill him off. Stolen Doom down onto Skeeter. The Skeeter's able to kite his way out of the fight. He'll back off out of this. And so far, just Boxy for Fada, the trade that's gone on.
DK form is used, and BKB was used too from Liquid, so they're really trying to force something here. Now they're going to start getting chased out. So 33 actually 4-staffed himself. He tried to blink 4-staff onto the Morphling, and things got too jumbled in the midst of it. He actually forced himself away rather than getting the Doom off.
We're seeing Roche. It's up in a few seconds. Very, very close to being up. Both teams, I mean, I guess actually looking at the two, you would still favor Mudgolems fight around the pit when they have their ults up.
Yep. Like they're always going to be stronger when they have their ults up. Liquid has to make moves when they're down, and right now is that move. Their Doom is available, but that Laguna as well as that Haunt are on cooldown. They cannot let Mudgolems get this Roche. 30 seconds left on that DK form. Foxy is back to the fray. But this Roche is going to start dropping fast.
Yeah, they've got to make moves quickly. Sending in the Sensor to scout out the situation. Boxy's ready with the jump in. Trying to set things up with the Sensor stun. Remnant pull back onto Skeeter. And Mudgolems themselves, they're not overcommitting here for the Roche. They're waiting out to the side.
Manta on cooldown for Spectre. He's waiting for that. He's a little bit low on mana too. Scorched Earth on cooldown now. Constantly throwing Remnants in for vision.
Who's to make the move? Boxy. He's in, gets the silence onto the three of them. Dragon Tail stun onto the Doom. 33 is falling low, lifted up as well. The light strike race drop thrown down onto Quakefa, but the save's there for 33. False promise in play. 33 still alive for now. Roshan does continue to fall low over to the side. Mickey's going to be looking towards Bymalam. 33 pops the BKB. He's trying to get away from them. Boxy's chasing him down. Still has the Doom ready to pop if he sees an opportunity, but he's holding onto it. Mickey comes in. The stop. They break the linkers and then bam! They slam him out of the game. Roshan goes down. Aegis will be snatched by Quakefa. Skeeter's able to get the cheese though, and he's back up to full HP. Mickey buying back to try and help Quakefa here in this fight. He's in on a Boronia. They take down one. Quakefa's getting low, but they've lost Quakefa's Aegis and they've lost Boxy. Buyback from Boronia. This is a risky fight for Liquid. They pull back on Mickey. They cannot allow the Morph to die, but the Haunt's up. Skeeter, he turns straight away onto Tiger. Tiger taken out by the illusions on the side. Boronia, the light strike. He lands it perfectly onto Mickey and onto Insania. A beautiful re-engage there from Boronia as he comes back into the fight with the bots, and he lands what Well, may just be a game-defining stun there onto Mickey. That's a die back from the Mickey morph.
Oh my, that was beautiful the way he did it. He TP'd on the mid wave and goes for the flank from the side that you just would never expect it. He gets the perfect stun. Skeeter gets the cheese. He's able to use it and turns the whole fight.
I mean, just some of the ways that Mudgolems are playing this team fights, it just seems so hard to deal with. The patience as well you saw from 33 in that fight. Lots of opportunities to drop down a Doom, but he was saving it. He was saving it right up until when Mickey tries to go in. He just makes sure that he's got that Doom every time for the morph. Does the job. Mickey's down, has to buy back, and now they're ready to fight up into the high ground. They're trying to bring down Skeeter, but Skeeter pots the Manta and he's away. Milan turns with the silence onto Boxy. 33 slides down, daggers out as well as the Laguna. Boxy gets the double resonant pulse off, but the burst is too much. They lose Boxy. They are able to take down Milan in turn. Insania coming in hot with the stolen Laguna.
I think they got to back up. They did their damage. A little too risky to stay here. Bounties are going to be spawning in 30 seconds too. And yeah, there's big hits here coming out from Mudgolems. As back-to-back deaths on Mickey. It's, like you said, just hard for him. He's just, at 33, he just has his eyes on him. He knows. Who cares about the DK? Who cares about the Void Spirit? He already doomed Void Spirit 2 or 3 times in this game. Now it's all about Mickey. Yeah. Mickey has to play so careful and yeah, waveform onto the aggressive high ground. Really punished him. But Morning, he's up far.
They're able to get in, break the Lincolns. Got the save from Fada, buying time for Boronier, and he's actually able to walk out with the Shadow Blade. They don't have detection. Well, they had sentries, but Boronier with the movement speed far too fast to get out of range of any detection. Insania does jump in, sentry down. Boronier, again, just keeps his distance. He is away.
Fada just honestly always at the right place at the right time. His saves have been, even last game, you know, like we mentioned, Borninga only had the 1 death on Storm, but that was all thanks to Fada saving him like 3-4 times in this game. Yeah. Again, Fada bails out these situations. Saves 33 in the pit, just saves Borninga. All of his false promise just perfectly on point. They have to find ways to get him on the back line somehow. It's all up to Boxy too, because he's got that ag in him, so he has to jump in the back and get these silences.
Because that's the thing I was going to ask you. I mean, it's another game, Boxy, 4-9-3. He's dying a lot. How does this sort of make you feel about this Ags rush that we're seeing him go for a second time this series?
I mean, in this one, it can make a lot more sense. In the last one, it hurt him a lot because they were versus that Orchid Storm. But in this one, I can understand like, it's so much better. Versus Oracle, it's like it's always the best option. You have a built-in gap close and you have a built-in AoE silence to prevent these saves. So,
but you are dying a lot because of it. You can't keep yourself safe, right?
Yeah, it's usually just better to have the Yules. I mean, he's going for the big plays, he's going for the big aggression, but it's definitely hurt him a couple times.
Dire are scanning.
BKB done on Boronier now, so now less likely to be burst here by Liquid, as Liquid have tried their best. I mean, they've taken him down the 3 times, but honestly, we're really seeing just another excellent performance from Boronier. Some of those moves, of course, around that last Roche. Buy back and play.
Yeah,
it's doing everything here for Mudgolems. As a second game in a row, they're looking to be this just well-oiled machine. Liquid, you know, not out of this one by any stretch. As they're just down to 3K. It is that risk. All their power, again, pretty much lying on Mickey, and they have got single target. They've got single target lockdown burst on the side of Mudgolems. Mickey has to be so careful. One slip up and the game can just end.
Yeah, it's tough for him to really like jump from targets to targets either. Milan is so mobile in the fight, so he can't actually just stick on that. He has to try to find Fada, it feels like, because the 3 frontliners are just too tanky for Mickey. Like Borninge, like you mentioned, he's always able to get away because of the build that he's gone for here. Can't focus fire the Doom too well, and Spectre is just not an option for you to go on ever as a Morphling first. Yeah, tough game for Mickey. Yeah, Mudgolems, their downtime is just phenomenal. They just chill, they farm, finish up their next few items, and then it gives them time for all their ults to be back up and ready.
Yeah, it's just very impressive that both games, Mudgolems, you know, all 3 of their cores, they've just always been as farmed as one another. You know, there's no slipping behind. It just seems that every part of the game, you know, regardless of sort of how it's going, because like this game, for example, we've seen the earlier positions, Liquid making moves and Mudgolems getting held back, but they're just not losing out on farm. They're just never falling behind on any of their carries.
No. It always really does help when you have Doom. Doom doesn't have to show himself in lanes to farm. He just eats a creep, and he's matching that farm from the talent. 320 bonus gold per thing he devours. So it gives the Spectre and Lina a lot of places to just farm. And yeah, great distribution of wealth for sure.
Yeah. I mean, from these 2 games so far where Mudgolems have managed to get the Doom and the Spectre twice, I mean, if you had to sort of pick one that you think teams are going to be looking at this series and saying we should really think about, I mean, which of the 2 would you consider the bigger issue?
I honestly think it's the Spectre. The Spectre just enables the Doom too much in the fights. It's like Haunt, you see everyone on the map, and it's just like, all right, 33, pick and choose your target, and, there you go. I feel like it just makes the game a lot easier for the whole team to play. And especially if they do have that like one hero that can start the fight pre-Blink Dagger, it looks so good, right? With the Earth Spirit this game, the Storm Spirit last game, you Haunt, and then you always just have options, even pre-Blinks. Continuing to grow this lead. Sticking at 3k, but getting some big items to deal with this Morphling. Now Shiva's also for 33, so more heal removal.
Yeah. It's going to make it even harder for Mickey to dance around these fights with the shift. And we're seeing it just with Mickey's itemization, he has to do everything. He's got to get himself a Satanic so he doesn't get burst, and he's also got to get himself a Silver Edge because somebody needs to break this Spectre. Everything, it feels like Mickey just has to buy all the items, and I don't know if he's going to have the time and space for them.
No, Quake's definitely wishing he had a GPM talent or something on this DK still. It'd be pretty useful for him, but those have been gone for a very long time as trying to get themselves out, scout the Roche. And I just had, Lacoste just actually messaged me. He goes, Spectre just bought a drum. A fourth item drum.
I saw that the 2 of them did that. 33 as well. His drum only came out about 5 minutes ago. So both of them buying very late on in the game drums, the 2 cores.
Well, maybe just really favoring those active usages when they are just grouped up in fights. It is insanely strong when you pop them, but very interesting to see that. Thank you, Lacoste, for pointing that out, too, because I looked and I was like, wait, 6 charges a drum on Spectre, what the heck? Oh, he's going to have Scotty finished up on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, just being as slot efficient as possible. He had the money, wants to make sure he's got some, each bit of his inventory, each bit of his kit's doing something for him in that moment. And the drums does certainly fill that hole.
Sure. I mean, they're getting all the items to counter the Morphling. They have the Vessel. They're going to have... I have Scotty finished on Spectre, and they have the Shivas on the Doom.
And Milan. Finding Boxy. Quick sweep, and Boxy's gone for a full minute.
It really just feels harder and harder. So many different forms of dealing with Mika. And
yeah,
they don't. I feel like they literally just don't care about any of the rest of the heroes at this point on Mudgolems.
No, it's all about Mika, and this game, as farmed as he is, it's not like he is as sort of far ahead as he was in comparison to the trolling game one.
Yeah.
This game, it's true, he's a couple of K ahead in net worth, but Mudgolems, they're 3 carries, their 3 cores are all totally fine. Scotty's done for Skeeter. Roshan, it's going to be up in a minute and a half, so Mudgolems can look to wait it out and play for that.
I don't know how Mickey's going to handle these team fights. Like I was saying, they literally have the trio of items to counter Morphling. It's perfect here. Spirit Vessel, Scotty, and Shivas. No heals for you. Also going to counteract a lot of the Chen heals in the fights too.
They at least have Solar
Crest. Yeah, they at least do have a couple items to buff up Mickey. That is the one good thing that they do have. And he does have an Illusionist Cape as well. It's just, does he get doomed or does he not? It's really going to be the case in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and so far, 33's track record on the Doom's been pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
He has been finding those Dooms.
Insane also finishing up a full Aghanims too, so they're still finding a good chunk of farm on these supports too. Ward placed up.
Oh. I'm going to look to go towards Milan. Quakefa, he is on the cliff. We'll see if they can punish this as Quakefa. He's going to have to blink up in a second, and he'll be able to get his way out of this. Skeeter charging in onto Tiger. Tiger's down. Milan with the buyback as well, looking to join over. They'll turn towards Quakefa. Quakefa's got the BKB, but so's Baron here. Boromir just holding his position. They turn with the stuns onto Skeeter. Wave fall forward from Mickey. He's looking towards 33, but 33 with the 4-staff. He's off to the side. 33's going to live. They turn on to Mickey. Mickey is just getting controlled down. They need to help Mickey. Can they do anything to save him? The Doom is there. 33 again, finding the opportunity to doom the morph. Skeeter falling low, but the dispersion is killing them off. Skeeter does go down, but Boromir is looking to Insania. Insania with a stolen light strike stops Boromir with the chase. Milan looking at Boxy, rolls away. Boxy is falling low. He does manage to get some big kills on the way out, but it is on the way out as again, and of course, Mudgolems, they'll take the team fight. It was a very expensive team fight. It's 4 buybacks from Mudgolems though.
They're going to get the Roche for it though, and Liquid, they were late to buy back on this one. This Roche is going to die before they get there. They're going to have Aegis Cheese and the Aghanim's Blessing now.
And level 25 on Skeeter. So picked up, Liquid, they're trying to get into the pit. Mickey, he's still heading in, he's looking towards this. The dust is out on Boromir, they're jumping in for him. Can they burst him? Boromir gone, they can. Got him. That's a big one. Boromir's down for 2 minutes. Mudgolems, they've got to make sure they don't lose anything else here, because Liquid, they can take down another one of these cores whilst they don't have buyback. A huge window would be opened, but they don't have the catch. The rest of Mudgolems get away.
And they come back and they do punish the one hero that didn't pick up anything from that Roche. Did pick up the Blessing, but not picking up that Aegis or anything. They get that 1 kill. They're going to have to make a lot out of these 100 seconds, though, because as soon as he's back up, you know Mudgolems is going to punch back incredibly hard.
Oh, absolutely. And sure, you know, we saw in that fight before the Roche, you know, Mudgolems, yeah, they used the 4 buybacks, but now Liquid in an attempt to threaten that Roche, which they weren't able to do so in time because they weren't quick enough. They've used the 3 buybacks themselves as well, so both teams' cores in a very vulnerable position now. Just the fact that Mudgolems, they have that Aegis on theirs, on Skeeter.
They might be able to get a Rax here, though, because it doesn't, like, Mudgolems doesn't have anything at their tank, so this one should drop. Tier 2s are up in the other lanes, though.
A big opening for Liquid. And they're going to try and poke for more. I mean, 50 seconds. They know that Boromir is not going to have buyback.
Okay.
They're going to keep this push going.
They're going to force Mudgolem's hands. I think Skeeter just has to go for the fight.
He's going to start charging again. Milan off to the side, gets the silence sound of the 2 of them. Tiger's falling low, 33 jumps in, Infernal Blade down onto Tiger. Tiger gets the hand of God out. They kill Milan. Milan's gone down. Mickey's turning towards 33. 33 put the BKB, but Mickey's doing it. The damage is there. He kills on 33. He's over towards Skeeter. Skeeter needs help, and he needs it now. 33 coming in with a buyback. They are. They're ignoring the Spectre. They're going for the game end. They take the tier 4. The Ancient's exposed. 33 jumps in with a stun. The Linkers has popped onto Mickey. Haunts out, but Mickey, he's just ending it. He's just hitting the Ancient, looking to close this one up, and Liquid, they're going to be able to do it. The Doom's down, but it's too late. The game is over. Liquid, they did it. They did it. Mickey, he did it.
Oh my god.
I mean, they did it. I mean, it worked out. It worked out for them here in this game too. My goodness. I mean, they did it.
They did it,
Fogged.
and Insania with some, I want to say that he had Timeless Relic at the end there, right? On this Rubik, because I saw some lifts and some drop stuns that were lasting like 4.5 seconds. I think Insania in the end of there, he started doing some big carrying with this Aghanims. He was getting some, not like these incredible steals or anything, but just these stuns in order to allow Mickey to just wail on targets. I cannot believe that just happened. They actually just were able to run right down the mid lane when Alina's dead and just ignore the Spectre.
That was, nice. A wild ending there by Liquid, but it worked out. Mickey just big enough to take down the buildings at an incredible pace and heavily punish that huge window where the cause, and specifically Boromir, was just down for 2 minutes. I mean, Liquid, they really did do it here in Game 2 at the end. They see that window and they do not hesitate one bit at all. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Liquid keeping this series going. It's 1-1 now. Liquid, they're going to be your victors here of Game 2. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a deciding Game 3 right around the corner.
you're strong enough. With you, let it cry. Brings you to your knees.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, 'cause I was
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
When your back's against the wall, you either stand up or you crumble. The boys of Team Liquid stood up tall and they take game number 2 here against Mudgolems and send us to a third. Another one of these upper bracket matches that will go all 3 games. There's nothing else more that we could have expected from this series. And now I welcome back my panel to break down that game number 2 for your Danog QO. Fogg's face depicts everything out of that match. Just pure shock and awe.
I want to see an emote made out of that face because it was just like, he was frozen in time for music. You know, just imagining Insania played that last team fight so well. The decision making coming through, even all throughout the game, to be honest. I think his Pos 5 Rubik is the best in the world.
And like, I think our reactions were same as well. Like, there was 90% or 95% favor towards Mudgolem as soon as they got this like Aegis Roche like with the cheese and Aegis, what is it? Cheese, Aegis, and Aghanim, and 4 buyback were made. And just
they got there
because
late.
of the one Lina's death, they just won.
Yeah. It's cool. They even bought back on the Doom, and I think the Ember Spirit, Earth Spirit also bought back, like when they were defending in the base. It was crazy. Like, just to go back to that last team fight, Fog mentioned it. Like, they had the Timeless Relic, you have a Rubik with the Arcane Supremacy. That's like 50% extra time on all of your abilities. And so he got these 4-second lifts, and then they land, and then they just chain focus down each of these targets. They weren't worried about AoE spells or anything like that, and they weren't worried about the Spectre at all, because once you don't have to worry about your positioning, you're fine to group up together. Desolate does nothing, and Spectre's gone this build where it's a Blade Mail. Like, that's already taken a 2.5k of his net worth. You can just ignore him, hit the towers, and not be worried about anything coming back your way.
Exactly. And, you know, we were breaking down that last fight as we saw it unfold as well. You said it perfectly. They just understood every single hero they had to take apart, and then you just saw Skidder. Yeah, you've got the Aegis and you're a Spectre, but what does it matter? We're just going to focus your buildings down, and the game's not over until the Ancient falls. And luckily enough for Liquid, they got the Ancient kill first, and that means that they've taken game number 2, send us to a full reset in this third and final game. And I mean, coming into this, does that give you more confidence if you're Team Liquid, or does that make you more scared about the first 35 to 40 minutes playing against Mudgolems again?
I mean, you've got to say that that's confident. Well, honestly, I don't think it's going to affect Liquid much other than, like, feeling good, you know? Like, in terms of their strategy and that sort of stuff, I think they're going to be pretty stable. But from the Mudgolem side, I was asking QO, like, I'm sure you've been in this situation before. Do you think that that's going to break them?
It's very mentally damaged. Like, I mean, obviously, you know that, like, there's nothing to really change. It's just that, like, let's just play team fight better next time.
A couple team fight executions.
Yeah, but it feels really, bad.
Shit.
Yeah, shit.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, a team like Mudgolems, who are a stack at the end of the day, they're not like a team like Team Liquid where they're all in the same room, they're all together, they can come together physically as well as emotionally to try and come back from a loss like that. But Mudgolems, they're just going to have to sit there shocked and go, all right, guys, it's time for us to reset for game number 3. We have to go back to what got us to this point. We have to make sure that we just forget about that last couple of minutes, because for 38 minutes of that game, it was all Mudgolems, and I think that's one thing they've got to take away from that game was they were on top of Team Liquid for a lot of that game, and it just comes down to one mistake, and that's how the game turned over.
I'm pretty sure at the end of the game as well, Mudgolems still had the net worth advantage.
Yeah,
that's
probably
how far ahead that they were, even with all those buybacks. Like, it was still like 2 or 3k net worth in their favor. So, I mean, that 4 Protect 1 strat, it works, and they were able to pick off a number of times. 33 played amazing, again, like coming out of that laning stage with an advantage, and just those stomps, key timings in these team fights, but just not enough at the end of the day. And Insania only dying twice in a game like that, with all of these spells stolen, and, insane gameplay, and I'm sure he was one doing all of the shot calling at the end as well.
Yeah. Really great disable at the last moment, like, I think heavy concentration, like, level. Oh, but I think Liquid has to change something. The first game and second game didn't really look too promising. Like, even like a second game, I think that was very, like, a Mudgolem favored, like, heavily.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, if they want to win third series, I think there needs to be some sort of changes.
Do you think it's the Void Spirit? Do you think that's what has to change?
Maybe.
He died a lot. It was like 13 deaths.
I don't really feel the necessary of the Void Spirit if you're not interchanging, like, your positions, like, and you're just keep living against Spectre. I think that's another, like, bad matchup.
Well, a win is a win in our books here, and luckily enough for Team Liquid, they got game number 2 and they push us to a third. And speaking of a third, it's time for us to go to a break ahead of our third draft here between Team Liquid and Mudgolems. It's a short break, and we'll see you after it.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0. Always a bit more refreshed.
Never did.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
We had to give everybody, especially Fogged, a few minutes there at the end of that game number 2 between Liquid and Mudgolems, because what an ending it was. And now we get ready for game number 3 here in our upper bracket series. Draft number 3 is ready and raring to go. But I've got my panel back here ready to bust this all down. Dan or QO, is there much that we're going to be expecting from this game number 3? You were talking a little bit in the break about the pick priority being super important.
Yeah, I mean, both games, the team that's had the priority of choosing whether they want the side or the first or second pick, they've won. And this time around, it's Mudgolems. And I believe they've banned out the Void Spirit this time around. So with that being the case, that leaves the IO open for themselves. Wouldn't surprise me to see if they pick that up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Liquid.
I just want to see, like...
That's all QO has.
I just...
Liquid. Oh, Mudgolem.
Yeah, there we go. So they picked it up. I just want to see both teams pick the exact lineup that they want, you know, with a few cheese heroes taken out of the mix, and just run at each other. Again, like... Skeeter, play your Spectre. You're going to have an IO to buff you up now on top of that. So I'm excited. You know, we want to see two teams at the top of their game just battling it out. It feels very much the opposite of what we saw in the first series, right? With Viking, GG, and Alliance, where they were just like, oh no, we're going to sit back and farm. We're going to take this a little bit more slow pace. No. Night Stalker, we're going to be running at you.
I was going to ask you, QO, what's a hero that you're super scared of if you're the Spectre? Is there anything that like really hinders all of your timings or even the way that you want to play Dota?
Oh, like I really will hate versing against Tide, or even like a Timber Soul.
But a Night Stalker?
Sorry?
But a Night Stalker?
Night Stalker is not scary.
But we've seen Mickey play it a lot as well. That's the other thing. You know, he plays the semi-carry style and the unconventional semi-carries. You know, we don't often see the Riki, yes, occasionally, but we don't often see that. We see, you know, Pos 1 Leshrac, Pos 1 Void Spirit, Pos 1 Night Stalker. So again, it's the flexibility that we're seeing from Team Liquid that could be coming into play one more time. Honestly, you just got to give Insania this Rubik. He is so good on the hero. It's ridiculous.
Like usually like when the Rubik comes out with other team, I don't feel really convinced. But when Liquid picks Rubik,
Master tier, very good.
Something's gonna happen,
And I think the biggest thing when Team Liquid picks up this Rubik, he doesn't turn into a chain feeder either. Like usually when you see Rubik, especially against something like a Spectre, he has the double-digit deaths most of the time. But the thing is, the way that Insania plays this is he plays a very greedy 5. You know, he gets a lot of farm. You know, all the time I see that he's got Blink, Aether, Aghanims at like 30 minutes, which is insane for a position 5. But he's always in the right place at the right time and making sure that he stays alive in these fights, can utilize these spells off cooldown. But circling back to if this is going to be a Mickey, you know, position 1 Night Stalker, usually they give Koifa a win condition, right? So what are these kind of win conditions that are left? Because usually when I see these, I see a Lone Druid for Koifa as well, but it's not in the pool anymore. Does that lean them towards something like a Broodmother or something like that?
It's way too early to be considering that. Broodmother is a gotcha pick. You don't want to be picking it. I think we've seen it once. Was it Windstrike that picked it in like first or second phase? They didn't last pick it, and it was just got absolutely dumpstered. You need to make sure it's a surprise pick coming through. And
I think it's safe to expect that Koifa won't be like the winning condition player. So just because like I think for this tournament at least it was a Lone Druid and Broodmother.
and
then
Huskar occasionally.
Yeah, occasionally. But like, what else? Like, I think that's the 3 heroes that I know that like Koifa playing sort of like a semi-carry, carry style mid.
Yeah, I mean, his other things like Doom again, I think is fine this time around. You know, it stops things like the relocate if you're able to get onto the IO. Good against the Spectre in the early and late game. I don't mind it. I think again, it's a little too early to be picking it up in the draft. But I would say probably with their 4th pick, they could opt to go for it, just an eye away from Mudgolems. 33 played an amazing Doom game again for their side.
What are we thinking here for Tiger's hero then? Or Liquid have picked up something here. It's going to be the Snapfire, okay. So we've seen Mickey play this as well in the off lane, but playing safe lane, you know what I mean. Like Mickey's played this before. We've seen Boxy be able to play the Night Stalker. We've seen it a few times in the Midnight Stalker as well. So I think Team Liquid are more than happy to throw these heroes wherever they need to be towards the end of parts of the draft. But
yeah, and a Night Stalker is a natural Spirit Vessel carrier, always going to be good against the healing coming through from the IO and the Spectre. Although a lot of the Night Stalkers that we've seen, it's been the Ags Rush as opposed to the Spirit Vessel. But I think probably just for this game, Spirit Vessel's the way to go first and foremost.
Hyper aggressive draft coming up from
Liquid.
Yeah.
What are we expecting to reduce the amount of aggression coming onto them? Because we've seen with Mudgolems, they try and get Skitter to this position where he's got that Blade Mail Manta and +1. So what's a hero that you want to see that Mudgolems can pick to reduce the amount of aggression they've got going in right now?
You know what we haven't seen, despite all of these Spectre picks?
New hero Pog?
Viper hasn't been banned out in any of them.
That is true.
And
Smart.
it hasn't been picked up yet. It doesn't really feel like a Liquid style. Maybe Koikfa a little bit, but you know, it's just those dirty, filthy, dishonorable heroes for the mid lane.
With the Spectre versus Viper matchup, it goes like both way. I think we've seen like Spectre beating down like a Viper with the Manta style and Diffusal like really early. And like once you have this Manta, like the Viper isn't that annoying as long as your team has like a good AoE. So I mean, in this sort of situation, Viper could be good, but like they probably need like another carry that can actually like fight against like a Spectre in mid late game, because all these heroes are way too early heroes.
Do you think they're not just going to go all in on the early game? I guess you're against an Undying, so it's always going to be a bit scary prospect to be able to run into that. And they've got, what, 3 strength heroes already? So it's going to be extra effective with that decay. But, I mean, you don't want to be going late against a Spectre. Io, again, just as effective early on as opposed to later. So, I don't know. I think they could just try and go all in and finish the game in 30 minutes if they wanted to.
Ooh, Ember Spirit.
Okay, something a little bit different for Boromir.
I'm not feeling this Ember Spirit, though. I feel like a lot of times that I've seen, unless he has a really strong early game here, I feel like heroes like the Nightstroke and the Sapphire can just get on top of him consistently. And yeah, he might be able to push out a few waves here and there, but if he's not ahead in this net worth, it feels like Boromir is going to have a really rough time.
I think Mudgolem, I mean, Liquid has to... Mudgolem has to ban Meepo and the Huskar. It's a really good Meepo game.
Oh yeah, so far it is.
I
Is
agree.
Koifa a Meepo player, though?
BK can play it, right?
It's in their kit, but it's not their preferred way of going about things.
Get
And I
rid
think
of a Bloodseeker. It could be
kind of maybe. Alchemist is gone as well,
Yeah.
so no super late carry. That's what they were scared of a little bit on the Mudgolem side. I think he's definitely going to need to go for this Yule Scepter on the Ember Spirit, just because they've got a ton of silences already. You just need to be able to dodge that initial damage, allow the Io and the Undying to connect through to you, and then back your sustain to be able to turn the team fight around.
Yep.
They get rid of the Brood.
Yeah.
So Mudgolems don't want to have to deal with that cheese pick. But you guys were saying a few more cheese picks are still left in their back pocket. They don't have a good healer if they do want to pick the Huskar. It is one of those matchups that really demolishes that Ember Spirit. So they get rid of the Slardar as well. So could be leaning towards a Huskar. Do you feel like this is a game 3 where Liquid are just like, all right, let's try and cheese them, and if we lose, we go to lower bracket. We're playing up against Nigma that we've played against before, and they feel okay with it?
I still feel like the Viper's okay, right? Like, you're going to bin the Ember Spirit in lane, and they've gotten rid of the Slardar. Viper's biggest weakness is just single target physical damage, and you don't want to have reduced armor for that. So you could potentially just go all in on this early game.
Yeah, and like because of this Ember pick, we have to expect Ember will be mid most likely.
Yeah, I think who else have we seen it like played in unconventional
Yapsel.
roles? I think
Legion
Yapsel played it
Commander.
as 4, and a Legion Commander. Is that like only the second time we've seen
We
this
have
hero?
to
all
see
tournament?
Meepo.
Is that new hero? I don't think we've seen LC this entire tournament.
Yeah,
I think we've seen it once.
Okay, we'll have to get it confirmed on
I
that,
just
but-
remember looking at the old stats, and there's only like Sniper and Tinker and a few other
Pudge.
heroes.
Meepo, Huskar,
Pudge.
Viper.
So do you think that they picked up this Legion Commander to mitigate them from getting Meepo'd, or you can send the Legion Commander mid if it's something like a Huskar or something like that, right? Gives them a little bit of leeway so they don't just get last pick Meepo'd and they go, well, it's game 3 and we just lose.
Yeah, I think it's good to mitigate the Meepo threat a little bit. If you're able to get in onto the backlines, we mentioned before how good Insania was at dodging out a lot of this, the brunt of the team fights, only dying 2 times in that bloodbath of a game 2. So if you're able to do that and then just sprint in on the backlines, but it's a Lycan instead. So
I like
early
this.
game,
I
again,
like this.
just opting for something with a little bit more tower taking potential.
Yep. I like this last pick.
Yeah, I really like this last pick as well. Last time I predicted the Lycan, it won, so...
But that was against a Zeus.
I mean, this is against an Io and an Undying.
Yeah.
They literally cannot touch this Lycan.
True.
And he has the summons to take down this Tombstone. Boys, I'm feeling like Liquid game number 3 here.
Yep.
I don't usually put my predictions on this panel, but I'm feeling good. Feeling good, feeling spicy.
Oh, I have to go with Liquid too. I think that Ember versus Lycan is like what Lycan likes the most.
Yeah.
It's one of the easiest matchup, and he's gonna have a really early Necro 3, and I don't think Mudgolem can handle those Necro 3.
Yeah, I mean, you can even just, like, start attacking the towers. If they go on you, just have Mickey. By the way, Mickey Snapfire on top of things. Just launching out the Mortimer's Kisses. You force them away from the towers. You take objectives every single time that Snapfire ultimate is up. And if they fight, just pop the shapeshift and start fighting. And there's nothing really they can do to stop you or your summon minions.
All right, lads, I need a team name before we head over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Liquid.
Liquid? What about you, Ko? All right, both my panelists here are going to go with Liquid. I'm feeling good about this Liquid draft as well. Game number 3 is just around the corner, so we're going to leave it for the last time today. It's going to be OD Pixel and Fogged.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 of Liquid versus Mudgolems. And Fogged, it's a third game, a third Skeeter Spectre. Liquid, though, looks like they've come up with some nice stuff to deal with the sort of the length of a game that a Spectre wants to play in.
Yeah, definitely looking like they're starting to think of some new ideas too, right? Because they open with this Night Stalker as well versus Spectre, because they're probably thinking, we know where the Spectre's going. Night Stalker's lane, not the greatest. Spectre, you know, you can just play around this now. Night Stalker now gets given that lane that he can actually play in. Instantly, that Undying comes out, and we see that there's going to be some counters coming out from Mudgolems. But I love this Liquid draft. I think it's very, very strong around this mid-game, early-centric timing, which is exactly what you want to play against versus a Spectre. I really think that they can end this game pretty early. I love this Lycan pick.
Yeah, the Lycan finisher seems. It seems pretty good. It looks like this is going to be a game where Quakefor's going to be able to run rampant around the fights, and not really too much the Mudgolems can do to slow that Lycan down.
No. And then I see, they pick this Legion Commander, so they have a Dispel to be able to remove at least like one of those silences, and also some Wave Clear and stuff like that, like versus Earth Spirit. But you can't remove Night Stalker silence. That's one of the big ones. Like, if he gets on top of the Ember Spirit, press the attack won't save them. Sure, they're going to have a lot of heals coming in from the Soul Rip, the IO, and that press the attack, but the control will be there. Liquid has a ton of control. Mudgolems has very limited. A duel and a chains to control a Lycan.
Oh, well, we'll see if Liquid's able to play at the pace, the tempo they want to, because that is the thing, though, right? For Liquid's lineup, if this lineup isn't winning the game at, say, I mean, what sort of timer would you give it? There is going to be a point where, if they haven't ended it, this Spectre's probably going to just win the late game, right?
Yeah, I'd say like 35.
35 at a push, yeah.
Yeah, unless they have like a 10, 15,000 gold lead, of course. Then they can maybe take it later on. But yeah, I think that 35-minute mark is when Liquid really wants to hit their big peak and look to close it out here versus this. I mean, it is a strong scaling lineup for Mudgolems. It's just very limited in team fight and very limited in your catch, especially versus a hero like Lycan, who versus Tombstone versus IO, these heroes do nothing to you. You can just run rampant and just pick and choose your targets. So we'll see how Quakefoot does this. They do end up doing the lanes a bit different than I thought it would be. I actually thought it was going to be mid lane on the Lycan, but they put Mick in mid.
Well, that's something that we're seeing come out from some of these high-level players, the old mid Snapfire.
Yep.
Would you imagine it is going to be done with the Ags being the item that Mickey's going to rush from the mid position?
Maybe that mech first into
mech
the Ags,
first?
but yeah, it's still very likely that he might just rush the Ags. I don't mind mech, though. I think it fits really well with that Lycan, and it fits that whole push style if he wants to go for early. Even though it's very awkward, it's very strange to have it on your mid. That'll be a possibility.
Now we'll see who's able to sort of come out on top of this matchup. I mean, Boromir has been showing us some incredibly strong mid performances, but Mickey just across the board. In both of the games so far, even the one that they've lost, Mickey's play has been top tier.
Yep, and he has played this Snapfire before.
Yeah.
Sure, it wasn't a mid Snapfire the time that did play. It was kind of like an off-lane aggro one. He was beyond godlike that game. He went absolutely berserk. In mid lane, he actually is already pressuring Boromir off the creep wave a bit.
Doing so very nicely here, making sure that he's able to hold the creeps in a very favorable positioning. Get this easy CS as Mickey landing very, very well against the Ember.
Yeah, Boromir has to just be careful. He just gets killed. Next cookie, if he doesn't dodge with the slight, or if he doesn't have his flame guard up, he just dies.
Yeah, Mikke's crushing this.
Yeah.
This way he's holding it.
So I guess that's why they chose to do these lanes rather than having a trade farm lane, which would have been the case with the Lycan in mid. This actually can pressure Borning here a little bit. Borning here. There's that shield.
I mean, they're both getting low. They're pushing this to the limits here. Mikke, he's got the fairy fire, turns the cookie on the green.
Oh,
wow!
Beautiful.
Oh, that was brilliant. Oh, that was brilliant there from Mikke. Cooking in the creep. He was not ready for that one, Boromir.
Nope. The range creep that turned to hit him.
Yep.
Very fancy. Very nicely
well.
done.
Mikke, yeah, he's showing he's very comfortable with those sort of plays, those sort of moves. His mid snap fire looking pretty hot.
Yeah, and we didn't really touch on too much about the top lane, but we see why they went for this type of pick on the Night Stalker. But the Undying is shutting him down hard. And we're going to watch this one really quickly.
I mean,
look
that was beautiful there.
Beautiful.
I mean, you can feel sort of the build-up. Neither of those mids were going to give up on that. Mikke's giving himself a clap. I mean, you can't blame him there. He knows. You feel those sort of plays.
Especially when you... And the other funny thing is, like, these guys, of course, they're super high MMR players, super talented, but when you're not a natural mid player either, that must feel that much better. You're like, I got their mid player.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Doing it against Barney as well, arguably one of the standout mids that we've seen here.
We see top. They push Boxy out a little bit here to the tower, and they have slowed down his farm, but either way, it's a Night Stalker. You're getting away with the lane. You're happy, even if you are getting shut down a bit because of this Undying pick. Milan. Dying Wolves as well as Insania. One more right click.
Mid. And nearly does it again there, Mikke. I mean, Boromir having to struggle back with these bottle charges.
And he's actually threatened off the wave now, because now Earth Spirit's missing, so he can't actually show. He has to hold for bottom rune, but Mikke is already going for it. And
they're going to be able to hold both of them. Boromir is not getting either. Unless this Undying Father's able to do anything about pushing Tiger off. But he's not. It's bottom. Mikke is going to get the full bottle refill. I think the only sort of saving grace for Boromir being that it wasn't some crazy rune, the Invis rune. Unlikely to allow him to set up on Boromir. Boromir is cut out to make that walk back to base.
Mikke's going to be 6 when he hits back. It's a level 4 Ember versus a level 6 Snapfire in a second.
It's crushing it.
Oh, man. I mean, clearly the better decision to have that Snapfire mid and putting Koikfa bot is... I mean, Koikfa, he's free farming down here anyway. The pressure from Legion and Io is just not there. Yeah, Mikke level 6, he can just set up a kill if he sees him. If he gets a good connection of a cookie. He's just going to launch the ult.
Okay. I mean, this is pretty annoying to come back into the lane towards. Pretty much the whole of your HP taken away. He has got a salve and, of course, the bowl. But yeah, no, Mikke just opting for the straight-up damage to just open things up as Boromir returns.
Okay. I mean, he's going to push the wave in and then allow him to go for this bounty rune and steal it away from him. So
yeah, that's probably the big move there. Yeah, exactly that. Holding him in that position and unable to contest his bounty.
Yeah, because it looks like a really awkward one because it looks kind of wasted, but getting them the bounties is definitely what the move is there for, and he's already secured the lane.
And now, Boromir is just in an awkward place to try and lane again. He's able to dodge the cookie.
The Tiger's
able to come in with the roll. Slow as well. Have they got enough damage? No. Boromir is going to be able to step away, but getting through these bottle charges. And if Mikke is able to control the 6-minute rune coming up in 25 seconds, it's potentially going to be another bit of the laning stage where Boromir might have to take a walk back to base if he doesn't get enough regen fueled out. And he's only got boots coming out, no salve or anything. So they get the 6-minute rune on Liquid. This lane is not going to get any easier for Boromir.
No, I think Tiger should just TP back mid. I think he just keeps playing around the mid lane with this catapult. Top, Boxy doesn't need help anymore. It's nighttime. He's already got that level 4, level 5. I'd like to see them play around that mid lane again. But Mikke actually finding an arcane rune. Maybe he makes a move. But yeah, we see Tiger TPing in toward the mid.
Boromir has got the 6 though, so
he does.
Can be prepared.
Skeeter is getting away with full free farm on the Spectre as well, so unable to really contest him, but this is the choice that Liquid made with these picks.
They're going to go for it mid. The roll in, Remnant is out, and Boromir is able to step back. He'll live, and he'll go for the TP back to base as well, refuel.
So much pressure on him though, every single time. And he's suffering. He's 1,000 net worth behind Mikke, a full level behind 2. Comes back in, instantly loses his Flame Guard to the Scatter Blast.
Oh, feels like we're, all action. We've been eyes on the mid lane. What's been going on the side lanes? What's sort of the status here?
Boxy's was really passive. He's just getting hit spammed by Fada. Fada's just pulling. At bottom it's just been really passive farm sides. Like IO and LC, they're playing the heal, and they're just playing the heal in the farm. So you see that 33 is very farm, but they haven't slowed down Koikva.
I'm trying to get the damage from the kisses. And with the lift up from Insania, the damage is nearly going to be there. One more blast might do it. He's able to get it in, and he's got it.
Got him.
Okay, coming in with the kisses.
He can still look to go again, too. They have
got
ults.
the ult. They're going to be charging in on this. Mickey onto the side. He's going to cookie over towards Fada. Blast is there. Fada, he's taken out. A second kill for Koikva. Now over to Milan. Has Milan got anything to tether to? He's over towards the creeps, but it's only deeper into enemy territory as they'll chase him down. Find a third kill from this. Already just signs of Liquid feeling very confident with the speed they want to play in this game with the draft they've got.
And they do have to set this type of pace here, because it is the Spectre who is still free farming. And they are farming. They still are farming well in their lanes on Mudgolems. This Tricore is still getting a decent amount out of all of this. But Liquid definitely making the right moves. And it is just going to be an Ags rush this game on Mickey. So no mech in between. He's just going for full aggression. And he does have some real good targets to throw in. Lycan and Night Stalker. Just getting Night Stalker, getting Boxy into position with Crippling Fear is going to be pretty crazy. Doesn't have to go for a mobility item himself. He can just get tanky on Boxy. Mid. Bornig here.
See, prepared to get out. They've got the lift into the roll, but he's got the slight dodge. Remnant's prepared, and Bornig avoids the gang.
Borania. All right, I gotta practice. I keep saying this guy's his name wrong every time.
I mean, honestly, I don't know the correct pronunciation. I pronounce it as a soft J. As that's.
Yeah, it's probably right. I always just think it says ninja, so then I'm just like, Bora Ninja, because he's a ninja. I don't know. It just fits.
Maybe it was a spelling error in the name creation.
Up top.
Skeeter. They've got the setup, and the damage is there. I mean, Mickey, he is really utilizing just how powerful the damage from these kisses are early in the game. He's just not slowing down. Every time that ult's up, he's swinging over to a side lane. With the setup of heroes like Tiger, I guess when you look at their lineup, actually, pretty much all the heroes around Mickey have got solid ways to charge in and just allow Mickey to land these kisses pretty easily.
Yeah, he's got so many good targets to cookie as well. These three strong melee heroes that can get into the front lines. And yeah, like we said, once he gets the gobble up, that's going to be huge for these heroes to get on top of everybody. We do see bottom Mudgolems. They were able to at least pressure bottom during the cooldown of the Lycan ult. But Koikva, he's got book 2 already finished at the 9-minute mark. This is, tempo is going to really start getting set here by Liquid. He's going to turn into daytime, though. But Boxy does have Dark Ascension available if he'd like to pressure.
Hunting bounties.
Yeah, I think Koikva likely to set up for another tower here soon. Probably the top one. But if he sees an opportunity for a kill in mid, he can definitely still look for a kill and a tower with his ult. A little bit of time for Mudgolems to catch back up here in this farm that they do need after this little bit of a rough start here.
Still, as you say, getting the farm and the cause. Slipping too far behind in gold.
No, 33 still, he's very farmed on this Legion. Just straight Blade Mail Brown Boots. Now he has Phase Boots finished up, so he's going to have that hard control, especially for a hero like the Lycan. There is a lot of different things that he has to watch out for. If he does get a duel off, those Mortimer kisses, as we've seen time and time again, it may just make him lose the duel. Liquid's actually just going to play it a little bit more on the farming style here, as they've gotten such a good start. They're actually popping the book to hit some Ancients with Koikva. Everyone's just looking to get a little bit more farm.
Top lane Boxy, getting some hits in on the tower. See if Koikva wants to swing up there, as level 3 Necro Book done it, 11 minutes in. So.
My God. Some pretty perfect timing coming out for him. We'll have to wait for it to come back up, but the downtime is not too high. Definitely look to set up, and this book is going to be extremely problematic. Mudgolem's lineup does not deal with these summons at all. It's top.
They're trying to go for Boxy.
The silence is out, though.
In 33 with a relocate. He's not able to get him with the duel. The silence causing too much of an issue. Now it's the counterplay for Liquid. They go straight away to land. They get him out before the relocate takes 33 back out of this. Now Liquid, they can just try and dive in for more. The Magnetize being kept upon them all. The Haunt is there for Skeeter. He's over towards Tiger. Tiger will get left behind. Skeeter cleans up the Earth Spirit. Can they get more out of this? Barnier trying to chase with slight chains. The setup's there on Mickey. Insania, he's still alive. He's able to step back. Boxy, Quakefor, and Mickey turn towards Fada, and with the cookie stun, Fada goes down.
Liquid had to kind of reset away from the fight after the Haunt. Quakefor didn't have the book up until just now, but as soon as that book gets popped, Mudgolems has to back away. And again, Liquid just hitting big every time here. It's a Haunt, but it's a Haunt to get a very small kill. As we're really feeling that pressure from Liquid. And Skeeter, he's actually going to itemize to try to deal with the summons, because it's going to be a huge problem for them in these next, for pretty much the entirety of the game. So he's going to cube the Radiance. I mean, it's going to take him a very long time to get it, but... I
mean, the whole time it's going to take for him to get it is... You know, that's going to be quite a window for Liquid to push their lead, but it's definitely one of those things that will absolutely pay off, right? If they're able to get this Radiance on the Spectre, say before they even lose any tier 3s, then the game does get very difficult for Liquid, because the scaling is going to be infinitely more so from this Spectre with a Radiance build.
Yeah, Liquid, they still have to press the issue for a 2k gold lead. Not quite enough at this point here as the duel mid.
33, he's going to go straight away for the duel. Kick to the side. Mickey's not going to go down to this. Now, Insania coming in with a Stolen Remnant, closes the gap. 33 still trying to dive in, but there's not enough damage. Tombstone taken out immediately, but the kisses are coming out. 33 trying to charge in, but Tiger, he's in with the roll. The heals there, Milan. Oh, he gets 33 out. Quick tether onto the Legion, and 33 will be saved. Milan's going to be coming back in, though, and is there anything for him to tether to? 33 running in from the side. Silence onto Fada as Quakefor and Tiger chase down the Undying. The ult coming out from Quakefor as he's ready to chase for more. Into the river he goes. Boxy trying to find the silence onto Barnier. Barnier's got another remnant to throw out, but Boxy closes the gap. He's in with a crippling fear, and they have the burst to take him down whilst he's caught under the duration and surroundings of that silence.
Feels every time the summons get popped, it's too much for them to deal with, and they dove hard trying to get these kills, trying to take advantage here at all of the downtime of Quakefor's ult and his book. They couldn't. Kickback from Taiga was phenomenal there, just to reset the positioning and just get his whole team there to back up. And I believe, Mickey, he's 600 gold away from an Aghanim, so easier forms of initiation for them, and they see Skitter farming a lane right now. Taiga, no hesitation.
Set up with the cookie. Tiger perfectly holding the stun to maximize the lockdown. The blade mail does come out, though. Skeeter, can they burst him? They can. They get the kill. Fada's going to come in, and he hasn't got the catch. Liquid able to get away with that, and very cleanly done. Insania's out with the TP. Mickey and Tiger heading into the trees. Fada will drop the tombstone down to try and find them. Can they get in range for the duel? They can't. Oh, not quite in time there. So Mickey's out with the TP. 33 couldn't quite finish the cast animation in time.
Liquid just kind of dancing on them around the map here now. Look at top box, he's just hitting the tower. Quakefor getting immense amounts of space from all this too. Gets a Hyperstone finished up. His ult's going to be back up in 35. Liquid's doing an excellent job so far of just playing around Mudgolems and just playing to their strengths. Playing around Mickey, this tanky beast who Aghanims is online, so... That's a free initiation tool for Boxy and Quakefor to just get on top of the targets that they'd like to and just focus fire them.
Yeah, and some of these targets, I mean, I guess really the both supports, they're just guaranteed kills, right? Someone comes flying in onto this Undying Oiro, they're going to be taken out straight away.
I feel like most of these heroes are honestly free kills. If Boxy gets tossed in and he has his silence on, Ember's going to die if any type of follow-up comes in with the stun. And it's very similar even for the Legion. Like, there's just a lot of different forms of damage. Liquid, they're not lacking that at all. As immediately, it looks like they were thinking about going into the pit. But actually going to try to find a kill here first. They're in this downtime. Skeeter is able to farm, I believe, a triple or quad Ancient stack. So at least about halfway to Radiance.
Slowly but surely.
Liquid, they'll get a free Roche here. No way that Mudgolems can contest it either. Even though they have vision, they see them walking in. it's an impossible task for them to fight around there at this point.
Yeah, just goes down far too quickly here. To the summons. Frail Impulse, Aura. Of course, even just the extra little bit of armor reduction there from Lil Shredder to start things off.
Immediately looking at mid.
Tiger.
Silence is out. Can Boxy get on top? He cannot. Did they have the gobble up? I think they could have gobbled up. Mickey had it. Okay. They're going to find him anyway. Boxy's in.
Whoa.
Oh, I think he disconnected. Yeah, it looked like he
Boxy
disconnected.
even giving him the feels bad. Oh.
I think he's dead because of that, because they're going to gobble up. Mick is going to gobble up and throw Insanio.
That's unfortunate to DC like that.
He's either rolled in by Taiga or tossed the Rubik into a lift, and
Yeah, I mean that's just unfortunate DCing in that sort of situation, as he will die. Yep. Finishing off there with the gobble up.
Oh, that hurts. He was just finally getting kind of caught back. He just finished up the Maelstrom too. 0-3-1 this game, Borny here. Struggling. As immediately all of Liquid, they're looking for bottom. Boxy's already in.
Boxy. He's in, ready to set things up. The kiss is coming in. Mickey not quite got the reach though. As Milan's out with the TP. 33 still left behind, and he's out before the Void comes back up, so Boxy can't cancel it.
Nice TPs. A little bit of wasted time there for Liquid. Immediately line is drawn, and yeah, that was a decent amount of wasted time though. Them actually not getting any of those kills. They may have been able to pressure pretty hard for a tier 2 or something like that with this book and with the Lycanol and with Aegis. A little bit of downtime then. Mudgolems, they need as much downtime as possible. 6k gold lead. Liquid just doing everything right so far here. Not slipping up at all.
Yeah, well, just 900 away from the AC on Quakefoot.
The Wolves to scout Skeeter.
Oh.
And there's the gobble up. Oh, it's actually whiffs.
They close the gap here. And they've got the change stun, but Milan's got the save. He'll take Skeeter out. See if they're going to be able to save one another here. As
a nice steal. Press the attack.
He's back in. But there's no way to tether across. Instant silent comes into play.
Keeps the Spectre alive, though. A little bit of a mistake there from Liquid, missing off the initial gobble up. But a good save from Milan. And onto the tier 2. Should be able to get it before that outpost. And they should be able to claim them. They're pinging it immediately. Koifa should be able to deny a lot of experience to the side of Mudgolems and just play around that outpost.
No, they're just continuing to hit all the timings that they need to, Liquid.
Yeah.
This is exactly how you could have imagined the planning for how they want to run this draft went down. 19
Maybe
minutes
even a
in,
little better.
7k lead. Yeah, I feel it, yeah.
I think he's having a phenomenal game as well. Like 3-0-3 when he's just a Night Stalker is some good stuff.
I think a bit of that is down to the fact that Skeeter's opting to go for sort of the big payoff route, going for the Radiance build-up. You know, he's not turning up to fights with Drums or Manta, getting involved. So Liquid are getting more space to do things. You know, and this is being done so because they are going to play for the idea that Skeeter gets the Radiance done. Maybe Liquid can't push in, then the turnaround begins. And he's getting very close to the Relic right now, Skeeter.
If they can't push in. It's not about the Radiance, it's really like the next item that he's able to get, right?
Sure,
the Radiance will help them, help him get the farm and deal with those things, but he needs a lot more because he's still going to be very squishy even with that. The damage that's coming
They've got a lot of
from Liquid
sustain though, right? If the IO's in, they're buffing up the Spectre with the press, the attack of the Soul Rip.
Goodbye. Oh, maybe not. Oh.
He's
actually able to get out. All right. Triumphant beeps indeed. As that was an ult from Snapfire that he was able to get away from. Quakefa still on the chase.
Well, there we go. The Relic is done on Skier.
He's forcing the Remnant back. They did actually see it, but they didn't go to set up on it just yet. Now they will.
Look at the rolling on the Bornea. Bornea is going to be saved. Off the side he goes. Press the attack from 33, keeping him safe. I don't know. If Skeeter gets this Radiance, I think there could start to be a little bit of a difficulty for Liquid. You know, once Radiance is done on Spectre, if Liquid mess up one high ground push and Skeeter's cleaning up, then this game's going to fall apart pretty quickly, despite Liquid's lead right now. They can't afford to make mistakes against this Spectre with the Radiance nearly done.
Yeah, maybe like one mistake. Maybe they can have the one if Skeeter doesn't get the cleanup kills. If Skeeter gets cleanup kills when he has Radiance, it'll be disastrous. But they still do have a very good core with their tri-core. It's still off to a very, very good start here. Like Koikfa, AC plus Necro, like Boxy's massive as well with all the auras. They are itemizing to be able to deal with this, and they are still at this level where one throw I think is okay. Two is two will be their demise probably. And continuing to just pressure the map, not giving up kills either. I mean, it's 13-1. They've given up only the one from Taiga early on. But there we go. Radiance about to be done.
Very close, yeah.
Trying to stack some camps for him to farm. They will. So Radiance will be finished. And yeah, Liquid's going to have to deal with it. They are going to be aware that it's going to be coming out soon, and it's going to be fairly strong versus those summons. And with the back of all the heals, it could be enough to turn it. These the soul rips,
they
the
can
max,
keep the Spectre
tether,
alive.
could be big.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot to offer him. There's a lot to keep him strong, even when he does just have the Radiance along.
Yeah. And I see them itemizing to deal with the summons, right? Like Crimson Guard also for 33. The Radiance
he's got
on
to
Skeeter.
Yeah, you're right.
Maelstrom on Borneo. It's all these things to deal with those summons.
I think they're certainly making all the right moves from behind here, Mudgolems.
Yeah, just so hard for them, Skeeter. He's showing his face right now. And here comes the toss-in onto Taiga.
The mark, though, still. They get the slow. They're actually just going to take him out straight away. Milan's not messing around here. Instant disengage and a quick TP back over as they are. Maybe going to think about fighting to keep Milan safe. They roll in. The silence is there onto Milan. As Milan, he'll get popped. Take down the IO. He's going to buy back straight away here. Maybe see if they can continue to find anything out of this fight. Mudgolems 33 trying to charge him, but Boxy turns straight over towards him. The kisses are coming out. 33's got to step away. He's put the blade out, but they've got the lift up rolling onto Milan. Taiga, he's in the midst of it all here. Focusing down the IO. This IO brought back for this one. Can they keep Milan alive? They can't. Milan goes down, but they get the duel. They've locked down Koikfa. Koikfa's going to die deep underneath the tier 2 town. Boronier, he's going to see if he can chase for more. Remnants out, closing the gap on Boxy. Chains are going to be up in a second. Boxy's still pretty tanky. Boronier closing the gap that one further step. Locking down Boxy. Boxy's going to try for the TP out, but they've got the damage. As Mudgolems will manage to fight back, hold on to tier 2, and get themselves a fight that, despite what was a 9k lead, does work in their favor. They push back Liquid.
Yeah, great buyback from Milan to save it. And also the way the fight turned out, Liquid actually walked, it was resetting to the point where the Tombstone is about to be worthless because of where the fight was going. And then Liquid actually pushes back into the Tombstone and actually makes it useful for Mudgolems there. Maybe just not giving them enough respect about how much strength they do have with Skeeter with all these heals. Press the attack, tether, soul rip, just so many different forms to buff him up.
Yeah, Liquid, I think that timer is starting to tick a little bit.
Yep.
I mean, definitely, as you say, if Skeeter gets his next time done, if he gets that Manta, they're going to have to pull off some big moves to kill this Spectre in the midst of the team fights. Skeeter he's going to be able to live. And a high chance that a lot of damage is going to be done by him.
I think Liquid, it's going to be all around this next Aegis. The Aegis and Cheese, I think they have to at least get a Rax advantage to feel comfortable in this game. Even though it's 15-3 with an 8k gold lead, it does feel like the Spectre's starting to hit a point. Let's see. Gobble up, toss in.
They do manage to land it onto Skeeter. Kisses to follow up. They're on top of him. Is there a save? Milan comes in. He's able to tether and take him out.
So much heals.
Keeps him alive. Taiga locked down by the chains. The cookie gets him out to the side. He'll be fine. Deep. They get the taunt here onto Boxy. Focusing down the Night Stalker with Skeeter coming across it. They got the damage. They're running Boxy down. Boxy's got the movement speed, but with the BKB, Boronier can just move in, chase on, and cut him down with a sleight of fist. They take down Boxy.
These heals, I mean, they can't kill Skeeter when they're all around. It's just way too much sustain, all being thrown onto him.
I mean, that 9k lead turns to an 8k, turns to a 7k. It's going down. Liquid, they've got to come up with a plan to keep this lead going. As I said, any mistake you make against this lineup with the Spectre and her Radiance, it's going to cost you in the long run.
Yep. Their tri-core is starting to really kick up down to 6k. They're really starting to break it here with their itemization and the way they're playing around it.
Mid, taking the land on to Boromir. Roll up, but Boromir is going to be safe. 33 quick with the press the attack, and Remnant's prepared.
Just every single time they were there. And Boxy, he wasn't back to life yet, so he wasn't able to be there. That's the only one that they have to worry about. You know, press the attack will save versus everything else, but not that hard silence from Boxy. So, again, nice stuff from Mudgolems. And yeah, timer really does feel like it's ticking. Roche is back up. I have to assume Liquid wants to try to get that soon, but Haunt is available. So Mudgolems, they're at the ready to fight here if there is an attempt. We see the scan comes out. They're kind of anticipating that Roche coming out soon. Because it does feel like it could be one of those last things for Liquid to really be able to press forward and actually not let this Spectre get so huge. As Skeeter is spotted.
I mean, Boxy's he's heading up into this. But Boxy's been rude. He's in a whole lot of trouble. The kisses are coming in from the side. They'll try and get Boxy out. Boxy on the retreat, but he's dead. They cut him down with a sleight of fist. Now 33 healed up. Mickey turns, jumps in with a cookie, but it's not enough damage to kill 33. The Haunt's out in play. As now Mudgolems, they're running them down. Mickey's out with the TP just in time, but Insania, he's been found. Skeeter runs him down. Another kill for Mudgolems. As I said, this Radiance, it's paying off big time. They managed to hold on, get it done for Skeeter, and from now on, it's just looking very hard for Liquid. They got such a lead at the start, but now they're against a Spectre. Skeeter's hitting all the item time. This Radiance, Manta, 1,000 gold away, these towers are going to push it very close to it. If Liquid weren't able to close it up and make things happen when they were that far ahead that early on, I don't see when it's going to get easier for them to do much as this game scales.
No, they have to get Aegis and Cheese, and they have to just push now. Like 100 seconds, they have to make so much happen on the map. They can't let this go passive at all here in this game. They have to go in this rush. I feel like they just have to commit for it.
They gotta go. I mean, what are they being hesitant for here? Are
they don't have much information on the map. They don't really see anything.
I mean, there's
now
no
they
horde.
see the Ember, but can they actually set up onto him? He has a BKB available. He's just gonna disengage.
I mean, quite fair. He's still hovering around the pit. Now we'll see him. I mean, he's got SOAC and obviously level 3 Necro, but they do this very quickly. And here we go. I'll take the Roche here. Is there any looking from Mudgolems? Doesn't look like it. They will get away with the Aegis and the Cheese. Now, of course, the question is, what can they get done with it?
They got to win big with it here. Boxy, he's the one carrying the Aegis, as he's been the one tossed into the middle of everything there, and he's just getting controlled a lot of the time still. They have to. This is everything for Liquid here. If they can't somehow just dominate the next fight, this game is impossible for them. As all these items just keep coming out, now it's Samantha, the very natural item for the Spectre, but Shiva's is about to be finished for Boroniha as well. So, we said, they're dealing with all these summons, and it's starting to look like the game plan from Liquid is hitting its peak and hitting a wall, really.
Yeah, Mudgolems.
Look at how Mudgolems is playing.
I mean,
yeah, all
sat
sat around Skitter. They know. The Haunt is back up in 5 seconds. Bounty's coming.
Boxy, he's going to step in for this. Trying to go in onto Fada. They've got the Goblet up sending him in, but the heal from Press the Attack keeps Fada alive. Crimson Guards pop. Boxy's still trying to tap in, but they got the duel. They just have a duel Quite in the midst of it all. Quite getting over the Cheese. He's able to get it off. He'll stay alive. Boxy being focused by Skeeter. They've taken the Aegis out of the Night Stalker's hands. 33 living through it all thanks to the sustain of Milan. Skeeter's still in a very healthy place right now as Liquid, they've got to turn and run. Tiger, he's not going to get away from this as he goes down. Skeeter heading up to the high ground looking for more. Now hold him in place with the telekinesis, trying to commit onto him with the cookie, but they don't have the damage. Skeeter's fine. He's able to get away from the little shredder. Not enough damage was done. They just cannot kill this Spectre as Mudgolems just continue to play around Skeeter perfectly with all these heals, and Skeeter's just not dying.
Yeah, they couldn't kill anybody in that one there. It was literally just full sustain. Even a stolen tombstone coming out from Insania onto the high ground there, it's still not enough for them to get any type of kills. I see Crimson Guard popped, all the heals thrown onto these targets, and the damage is just, that's it. Liquid has expended everything there.
And some of these big items coming out as well are just going to make it so much more hard and possible, it seems, for Liquid to win these team fights. 200 gold, and Boromir is going to have a full Shiva's Guard against Liquid and their summons.
Yeah, it's just great itemization across the board from Mudgolems, and just understanding what they need to do in this game. Just even though it's like what it was like 15 to 1 or something, 15 to 3 in this game.
I think no, it was like 14 to 1. I think 14 to 1.
Yeah,
and what, a 9k, was it 9k lead? I think it's yeah, 9k
I think
lead.
It was 9k.
9k lead. They're taking all the they hadn't taken the bottom tier 2, but they're taking all the others. Just never got the game into a place where they're actually ready and able to poke the high ground, despite some obviously very good early item timings on Liquid. They just haven't had the power to push it to that extra point, and now we're seeing them lose fights and lose this advantage. Fights where they do have the Aegis, they do have the cheese, but it just doesn't seem like it's enough anymore.
No, and this hard lockdown is, I know I was mentioning in the beginning how there's not that much lockdown on Mudgolems. The duel is actually just, it's seeming to be enough in most of these fights. Like one of the targets walks in, either Boxty or Koikva, and they're just hard lockdown the entire duration of their ult, and then they have to just run away or they're dead. Yeah, seeming very difficult for Liquid to close this out versus this massive sustained draft.
I mean, the obvious strength that is still there for Liquid is that if somehow they do manage to win a fight, they will take down the base of Mudgolems pretty quickly. And we saw in that last game that at the end of the day, if they can get that one opportunity where someone's dead for 2 minutes, maybe they can emulate what that sort of victory they found in the last game here in Game 3. But it does require them to actually get the kills on these cores, something that for the last few fights has just seemed to be too much of a task for Liquid right now, as they just continue to lose that advantage that they build up early.
Yeah, they have to somehow get to these backlines and take them out. Somehow just control 33, maybe not go for the kills on him, especially now that he has BKB, but somehow control the Undying, or kill the Undying and kill the IO. Have to get these tosses on from Boxy or from Taiga onto these two backliners. It's too much healing they're providing.
33. Trying to get it onto Insania. Quick blink out will keep Insania fine.
Yeah, 33's build, it's all about the, you're the ones initiating on us. I'm just the counter initiator here. I've got my BKB, my Crimson Guard, my Blade Mail. I don't want to be the one jumping in. I want you to be forcing into me because the timer's on you. So yeah, just, again, perfect itemization coming out from Mudgolems. And it really does feel like that the time is shrinking, if it's already not gone for Team Liquid. Probably is just gone at this point here. We're already getting close to that 35-minute mark. I wanted them to have at least like a Rax advantage by 30 for them to have a shot going into these later stages. The fights are going to get just so much more difficult by the minute.
I mean, Liquid, what sort of big items do they have coming out? Quofa's got his Basher. Boxy.
I'm not sure if we pointed this one out, actually. Sorry. Milan actually has a... He's actually the one holding the Paladin Sword this whole time, and now he has a Holy Locket. So
that's a lot of heals.
There's a lot of amplified healing going to come out from him, too. If he soul rips the IO as well, tethered to the Spectre, it's like, this is just absurd healing that's going to be coming out.
It's going to be like a cheese.
Yeah, pretty much. Just jump forward. They see Insania.
33, trying to walk in for a duel opportunity. Can't quite get in onto Tiger, though. Telekinesis stun holds him back.
Now they're finally the ones on an aggressor, which is always a little bit of a scare that you're seeing now Liquid actually having to play on the defensive finally. In between all this, Milan, he's actually digging every single time off cooldown and then swapping the Paladin Sword back in. Trying to get those salves, of course, for himself.
I mean, when Liquid see Mudgolems playing like this, what do Liquid do? They're going to send in a Wolf.
They can't do much of anything. They're too scared to initiate the fight because a Haunt will come out, and then at this point they're not strong enough to just fight heads up versus Mudgolems. They do at least now have the little Shredder uses the attack damage, and there is a crit on Mickey, so his damage has gone up quite significantly.
I mean, this is the way they can scale right. He has to go for this right click.
Yep. He has to go for like double Daedalus, Rapier, and just go for the 3 multi-shot spread and hope.
Yep. I mean, that's
But
literally
even
it. That is their late game. Mickey is back. It's all on Mickey once again. It's all on Mickey to go the full right-click build on the Snapfire and carry the game as the Snapfire, which can be done. You know, it is insane the amount of damage and how fast it comes out once you get some of these items out. As Mickey's actually having to pop the BKB as he throws himself top. They're going to look to hunt him down with a horn. He's trying to chase, but TPs are coming in. 33 still running in, looking for a duel opportunity. Is he going to be able to get it? He's popping the BKB.
Quite is dead.
He wants Mickey, and he's able to find him. He's in with the duel. Mickey's going to die during it, and Boxy, he might not get out either as they're chasing on. Boxy a little too fast. They'll settle for Insania instead. And it's just like that. Another very easy move being made here by Mudgolems as that entire lead that Liquid had has come to an end. As it really does feel that this game is entirely of the domain of Mudgolems right now. 1k lead for them. They have the Spectre sitting comfortably at the top. Skeeter with his Radiance, Manta, Blade Mail, Scardy all finish here 35 minutes in excellent timing.
Yeah, feels... Yeah, they've hit their timing. Liquid, they weren't able to get enough out of this with their draft. They really had to just they had to win the game by now. There's just no way they can come back. The Spectre just way too massive.
And Snapfire, honestly, Snapfire. Maybe. I think that is the one thing that could still do something here for Liquid. The chances are low. I mean, you look at the Dota plus win percent. What's it saying? Yeah, 88%. I don't blame it. It's going to be soon in the 90% here for Mudgolems, considering the state that the game's in and the fact that they have the Spectre lineup against the Lycan lineup.
Yeah.
But maybe Mickey's got to get level 25, 2 Daedalus and a Rapier. Now, that's a lot of money, it's a lot of XP, but it is a possibility.
And then he gets Blink, Blade Mail dueled, and dies instantly.
That's the thing as well. He tries to go in with a level 25, use the multi-shot, and one of them's hitting a Blade Mailed hero, yeah.
And then he's hitting a Dispersion as well, and another Blade Mail.
Oh, no.
It's very, very, very impossible for Liquid. They're going to have to, if they can get Mudgolems to split up, but the way that Mudgolems has been playing, you know, they're a smart team.
Yeah.
They don't give the opportunities for Liquid to get all those pickoffs anymore. They're just all playing around each other. And yeah, it's really their game to lose now at this point.
I almost feel bad.
I mean, hopefully we get to the point with the Mortimer, with the Snapfire though, but I don't think it's gonna get there.
I think
this game's gonna
explode
really quick here. I think this next Roche is gonna be the big fight crescendo where Mudgolems is just gonna probably decimate them. Yeah, I just see these haunts, like the haunt, and he just jumps in with one person, and Quakefizz is dead now. So,
I mean, does it sort of surprise you that Liquid weren't able to do more with that early game start? Because to be fair, a lot of that early game when Liquid was pushing towers, getting objectives, it was during this period where Skeeter was AFK farming a relic. Like they were doing it against 4 heroes, but as it seems to have panned out, the 4 heroes of Mudgolems, it was enough to just stop Liquid from actually pushing down a tier 3 or ever threatening the high ground.
I think maybe they got a little too bloodthirsty and were just looking for kills too much rather than just pressuring objectives. That's the one thing because they were 15-1 with a 9k lead, and then they're still looking for kills, looking for the Spectre. So maybe that could have hurt them. Maybe they could have just forced the issue a little bit more. They didn't go for any type of no mech on their team at all, right? So they don't have that big heal that Mudgolems did have in a lot of times. This mech usually allows you to go for those type of pushes easier, so maybe some better itemization. Could have been a couple of things that Liquid could look back to and fix in this game.
Top. And we've got the catch. Actually going to use the horn to jump over. Secure that duel win for the Legion, and also, of course, check out things around the Roche pit as they're chasing in onto Quakefizz. Quakefizz is going to get the ult out, but the chains are there. Quakefizz in trouble. He's able to turn and run with the Lotus, but the chase is there with the Remnant. Porony is going to be able to help finish him off as Quakefizz is dead. Boxy gone as well. Insania is out. I mean, as you say, it's getting to the point where, I mean, Liquid, they probably will play this out, but it seems very, very unlikely that they're going to be able to turn this game.
Yeah, pretty much impossible. We see Fada buy some new drum charges for himself as he's just walking around, clicking drums, dropping tombstones for his team, some soul rips too. 33, on the hunt, looking for Mickey. While at the same time, yeah, they're finishing up the Roshan. Yeah, like you said, Liquid, they're probably going to hang on to it, but this one is well and truly in the books. Mudgolems haven't dropped the kill in how long here? When was the last kill? The Milan IO bottom, right? The one that he died bottom, I think, was the last kill that Liquid was able to get.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, how many minutes ago was that? That was
Radiant's middle
back at about the 26th minute, so yeah, over 30 minutes ago. As Mudgolems into the base of Liquid. Liquid are going to have everybody back up, but some big things they're going to have to deal with. Level 24 Skeeter. Boromir with that picked up Aghanims. 33 popping the BKB, charging in. Just running straight in it. Tiger off the mark with the roll. Neither team actually finding anything with that BKB usage. But Mudgolems just able to still stand strong. Look towards this tier 3. They're in on Topoxy. Boromir and Skeeter, they're just diving into the base here. Tiger will roll across the Fodder, but Milan comes across, keeps Fodder healed up. It's a dead Tiger. He'll buy back straight away. The chains out again onto Koitva, locking him down. They shoot Tiger forward with the gobble up.
Okay.
He is in onto Boromir, but the heals just bringing Boromir back up to full HP. There's a dieback from Tiger. Liquid just getting destroyed inside their base. As it's an ultra kill for Skeeter. Only Insania's left alive. Nobody with buybacks available on Liquid. As they can take this mid-racks. And almost certainly more. But tier 2s are up on the side lanes. And we'll see how quick that push is. They are going to try and close it with the tier 4s. Onto Insania they go. Insania's got the Ghost Scepter. Gonna have Slight in a second, but no chance to use it. He goes down. Buyback from Insania. Liquid still trying to do their best to hold things. Now hold on. And they're losing their tier 4s.
Get that triple remnant in Insania. He's trying to do anything to survive and have some fun here. As, yeah, this game Throne will go down here. We'll have one more hero in about 5 seconds, but he won't be able to stop them either.
I mean, Insania's trying. He's trying his best to slow him. But the Ancient is exposed. They're closing it up. Boromir picking up the Deso to outspeed this one up. As Boromir focusing the objectives, he'll join for a bit of fun. Takes out Boxy with the rest of the team. And there we go. GG, well played is called. Liquid tried to bring out the Lycan. But it just didn't go to plan. Smart stuff from Mudgolems. Really, really smart stuff. Love the decision from Skeeter to just go for that Radiance and say, look, guys, as long as we don't lose any of the high ground, by the time I've got this Radiance, this game's going to turn. Liquid can't make mistakes, and as it was, Liquid, it just seemed like they couldn't do anything at that stage. Radiance was online, the turnaround began, and well, Mudgolems, they never looked back after that.
No, it was across the board, the itemization on the 3 cores. I loved it. Even like Maelstrom member, like these things, it's all about just clearing these illusions. And the way they took the fights, illusions, I meant summons, but the way they took the fights is always just, Liquid, come at us. We know that you guys are on a timer. We're letting you run into us as 5. And every single time they get these great, great positionings with their healers, just healing up the Spectre and just turning all these fights.
Yeah, and wow, the Lycan that has tripped up many other teams in the past. You know, one of the specialities of Liquid, just not looking as hot as it has done other days here in this deciding game 3, with Mudgolems having the answer, keeping it cool as we've seen them do before. Not a team to be pressured or rushed. They're ready to draw it out, especially when Skeeter's well and truly warmed up this series. 3 games in a row on the Spectre, 2 of them ending up as victories, and that's all you need to take a best of 3. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mudgolems with the victory here, 2-1 against Liquid. That's it from myself and Fog this evening. Much love to you all. Hope you have a beautiful night. Don't go anywhere though, as we've got a fantastic panel to wrap things up here at ESL 1 Germany.
You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes. You changed a bit. Though you mad teasing. I don't mind leaving. leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you max easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart.
What a magical end here to the series between Team Liquid and Mudgolems. Game number 3 going the way of Mudgolems. They were able to hold out against the all-out aggression from the boys in blue, and now they secure themselves a date with Team Secret. We're here in our Game Fuel post-match where we break down our second series of the second day of our playoffs. And once again, I'd like to welcome back my panel, Dan or QO. Lads, we looked at this draft and we said, this looks like a Liquid win, but they weathered the storm. Got to 30 minutes. Skitter on the Spectre.
Perfect execution. That's all has to be said. Perfect execution and itemization, more importantly. Just loading everything up to be able to live. That was the name of the game. Live. Make sure that Skitter's able to get the big value out of the Radiance. Basically, just try and make sure that the shapeshift is going to be running out by the time that you're going to be able to turn things around, and just being able to pump 3 separate heals into this Io, who's tethered together whoever they go on, and going a Crimson Guard, going a Buckler, going a Maelstrom, Radiance, everything was just itemized perfectly.
Yeah, as long as the game goes more than like 25 minutes, 30 minutes, like and like if you don't like lose like 2 racks, like I think the game is like just way too
And the other thing that we were kind of thinking about when we were making our predictions is that Koiku would be playing mid as opposed to Mike.
Yeah.
Mike did a fantastic job in the mid lane. Let's not, mince words, but
first blood.
Yeah, but did that stall the pushing power a little bit too much? That was my big concern.
Yeah, like I think if the Lycan was mid, like with the fast level, like from like level 7, level 8, like you can probably like make your team's support to rotate towards mid tower and then kick out December and take this mid tower down,
Yeah.
go to off lane and take the tier 1 tower. I think that will be like a crucial, but
Yeah, I think like people in chat were like, "Oh, where's Lycan's boots?" and these sorts of things. When you play a Lycan, you just need to get your timings ASAP, both in terms of levels and itemization as well. So I think, maybe going mid could have got him those extra couple of levels a little bit sooner. Even like 1 or 2 minutes could have been the game changer there.
Exactly. Well, a boy who we're super excited to see here in our post-match interview is Milan here from Mudgolems. Milan, mate, I'd like to say congratulations on an insane series here up against Team Liquid. So the first question here, I want to cast your mind back towards the end of game number 2. How do you guys recoup after a loss like that? You guys were winning for 95% of game number 2, and then just a few mistakes just ended up being a victory there for Team Liquid. How did you guys come together and pull it back for game number 3?
And after the game number 2, I quoted the Sebastian from the OG. He says it's a win in our books. That's what I said, and and everyone agreed. Kinda, we let it slip away, but we felt like we won that game, right?
Yeah, I agree entirely. You just looked pretty dominant throughout this entire series. In game number 3, it felt like you weren't that flustered at all. I think the style that Mudgolems has, just coming from personal experience, it takes some bits and pieces from different regions around the world, like China and Southeast Asia and that sort of thing. How much emphasis do you guys look at other regions to take into your own playstyle, or is that something that you don't really worry about right now because these cross-regional things aren't really going to be happening for at least the next few months' time?
I don't think we look at it that way. We just want to play the best Dota possible. Of course, we're going to try to look at what other people are doing, especially maybe Chinese players, and then we just try to play the best Dota. We cannot figure it out all on our own. We look at everyone and try to make best out of it. I think most of people do that way.
Yeah, hello Milan. I was expecting.
Hi, Q.
Yeah, I was for the third game. I was expecting Lycan to go mid instead of safe lane. Like, what did you guys feel when it was, Mike on the mid and Lycan as a safe lane against the LC? Was there?
We knew they can switch up, but we also knew that Mike likes to go mid on the Snapfire. I mean, we expected Lycan mid, but we didn't really mind. I think we were like, whatever.
The result will be same, regardless of whatever it is.
Exactly. We won't lose anyway.
Yeah. Well, in one of the interviews that you had with Daniel Offit on the Position 6 podcast, you came with this mantra of every game is a scrim and every scrim is a game. Do you feel like you guys are starting to embody that towards the playoffs here? Because you guys seem to be playing whatever you want. Skidder played Spectre 3 games in a row. Do you feel like you guys are really starting to embody that moving forward?
I mean, we have some hidden aces in our sleeves, but we're kind of a lot more chill. Like, let's compare to the first Liquid series we played. We're like 10 times more chill. Like we kind of have no fear in a way, or at least we try to emphasize on that. Like, sorry for cursing. Like, fuck it, let's just play. Let's just play our game. We like. We're the underdogs. We're the Mudgolems. Yeah. Everyone else is Team Liquid, OG, Secret, big names. We're just the Mudgolems,
I think you had a question related to that, Luke. About,
yeah, exactly. I was going to ask you guys, because you guys are, as you said, the only team here that doesn't have, an organization behind you guys. Do you guys feel like you're going to get headhunted now, being, the Mudgolems, or do you feel like this angry little logo is what's driving you guys towards the top?
I mean, we like the golems, but my DMs are open. Anyone interested? Hit me up.
QO?
Like it. What do you mean? Like,
do you want to sponsor?
Yeah. Look, Milan's ready for this, dude. He's ready. But Milan, mate, I see that you're beaming ear to ear, mate, and it has brought us a lot of joy seeing you guys play in this tournament and see you guys play in this series as well. So good luck against your series against Team Secret, and I'm sure that we'll see you a bit deeper in the tournament as well.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Milan. Have a good day.
Bye, Kyo.
What a lovely dude. He was just so happy to be there, and you could just tell that he was just full of excitement and full of confidence as well. And he said that in the video as well. They're just the Mudgolems, dude. They're just these angry little golems that just want to come in and play some Dota.
Imagine players wanting to put a filter on when they're talking to Australians. Like, we are probably the most foul-mouthed people in the entire world, and, you know, I love to hear it. You know, just unfiltered emotion coming through from Milan. And I mean, to be honest, how do you blame him? They played perfectly in that game number 3. They were playing from honestly, in my opinion, a bit of a losing position, but just sticking fat at 20 minutes, grouping up, never wanting to be picked off solo. I mean, this would have been put a little bit of a dampener on things, giving up the first blood to Mickey, enabling them to have this, you know, early game pushing potential. That snap Ags came out at, I think, 16 minutes and really started to make a lot of work happen. You can see Mickey was very happy with how it all turned around, giving himself a bit of a clap, a bit of a pat on the back, but at the end, you can't stop that much heals when you're not getting these kills and more Spirit Vessel charges. I think that was the big difference maker.
Well, you know, Fog touched on it in the cast as well. You saw where these fights started to go the way of Mudgolems, and that's when they were being the aggressors. You know, for the first 25 minutes of that game, they were the ones that were hovering around in this 5-man ball and just waiting for Liquid to come to them. They got the items that they needed, they got the levels that they needed as well, and that's when they could be on the front foot because they weren't scared anymore.
And you could just get a sense of desperation as well coming from Liquid after like the let's say the 30-minute mark. Lycan builds a Deso. You don't always do that on a Lycan, but they were just like, we need to kill a target. We need some vessel charges. We need to be able to go from target to target, pick them off. Even if we don't get the full team wipe, at least we can reset and be in an advantageous position for the next one and maybe take a team fight when we've got all of our spells off cooldown again.
Yeah, like if you want to make like a desperate choice, like the better choice would be like building this pipe and then just like force the tower. Like their damage is very limited if you're just pushing as 5. Ember, Spectre, LC, it's just a one nukes.
So kind of pull a Liquid, just ignore the rest of the team.
It and then just go for the tower.
Yeah, like we were saying before, you've got the Snapfire as well. You can just put them on the back lines, launch the kisses out while you're sieging the tower, right? At least you're going to take some map control away, maybe take a lane of racks, and then suddenly they're playing a bit more on the back foot. But, you know, hindsight's 2020. It was an intense game that Liquid just needed to be on the pedal the entire time.
And this is our boy Milan here. I really wish that we had his healing to heroes as well. We had a quick look at it, and it was 27.5k. He nullified the damage coming in from Boxy and Koifa combined. So he made 2 heroes damage in that game, literally 0.
You just need 3 items, you know, just the Greaves, the Locket, and +1.
Yeah, just get the Paladin Sword, you know, just praise the Ice Frog himself and get the Paladin Sword drop. But we saw in a few of those replays, the amount of times that he tethered to somebody, I believe it was Bora Ninja, where he had like 10% HP and he got Holy Locketed and he was full HP. And it's like, it's so unfair to have to play against something like that, but that's what Liquid drafted themselves into, and they tried to end the game early on, but it's just not how it worked out.
Nope. There's always a weakness to any draft.
Yeah, DMs are open. Somebody please pick up these Mudgolems.
Is it going to be you, Kyo?
Maybe just keep them like Mudgolems powered by Blank,
like it,
you know?
the name of it.
Yeah.
I'll probably miss it.
I want to see an actual logo, you know? This Dota logo, it's nice. I want to see, like, even if it's a cartoonified Mudgolem, you know, angry face.
What if we get Mudgolems powered by Kyo and it's just Kyo's face superimposed over a Mudgolem?
No.
Yeah, that'd be great. I want to see somebody Photoshop that on Twitter. Make sure you do use hashtag ESL1 and let us know that you guys have Photoshopped Kyo's face onto a Mudgolem. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the end of today. So let's go and have a look and see how our bracket has panned out. As we said, Mudgolems now taking down Team Liquid, gets themselves a date with Destiny, and it is a date with Team Secret. Right now, Indomitable in ESL1 Germany, and right now the Mudgolems are the only ones that look like they can take them down.
Look at all these 3-game series as well. It's looking super even ever since we moved through the playoffs, and you know, like you said, Mudgolems, they're looking in pretty red-hot form. Can they go up against Secret in a few days' time? Na'Vi and Viking GG, I don't think many people would have tipped that as being the matchup coming through into the second round of the upper bracket, but the lower bracket, that's where it gets real spicy for tomorrow.
That's where I was going to touch on our lower bracket. You see these upper bracket matches, you're like, yeah, they're going to be pretty good. But look at our lower bracket. Now, this is where it gets hot. This is where tomorrow we're going to be seeing 2 of these 4 teams. Yeah, that's right. 2 of these 4 teams eliminated out of the tournament. Nigma versus Team Liquid, OG versus Alliance. We've got a few more rematches here in our playoff bracket, and I mean, if you told me we're going into playoffs, we're going into first round of playoffs, and we're going to see either Nigma, Team Liquid, OG, or Alliance out of the bracket, I would have told you that you're wrong.
For some reason, this looks like an upper bracket.
Yeah, it does. It does. It really does.
The name of the teams, like the value, like, I mean, the, you know, like the skill set,
the quality.
The quality. Surprised how, like,
we
all
got
those
some good
teams are in
here.
loser bracket, which means, like, I really like when the underdogs, like, you know, staying up in the upper bracket. They're the one who gets a chance to verse against Secret. Somehow Secret wasn't in the lower bracket. It would be perfect if they were in there.
Yeah, I mean, we've got TI winners, TI veterans. They can take the lower bracket. You know, we love seeing the likes of Viking and Mudgolems make it their way through the upper bracket, get a bit more exposure for themselves, and you know, like Milan said, the DMs are open for any prospective orgs.
I'm sure there will be a very juicy pickup if somebody does get them, but let's have a look to see how our schedule will be going tomorrow. As we said, it's all bracket action here, baby. That means 2 of these teams will be going home. Our first series will be Nigma versus Team Liquid, and then we're having OG versus Alliance. We've got some very hot, very heavy series coming in tomorrow. I mean, right now, if we're looking at the performances from a lot of these teams, I think Alliance is the only one that was a bit of a shock here, going 0-2. Not getting a map up against Viking GG was a little bit unorthodox for them, but all those other 3 teams, they went 2-1. Very tight series from every single one of those teams, and I can't pick a winner.
It is going to be rough. It's going to come down to the drafts again. And the execution, I don't think you can just base it on, oh, X is a better team in general. Like, all this preconceived knowledge, take it out. It's just going to go down to the game when it evolves.
Draft and execution is like the 2 key factor when it goes into this playoff series, I think. And I think draft was, like, it was very reasonable, like, which team will be having upper hand. Yeah, just by looking at the draft.
Yeah,
so.
well, just watch though. Ice Frog's going to drop a patch or something like that, and it's going to be completely thrown out the window.
Well, fingers crossed that does not happen here. But today, it's been full of amazing series. We've had some very, very good games, and we've had some very, very good series as well. And that means there's going to be more MVPs in your minds as well. And Mercedes-Benz MVP voting is still open. Our top 4 hasn't changed all too much. A few of those positions has changed up and down, so make sure you guys do get in your votings. I'm sure Milan is sitting in the back of everybody's minds, maybe Bora Ninja as well here. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is the end of day number 2. That is the end of our upper bracket for round number 1 of the playoffs. We are going to meet you guys tomorrow for more lower bracket action. 2 teams going home. Who will it be? You'll have to find us tomorrow. So stay safe and good night.
The instant lift. Can they burst him in time? The light strikes down. They kill him off before he can get the ult. Instant plays there from Aramis. They turn over the walls, then jump ball from Shad. He's looking towards Hansken, but he has been disarmed. Shad, nobody gave him 20 seconds. Hansken hiding under the shadow angle. They're hunted. Shad. There's the jump. In they go. Everything drops down on the Shad.
He's still alive?
Oh my goodness, he didn't die. He didn't die. 3 ults for what? They didn't kill him. And now Viking's going to be able to turn up, kill FNG. Nico, baby. His Blade Fury's about to come to an end.
It feels like it's not doing anything. Hansken, he's getting fun. He almost got dagged, but he's walking into him.
Oh, we didn't see it. What the But out here, they come in with the horn. They're going to jump in onto Insane and take him out. Now with Boronier closing the gap onto Quaitfa. They'll try and turn, but the range is there for Milan to come in with the telekinesis, take him out. Now head over towards Tiger in the trees. They're going to be able to get the 3rd here as Tiger's trying to run. Oh, maybe he'll live it. Barney is low on the mana. The swashbuckle actually off the mark. It doesn't matter though. The range is falling low. 33 jumps in. Infernal Blade down onto Tiger. Tiger gets the hand of God out. They kill Milan. Milan's gone down. Mickey's turning towards 33. 33 put the Mika Viva. Mickey's doing it. The damage is there. He kills on 33. He's over towards Skinner. Skinner needs help, but he needs it now. 33 coming in with the buyback. They are. They're ignoring the Spectre. They're going for the game in. They take the tier 4. The Ancient's exposed. 33 jumps in with the stun. The Linkers has popped onto Mickey. Haunts out. But Mickey, he's just ending it. He's just hitting the Ancient. Looking to close this one up. And Liquid point. They're going to be able to do it. The Doom's down, but it's too late. Still stand strong. Look towards this tier 3. They're in on Topoxy. Barney and Skinner, they're just diving into the base here. Tiger will roll across to Fada, but Milan comes across, keeps Fada healed up. It's a dead Tiger. He'll buy back straight away. The chain's out again onto Koitfer, locking him down. They shoot Tiger forward with the Gobbler. He is in onto Barney, but the heals just bringing Barney back up to full HP. There's a dieback from Tiger. Liquid just getting destroyed inside their base.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
When the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day